ng iyong mga ginawa at pagpapala. Salamat sa panibagong araw na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin. At sa oras na ito na kami ay muling natipon. Gabayan ninyo po kami sa aming mga gawain. Bigyan mo po kami ng talino at lakas upang magampanan po namin ang aming mga tungkulin. Buksan mo po ang aming isip at puso sa mga bagong kaalaman na aming matututunan. At nawa ay maging kagamit-gamit ang mga ito sa aming buhay at sa pagtulong sa aming kapwa. Ikaw po nawa ang maluwalhati sa lahat ng aming katagumpayan sa araw na ito. Ito lamang po ang aming dalangin sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, kelas na silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyang ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka masisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pangaw, ay hinatang tula, kawin sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihinig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di maghihinig. Lumalang araw ng walhati pagsinta, tuwing langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Morning once again. Since this is just a resumption of a suspended hearing, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee will now come to order. May be seated. I was informed that our committee secretary was just infected with dengue. Am I correct? So the General Counsel, former Deputy Ombudsman Mosquera, will take over and will perform the dual role as the General Counsel and the Committee Secretary himself. General Counsel, do we have new resource persons here present?
Yes, Your Honor. New resource persons, Your Honor, are from the PSDBM Audit Group, Ms. Teresa Ronquillo, Mr. Danilo Mirasol, Attorney Ron Michael Uy is online, Your Honor, and Mr. Ronnie Latinazo, Country General Manager of Dell Philippines, Your Honor, is also online, Your Honor.
Have they taken their oath? Before that, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the of my colleagues online. I see virtually the presence of Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, who I think is mobile. Are you on a vehicle or a boat, sir? Boat? Plane?
On the way to you.
On the way, on the way. Thank you, sir. I see the presence of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano. And who is the other, General Counsel? Hindi naman siguro member ng Blue Ribbon. But who are the new resource persons present for the first time, either virtually or physically?
Yes, Your Honor. Teresa Ronquillo, please. Mr. Danilo Mirasol, Representative, Your Honor, of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Assistant Director Isma Gonzalez, Attorney Algin Lacanaria, and Ms. Lizelle Macapagal. Are you present? Online, Your Honor. From the NBI, Your Honor, Head Agent Palmer Malyari. Yes. And then Mr. Ronnie Latinazo of Dell Philippines, Your Honor. These are the new witnesses, Your Honor.
Can I have a copy of that? Wala akong kopya dito. Can you please rise and for you to take your oath, please rise. Raise your right hands and repeat after the General Counsel.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you, sir. Your Honor.
Thank you. To recapitulate, we will flash on the screen the established, undisputed, uncontroverted facts gathered from the previous hearings. Not the highlights. Not the highlights. Ano yung maingay? Can you turn that off? Can we have that flashed on the screen? So this was during the second hearing. Miss Baile, is Sharon, ano? Is Sharon here? Thank you, ma'am. The Division Chief, Procurement Division Office, reviewed and signed the price analysis prepared by Engineer Amil before it was sent to DepEd on March 26, 2021. That's pages 24 to 25 of the TSN of the last hearing. Then it was established that PSDBM does not have a manual of procedure on how to select the suppliers. Kaya nagkaroon lang ng RFQ, request for quotation, requested by Engineer, who was that again? Amil, to 6 suppliers. 6 or 3? Ilan ba na-establish ito? 3? Di ba 6? Bakit dito 3 lang? Which is the correct figure? 3?
6, Your Honor.
6. 6. Tatlo lang ang nag-comply. Okay. Number 3. We go to number 3. We move fast. Number 3, PSDBM maintains an Excel file list of suppliers which is prepared only by PMOs based on those suppliers that have previously joined biddings or have been awarded. And this has been established. Number 4, price increase for additional requirements of the DepEd was not unbundled. Additional requirements not unbundled. Term unbundled is a technical term that will be clarified later on by some of our expert witnesses here. Number 5, the 3% service fee imposed by PSDBM is computed based on the contract price. Dito yung nagtagal yung usapan, 5%, naging 4%, naging 3%. Number 6, can we go to number 6? As of late May 5, 2021, PSDBM personnel are still unaware of the existence of a signed memorandum agreement between PSDBM and DepEd, which was notarized on February 16, 2021. That is the reason why we requested the presence of the person at a certain attorney Crisologo from Quezon City who notarized the memorandum of agreement. But I was informed last night that attorney Crisologo cannot be present here today, because Attorney Crisologo is already dead. So we are trying to secure a certified copy, God bless his soul, a certified copy of his death certificate and the actual cause of his death. Place that on the record, General Counsel. Do we have the death certificate of the person who notarized the memorandum of agreement as stated in this established fact? Number 6. May kopya tayo.
Not yet, Your Honor. We are still requesting the Philippine Statistics Authority for the official document regarding this matter, Your Honor. It's pending compliance, Your Honor.
Thank you. So once we receive a copy of that death certificate, we will delist Attorney Crisologo from the list of persons required to appear before this committee. Number 7. Can we go to number 7? That's the end. So we requested several documents today. Pending before this committee is the list of recipients which the DepEd forgot to submit before the end of the day, as promised by Yusek Sibilia. Is Yusek Sibilia around?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, we were waiting for that. We were waiting for that list before the end of the hearing last September 8, 2022. So have you submitted the same?
Your Honor, have transmitted last September 8, through email to the Blue Ribbon Committee, the NCR minutes. And they came back to the office, Your Honor, I issued the
You're a
undersecretary
little
for
bit choppy, ma'am.
Ma'am, sir, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Sorry, apologies, sir. Last September 8, we have sent to the Blue Ribbon Committee through email the list of the NCR recipients. And right after the Blue Ribbon Committee hearing last September 8, we issued po a memorandum to the current Undersecretary for Administration, to produce the list because it will be under the ICTS and Management Division, not the Finance Service po. And they promised to submit the list by tomorrow, Friday, because this is consolidation of all the regions for all divisions and all regions. But the NCR list was submitted September 8, Your Honor.
So, General Counsel, do we have a list of the NCR recipients as claimed by the USEC Sibilia?
Yes, Your Honor, we confirm receipt of the NCR list, Your Honor, as of September 8. USEC Sevilla's statement in this regard is accurate, Your Honor.
So that's the list for NCR.
That's correct, Your
Can
Honor.
we have that marked as Exhibit A and the corresponding number for DepEd?
Yes, Your Honor, duly marked, Your Honor.
Can I have a copy of that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek Sibilia. So we now proceed. We required likewise the physical presence of Attorney Lloyd Lau, former Undersecretary of the DBM, former head of PS DBM, and I see your presence here. We thank you for that. We acknowledge your presence. We thank you for granting, following our request. And we have some questions as promised. Let me start with you. During the previous hearings, we were confronted with several documents wherein your signatures appeared. We will be showing you copies of the said documents. General Counsel, are you ready with that? One, the memorandum of agreement signed between DepEd and PSDBM. Can we have a copy of that? Can that be flashed on the screen? Receipt, nasaan yung kopya ng dokumento? Do we have a copy of that? Can I have a physical copy of that said document? So what other documents were signed by Yusek Lau? So there are several documents apparently signed by Yusek Lau. One is the memorandum of agreement that was notarized by Attorney Crisologo, dated 16 February 2021. And I would like to have Attorney Lau see for himself this document entitled Memorandum of Agreement. Can the General Counsel or his staff show this to Yusek Lau for him to verify his signature? No, you don't have to stand up, Yusek Lau. Iaabot sa inyo po yan. Please go over the said photocopied documents and verify if the said document is authentic per your recollection, number one. And number two, verify if the said document bears your signature as one of the signatories to the Memorandum of Agreement dated February 16, 2021. I'll give you sufficient time, Yusek Lau.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to respond?
Go ahead, go ahead. So the first question.
I actually, after the hearing last hearing, I've asked my previous executive assistant to check the records. We did not have records on this routed to my office. However, I haven't even seen the original copy of this document. What I have now is a photocopy, but I can recall the provision, so I have read this document. And presumably I have signed this one, and I believe this appears the initials are my signature, my shorthand. The one on page 12 of 14, there's a longhand signature. I think since the LAO on the Lloyd Lao is missing, I think I signed this in a hurry, because the penmanship is almost the same as mine.
So you're referring to the marginal signature on the
No.
marginal.
Yeah, the marginal signatures on page 1 until page 11 and page 14 of 14 are my shorthand.
Recognize the arrival of the Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel.
As well
Please,
as
go ahead.
page 13 of 14. However, page 12 of 14, reflecting my longhand signature, has a missing A on the LLOYD LAO, which appears, however, I confirm that this is my signature. Yung A kasi nawala, most likely I signed this in a hurry. Or not, or maybe, yeah, most likely. Kasi regular course, when I sign it sitting down, there's an A.
So, presumably, Yusek Lau, you signed this while in a standing position or in a hurry?
Most likely or in a hurry. Kasi nawala yung LAO sa Lloyd Lao. And the page 12 of 14. It has my full or longhand signature, Mr. Chairman.
So, but do you confirm that?
Yeah, because I've read this document, and I recently asked my former procurement director, who is also the former
Can you
PSDBM
identify, sir? Can
secretary.
you identify, sir, the name of your former procurement
my
director?
former procurement director who succeeded me as executive director of PSDBM, Jason Wayan, confirmed that he handed this document to me for signature. This is not a regular document routed to me because this is regarding Bayanihan 2. So it was discussed to me. I think he can explain everything with respect to this document, how it reached my office. Kasi Bayanihan 2 po ito, sir. Medyo this was about to expire, I think, on sometime mid-year on 2021. So it was handed to me.
So again, to reverting back to my question, do you confirm and affirm that the signatures, whether
Yes, Mr. Chair. I do confirm.
sign in a hurry or not? So let the records reflect that Yusek Lau has just confirmed that his signatures appearing on the 14 pages of the Memorandum of Agreement, 14 pages, would bear his entire and authentic signature, which he just confirmed.
Mr. Chair, what I cannot confirm is the other signatures, the other markings on the memorandum, only my signature.
What do you mean by the other markings?
Other signatures of
Initials?
other persons. Yes.
And can you specify the exact pages?
No. I mean the other signatures, not mine.
The other signatures. So what they were saying now, Yusek Lau, was that you signed this memorandum agreement, but you did not sign this in the presence of the other signatories.
No, sir. In my office, in PSDBM.
No. You affirm the authenticity of your signature. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But what you're saying now is that the other signatories' signature, you cannot confirm because you did not sign this in one place, in one setting.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The only signature I can confirm is, I think, Mr. Wayan, because it's our protocol that he will sign the documents before I sign it.
Let the records reflect that the answer given by Yusek Lau is a confirmation of his signature as well as that of his junior officer, Mr. Wayan. Going back again, Yusek Lau, to another document. I have here in my possession a document dated April 28, 2021, addressed to Yusek Alain del Pascua, Department of Education. A letter you wrote concerning the scheduling of the posting of advertisement for the said item, laptops, on 29 April 2021. The General Counsel will show you this document to verify if the signature is yours.
Yes, I verify, Mr. Chair.
It will be shown to you.
May I read it first?
May we ask the photographers to veer away from the TV screen so that Senator Pimentel can read the same contents of the screen. So, Yusek Lau, do you confirm
I confirm that this is my signature.
that is your signature? And it appears that below or superimposed to the title executive director, the word director itself, there appears to be an initial. Can you recognize whose initial is that?
I believe this is one of my employees under me. I think this is Director Jolas, one of the lawyers of PSDBM during my term.
Director Jolas.
Yes, the one who prepared the document.
So let the records reflect that Yusek Lau,
Attorney Jolas Brutas. Tama ba? Jolas Brutas.
just confirmed the authenticity of his signature as well as that of his junior officer. Can we have that encircled and marked appropriately, General Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Yusek Lau, my question here is this: Is it the practice of your office to have different initials coming from your junior officers? Because a while ago it was Director Uwayan, now it's another Mr. Jolas. Do you have a standard practice of just one officer signing before you, or other officers can sign initial before you sign?
It depends on the document that is prepared, Mr. Chairman. Whoever prepared the document usually bears the initial. If it comes from the office of the procurement director, it bears the signature of the procurement director. It is, if the letter is drafted within the office of my office, the OED, it will be signed by the staff under me directly. If it is prepared by legal department, it will be the lawyer who prepared the letter, Mr. Chairman.
So even if it refers to the same transaction, the possibility is there that different initials would appear, so long as it emanates from the same office but a different division.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So when was the date of your resignation?
I think I stopped being the executive director as on May 1, 2021, because my post as executive director is not related to my post as undersecretary.
And as far as you can recall, after signing this 28 April 2021 letter addressed to Alain del Pascua, there were no other communications emanating from your good self, since you just claimed that you already resigned? Or are there other documents that you signed relative to the laptops deal, which was not brought before this committee?
I think I have signed a document previous to that, because after we signed the memorandum of agreement, we cannot proceed. So I wrote a letter I think dated February. Copy nun, letter.
To a letter addressed to Yusek Lau, as far as you can recall.
I'm trying to read.
We'll give you
recollect.
sufficient time, but germane to my
Addressed to DepEd, Mr. Chairman.
DepEd.
We are requesting several documents pertaining to the laptop procurement so that we can proceed based on the memorandum of agreement, because I believe that the DepEd was, the purpose that DepEd engaged our services is that they wanted it procured within the given time frame. So in order to make sure that we run on time, I think after the memorandum of agreement was signed, I sent a subsequent letter making a follow-up for the documents. I'm trying to get it.
Can
Mr.
you
Chair.
recall, Yusek Lau, the name of the addressee? I'll give you time, but
I'll get the document,
but
Mr. Chair.
before that, I have an anterior question relative to the previous document, the first document which this committee showed you.
Mr. Chair, I apologize.
I intimated a while ago that the notary public, Attorney Jose Floro Crisologo, who notarized the memorandum of agreement, is now dead. But in the acknowledgement, which you also signed, and which you just confirmed as containing your valid signature, authentic signature, it states here, and I quote, "Before me, a notary public for," and in the city of Manila, I made a mistake, it's not Quezon City, Manila, the 16th day of February 2021, appeared the following persons presenting to me their respective identifications, to wit, Secretary Leonor M. Briones, together with the identity card number, etc., etc. Undersecretary Lloyd Christopher Lau, together with your LTO ID number, etc., etc. Known to me, and to me known to be the same persons who executed voluntarily and voluntarily signed the foregoing memorandum of agreement, which they acknowledged before me as their own free and voluntary act, and did, and with full authority to sign in that capacity. Were you present when this was notarized?
No, sir, because after signing, I think Attorney Jason Marwayan returned that to DepEd. As a matter of course, they have to get a copy so to prove that we agreed on the memorandum of agreement, the terms and the wordings there. That's that time when I think Attorney Wayan intimated to me that he has some reservations as to the terms of the memorandum of agreement. However, he has to discuss it with them, but pending that, we are proceeding with the memorandum of agreement, Mr. Chair.
So it was not notarized in your presence. Was it signed? Likewise, did you sign this memorandum of agreement in the presence of Secretary Briones, although you mentioned a while ago that you signed alone?
No, it was just handed to me. It was routed to me, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get the document that I signed. I think this is the one. No. Give me 5 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Yusek Lau. What was the other document or other relevant fact that you are trying to secure from
Chair.
your Senator Pimentel?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, before you move to another document, since Yusek Lau is here, and how long were you, sir, the executive director of the PSDBM, Yusek Lau? Ilang
I
taon or
think
buwan?
I assumed on January 2020 and I left the post on April 30, 2021, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so 1 year and 4 months. Okay, can we look at the MOA, sir? Yung what we are referring to, the memorandum of agreement na pinirmahan ninyo. What did you mean?
Senator Pimentel, can you have that flash on the screen? The MOA.
Yes, the MOA. Okay, page 1 of the MOA. I will ask on the last paragraph kasi. You have a copy, former Yusek Lau? Wala. Para ma-refresh yung memory mo. Yung last paragraph, sir, of page 1. Especially do you have it now? You Seklaw, may copy ka na, okay. Alam ko si Yusek Lau is a lawyer din eh. So, yung last paragraph, sir, especially yung second sentence, yung for this reason, PSDBM will act as the procuring agent, then naka open and close parenthesis, procuring entity in an end-to-end capacity of this project as expressly agreed upon by the parties. Can you tell us, being the expert in procurement, kasi 1 year and 4 months na rin po kayo doon, ano pong ibig sabihin po nito?
This can be explained in the succeeding pages, Mr. Chairman. I think the one who prepared this memorandum of agreement is from DepEd, kaya ang nilagay nila procuring agent, open and close parenthesis, procuring entity. We are technically the procuring agent because that's the purpose of our agency. So, however, they put a open and close parenthesis procuring entity because that is maybe the terminology that they use to assign us to be the procuring entity. Kasi sila nag-draft ito.
So ano kayo? Kaya I'm asking your help. I'm asking your help to explain.
Yes, sir.
Not to confuse.
No. I'm trying to explain, Mr. Chair. That's the way they drafted it. If you look in the succeeding pages, Jace, pakicheck doon sa succeeding pages. They have the terms of the...
With the permission of Senator Pimentel, Yusek Lau, you're being assisted by someone. We will allow whoever is assisting you to approach
Attorney Wayan is the one who handed this to me. I think he knows.
Can you be, Attorney Wayan, can you be seated next to Yusek Lau with the permission of the other resource person para hindi tayo magtatalunan na ng conversation? Yes, that would be more convenient.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Dick, si Attorney Lau kasi for 1 year and 4 months headed the PSDBM. And he's also a lawyer, so familiar siguro siya sa mga contracts. Si Attorney Uwayan, anong history nyo, Attorney Uwayan, sa PSDBM? Matagal na kayo dyan? Matagal kayo doon? Longer than Yusek Lau?
Mr. Chairman, I started working with PSDBM as early as June 29, 2020 po.
And then you left, wala ka na doon ngayon, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You left it when?
June 30 then, this year.
So, 2 taon.
Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
so we have a lawyer here with 2 years experience in PSDBM and another lawyer with an experience of 1 year and 4 months in PSDBM. And both of them at one point in time headed the PSDBM. Tama, no? Tama yung pinagsasabi ko, no? Attorney, mga panyero, tama. O sige, let us now... and then you were the deputy, sir, no? Attorney Uwayan was the deputy of Attorney Lau.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
At this time. Sige po, let's explain it to us, kaming mga hindi experts sa procurement. Na may mga kausap din naman na familiar sa procurement law. Ano ngang ibig sabihin nito? Kasi si procuring entity yata nag-i-employ ng procuring agent. 'Di ba? Ngayon, si principal at si agent, pareho na. So, wala na agent, di ba? Di ba sa law on agency, kung si principal, gusto niyang kumilos na siya di wala na agent.
No, Mr. Chair. The agency agreement is that there are 2 types of agreement that the principal or the end user can engage the services of PSDBM. They can either have it under the end-to-end capacity. I think the terminology of the end-to-end capacity is being used by DepEd, the one who drafted this contract. We can start the project and finish it until the bidding. Then afterwards, we turn it over to them. That's the project implementation. We can either conduct the bidding and not issue the notice of award. We can only make a resolution, pass it to the end user, and they will be the one to act as the head of procuring entity. They will be the one to issue the notice of award. So there are several steps depending on the desire of the end user. So in this instance, our agency was tasked to conduct the bidding, then issue the notice of award, then conduct the implementation. So it's what is meant by end-to-end transaction. So all the way, the active participant will be PSDBM, and the one who will be in tandem with us will be DepEd. Now,
The one who will be, ano sir?
in tandem, the one
In
working with
tandem.
us.
Yeah, okay.
The other instance might be if they will just ask us to do the bidding, is that we will conduct the bidding together with a representative from the end user, then the BAC will issue a resolution, then we will issue the notice. I, as the head of office, will issue the notice of award. Then after the issuance of the notice of award, the implementation will be conducted by the end user or DepEd. Another instance is when they just want us to conduct the bidding without the issuance of the notice of award. We will conduct the bidding, the pre-bidding stage. Then after that, we will just issue a resolution recommending the award. But it's up to DepEd to issue the notice of award.
So you gave us three possibilities.
Yes,
that
Mr.
you were practicing this in the PSDBM.
Yes.
Ika-question pa nga namin legal basis ng tatlong yun. Pero parang lecture yun eh. Pero dito sa MOA na ito, which one? Which one?
In
Which
this
one?
project, Mr. Chair, it's end-to-end. From start to finish until the implementation and payment of the items, including the inspection.
And when the law mentions the head of procuring entity, ikaw yun. Head ng PSDBM yun because of this MOA.
Yes, based on the arrangement, that will be the
Pwede ba yun?
The PSDBM chair.
Yes, kaya nga. The papers also, the documents also show na kayo yung pumirma, di ba?
Yes, Mr. No, I'm not the one who issued the
Yes,
notice of award.
PSDBM. That the head of the PSDBM became the head of the procuring entity.
Yes, that's the coverage of the agency agreement.
Yes, under this MOA. Kaya nga tinatanong ko if that is consistent with an agency concept. We will just discuss that sa findings po namin. Hindi pa para surrender yon? Total surrender? Of the, yes, Mr. Chairman.
With your permission, Director Cecilia Narido is here. You are requesting us to excuse you because you will attend the DBCC meeting, but you promised to be online present. We are excusing you with the permission of this committee. You may now leave, Director.
Mr. Chair.
She will transfer to the other room for the DBCC meeting. But we can recall you anytime, ma'am.
May questions din ako sa kanya sa DBCC. Doon nalilipat na rin ako. Dito rin si Atty. Santiago and now the current head of the PSDBM, a former GPPB head din. Yun, I mean, is that not a total surrender by the DepEd? Na si agent, palitan mo na ako, ikaw na rin ang principal. Sige, correct. I'm willing to be corrected if I'm wrong. But I'm just proceeding from basic, yung general concepts of agency ba?
Mr. Chair, I believe your understanding of the basic concept of agency is correct. That they cannot cede it. However, our agency is designed for that purpose. So that's the exclusion on the specialization of PSDBM, that we can procure specific and act as procuring entity. So I think that can be explained, but not by me, but I think the one who created the law, or my predecessors po. Hindi po kasi kami, when we took office, ganyan po ang function namin. So we just assume. Yes,
So,
Mr.
okay,
Chair.
so you're stating for the record na this is not the first contract na end-to-end and you use the terminology na procuring agent, then may parenthesis ka agad, procuring entity. Tama? So marami pa pala tayong mahalungkat na kontratang ganito. Yes or no?
I believe so, Mr. Chairman.
So that's a good point to pursue kasi yes, you want to add, Attorney Lau?
I'd just like to interject, Mr. Chair. I found the document already.
One
Yes,
document.
this is
Teka
for-
muna, dito muna tayo sa MOA. Kasi andyan nga si Attorney Santiago, kinakausap ko nga siya tungkol dito. Kasi there is a theory, may nagde-develop kami ng theory, as lawmaker kasi sinabi mo, the interpretation should be with the persons who made the law. So kami naman yung mga successors noon or ng legislature. Meron kasing theory that the PSDBM can only be a procurement agent, okay, and never be the procuring entity. Ngayon, if by practice, PSDBM entered into numerous contracts of this nature na giving the impression na yung requesting agency kami na ang magiging procuring entity, then maybe these are all acts beyond the scope of the law. So, sabihin na lang natin, ano kayang concept ultra vires act? O ano ngayon ang consequence ng isang kontrata na ultra vires between the two agencies? Pwedeng void. Void from the beginning. O, ano ngayon ang mga effect nito? So, medyo maraming consequences. That's why we need to understand, di ba? So, well, we are pursuing that theory. We have to look at the intention under the law. Kung talagang compartmentalize yun and it is against public policy for PSDBM to become the procuring entity, kahit anong words pang gamitin ninyo sa kontrata, end-to-end, o mag-invent pa kayo ng anong whatever terms to describe the relationship, kung bawal, because against public policy, then we will have some serious consequences. So yun lang. Yun lang po yun. Okay, that's why we're having this exchange. I'm just telling you, telegraphing also to you, to the past executive directors of PSDBM, to the current executive director, and to your entire 300 plus employees, pag-aralan po natin yung subject matter na yon. So, Mr. Chairman, you can continue with your.
Senator Pimentel, what was that other document you were referring to a while ago?
Hello. Mr. Chair, this doesn't bear my signature, but it has an acknowledgement receipt received by DepEd. I think this document comes from DepEd, dated April 21, 2021.
General Counsel, do we have a copy of that document Yusek Lau is referring to?
We're checking, Your Honor.
What date do you have?
It was released by DepEd on April 21, 2021.
Signed by whom? Signed by whom?
Signed by Ma Gladys J. Malapad, Head
Signed.
Records Keeping and Management Unit.
Can we have a copy of that document so we can reconcile that with our own copy? General Counsel, can we retrieve that document with the permission of Yusek Lau?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Or have a photo taken of that document? Pakikuha nga yung document.
It bears that I am the one addressing the letter. I'm the sender. I don't have a copy of the documents attached herewith. I think this is the letter which I requested from DepEd to furnish us the attachments regarding the MOA so that we can proceed with the discussion.
Can
with DepEd.
the committee be shown a copy of that document so that we can reconcile our records? So it's in your cell phone Nasa cellphone pala? You don't have a physical copy of the document?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to
Yes.
interject.
Can you read that so that can be part of the records as you claim?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes. Attorney Wayand.
I believe Attorney Lau is referencing the letter dated sometime in February, wherein
February what?
if 24 or 23, if my
So after the MOA was signed.
yes, Mr. Chairman, the letter was addressed to Secretary Briones, indicating therein the documents needed for PS to proceed with the procurement. I think there were 3 documents stated there. The first is the agency procurement request. The second is the annual procurement plan, and the third
But to abbreviate that, can you provide us a copy of that document? So, hindi nyo na siguro kailangan ibigay sa amin yung cellphone nyo, personal yon. Pero if you can have that printed, madali naman i-print yan eh. Viber nyo lang para may kopya kami.
Mr. Chairman, I believe DepEd can confirm the existence of this letter.
Who is the DepEd representative? Yusek Sibilla, you're virtually present online. Yusek Sibilla. Nawala?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm
Yes.
here po.
Reference was made to a document signed between 23 February and 24 February after the memorandum agreement was executed. Apparently, it emanated from the Department of Education. Do you confirm this?
I have to check the documents, Your Honor. It has to come from the Office of the Procurement Service. So we will check right away, Your Honor.
Attorney Wayan, who is the signatory?
It was a letter sent by then Yusek Lau addressed to Secretary Briones, indicating therein the documents needed before we can proceed.
So, siguro ang tanong dito, was there a reply? A response coming from DepEd?
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Chairman,
if I may.
if I may. Okay.
Si Yusek Sibilla muna.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think you, Director Abram Abanil and Yusek Aline Pascual are also present, and the communication after the signing of MOA is now directly sent to the Office of the Undersecretary for Administration and the
What do you mean
ICTS.
present in this proceeding, so I can direct my questions to them? Ganun ba?
Yes, Your Honor, they are there. Director Abram Abanil and Yusek Aline Pascual, I think, is virtually present.
Medyo na-divert
as well.
tayo ng konti dito. Naging ibang yes or no na lang to. Director Abanil, can you confirm that? Na you received the letter, was there a response?
Your Honor, I do not have a copy of that letter.
Do not have a copy. You heard that, Yusek Sibilla? Who is the other one? Yusek Pascua. Is Yusek Pascua online? Sir?
Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that a letter was referred to DepEd Secretary Briones, and as claimed by Yusek Sibilla, it was rerouted to your office?
I do not have a copy of that letter, Mr. Chair.
There's a big difference
But,
between not having a copy and not being aware. Are you
Yes,
aware
but,
of that letter?
I have a copy here of my letter to Undersecretary Lau dated February 18, transmitting
Teka,
documents.
medyo gumulo ito. Ang sumulat sa inyo si Yusek Lau between February 23 and 24. Hindi ka pwedeng mag-respond ng February 18. O ang date ba ay February 18? What is being flashed on the screen? Before, Comsec, bago kayo mag-flash, ang galing yan. Don't flash anything without my instructions. Ang galing yan. The letter of Yusek Lau. Sige, we can flash that. You can flash it now on the screen. Please do that, Comsec. So, can you enlarge? Okay. So, there is now, this is not a letter. This is an acknowledgement receipt.
Yes, we don't have a copy of the letter. I think the letter is with DepEd. That's what we're trying to look for. That's my follow-up letter for the MOA, requesting, after the signing of the MOA, we requested documents from them so we can proceed with our activities.
But Yusek Lau, but this letter is was stamped received. No. Show again the stamp. So March 12, sabi mo resign ka na ng May 12. Sabi mo resign ka na ng
No,
May 1.
it was released by DepEd on April 21, 2021. Acknowledgement receipt. It was received by our office on May 12, 2021. I was no longer but they received it on April 21, 2021.
Di po.
They released it.
There is a date received March 23, 2021. And there is the date of letter is February 26, 2021. It can probably jibe with the date of the MOA execution, which is February 16, 2021. And then there is another date, May 12, received May 12, 2021, received by the DBM. So we have 3 dates.
Yes.
So which date are you referring now?
The letter I signed is dated February 26, 2021. We do not have a copy. It is reflected on the acknowledgement receipt that the one who sent it is me. I sent it to DepEd. DepEd had this document, the acknowledgement receipt, released on April 21, 2021, sent to my office. Our office received it on May 12, 2021, which bears the stamp received, DBM. By that time, I'm no longer part of the office. That's why I don't have these documents, Mr. Chairman.
So let me refresh the memory again of the DepEd family. Yusek Sibilia is aware of the existence of the said letter, and it was rerouted to the office of Yusek Del Pascua. Yusek Del Pascua does not have a copy of the letter, but his answer a while ago is that he is aware of the existence of the letter. Can that be confirmed, Yusek Pascua?
Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of the letter because I have not yet seen the letter dated February 26. What I have is a reply to DBMPS, but the letter that I have is dated February 18.
So, sir, how can you reply to a letter, a communication which you claim you are not aware of?
That is
can
right,
you responsibly
Mr. Chair.
reply?
So I may need to see yet the letter dated February 26, Your Honor, if we have really
So your
received that.
reply was to a letter which you claim now to have been in possession of somebody else by implication? Paano? Medyo
I will try to help out. Si Yusek Pascua kasi is labeling his letter as a reply letter. Pero can you tell us, ano ba yung letter na yon, sir, dated February 18?
I stand corrected, Your Honor. I think the letter is a transmittal of document. It's not a reply, Your Honor, and that is dated February 18.
Okay, you were transmitting documents to or delivering documents to PSDBM, tama?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So meron
sir.
nasubmit na po sa committee yan o hindi pa? Yung letter mong February 18 para pag-aralan po namin.
Yes, sir. It's part of the sworn statement that I have submitted
Okay.
during the
Nasa sworn
first hearing.
statement pala niya.
So I think it will now jibe. It will jibe with the answer given a while ago by Yusek Sibilia that it was the responsibility was rerouted to your concern. So Yusek Lau, tama 'yon na sumagot sila. Ito lang yung kiniklaim mo kanina, itong OSEC code 411308 na letter, wala rin kayong kopya.
I think we have electronic copy.
You have do we have that copy, General Counsel? This one. Kung wala, we can have a copy of that.
Mr. Chair,
Your Honor, this was just submitted just
just
few
today.
minutes ago. Your
I
Honor.
think Director Ryan can
Yes, please
elaborate on
proceed.
those?
Medyo nagtagal, nalubak tayo rito. Tumagal-tagal dito.
Mr. Chairman, the existence of the letter can be confirmed by the Procurement Management Service of DepEd. I think the director then, Director Bragado, can confirm it.
Another one. We have another personality here, Director Bragado. Who is Director Bragado? Nandito ba yung Director Bragado? Is he here? Online, physically,
No.
General Counsel?
No, Your Honor. Director Bragado has not been invited to date, Your Honor.
What is the role here of Director Bragado?
Mr. Chairman, he's the Director for Procurement of the DepEd, and subsequent to that letter, they endorsed the documents that were needed.
So it's still 10:10. Can we still invite Director Bragado today? We still have sufficient time. Can you facilitate this, Yusek Sibilia, since you are in the premises, within the premises of DepEd? Can you relay the information to Director Bragado that the Blue Ribbon Committee is inviting him to appear before this committee today? Probably after lunch, we will wait for him. Si Executive
Your
Secretary nga, nakadating within 1 hour. Siguro, malapit-lapit lang yan from DepEd.
Your Honor,
Sige.
Yes, Yusek Sibilia.
I believe we also have our LLO team physically present there. So, para po official din ang pagtatawag kay Director Bragado.
What is NLO? There is a personality being implicated here as knowledgeable to assist this committee, a certain Director Bragado. So para siguro ma-simplify to, why don't you just ask Director Bragado to appear? Hindi naman kami kailangan magsubpoena pa.
No, Your
Nandyan
Honor,
lang. Baka
I'm
nasa
just
lower
saying that-
floor mo lang.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just saying that command responsibility po ng USEC for the Legislative Liaison Office to call Director Mark Bragado. But I will informally tell him na po that he is being called in the Blue Ribbon Committee. And
Thank
for
you,
his
ma'am. Thank you,
appearance,
ma'am. We will wait for him, and if the, what's that, NLO is listening. Who is NLO? Can you raise your hand? Wala naman dito, ma'am, NLO. They're not here. What? They're not here. Meron ba NLO? They're not here.
Not here, Your Honor.
They're not here. They were not invited. So again, as part of the DepEd family, you can respectfully request your colleague to appear before this committee. Medyo nagtagal tayo, nabalahaw tayo dun sa subject matter na yun. Before we proceed to another item, isa na lang to, Yusek Lau, Attorney Uwayan. Ito pong Memorandum of Agreement, pareho kayo nakapirma. Attorney Uwayan, please listen. Naintindihan naman natin yung acknowledgement. Nakalagay po dito, dapat nag-appear kayo, pumirma kayo sa harap ng notaryo publiko. We were asking for the presence again, reiterate this, of Attorney Crisologo, who apparently is dead. Nakaharap nyo na ba si, God bless his soul, nakaharap nyo na ba si Attorney Crisologo, yung notaryo publiko, na kine-claim na patay na ngayon? Nakita nyo na ba to? Personally?
No, ako no, Mr. Chair. I do not know that lawyer. In fact, when I signed this document, kulang kami lang nagpirma. Then we routed it, I think he routed it to, Attorney Wine routed it to DepEd. Kasi the only time I saw the document is when I signed it.
Attorney Wayan, nakaharap nyo si Attorney Crisologo?
Mr. Chairman, I can confirm that I did not meet Attorney Crisologo. And to expound on the matter, Mr. Chairman.
What is the circumstances concerning his death or no?
No, on the circumstances after the signing.
Mr. Chair,
Before that, I'd like to ask Yusek, another witness when this was executed from the DepEd family. Malanan, who was that? Asek Malana. Asek Malana.
yes,
here?
I'm
Asek.
online, Your Honor. I'm online.
Yes, Asek, nagpanotaryo kayo kay Attorney Crisologo, who is being claimed now as dead. Nakaharap mo po si Attorney Crisologo?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo rin
I haven't
nakaharap.
met. No, no, Your Honor.
Sino nagpanotaryo nito? May nagnadala sa notarial offices ni Attorney Crisologo. So kung hindi nyo nakaharap, ano yung practice nito? Sino yung last touch dito sa MOA? Pag nakapirma na lahat kayo, DepEd ba o PSDBM, tapos dadalhin sa notary public kay Attorney Crisologo, because I was informed that this is not the first time that Attorney Crisologo signed as a notary public. So, pag ganon, lumalabas, suki nyo na si Attorney Crisologo. Hindi naman to basta magnonotaryo ng hindi nyo kakilala. So, sino nagpanotaryo? Na nakakilala kay Attorney Crisologo, was it DepEd? Was it PSDBM?
From my understanding, Your
May bayad
Honor.
yung notaryo May bayad to Ano po? Who can answer? PSDBM muna.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, after we signed the document, it was turned over to DepEd.
So last touch si DepEd dinala sa kay Attorney Crisologo. Who among the DepEd officials is the one responsible for the notarization of this? Yusek Alain Pascua or Yusek Sevilla? Valid government expenditure. You have to pay for the notarial services. Who will answer?
It
May I
is
answer,
not,
Your Honor?
Yes, Yusek Del Pascua, please answer.
Yeah, I'm not privy to that, Your Honor.
Hindi mo alam kung sino nagpanotaryo. Asek Malana, sino po ang nagpanotaryo kay Attorney Crisologo?
I would understand, Your Honor, that the focal person handling the transaction, the notarization of this document, would be Director Bragado, Your Honor.
Director Bragado. Hihintayin
Yes,
na
Your
lang
Honor.
namin si Director Bragado mamaya. I see Attorney Santiago raising his hand.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Senator Estrada would like to interject. We recognize you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to confirm, because I am currently having a meeting with the brother of the late attorney Jose Floro Crisologo, former Congressman Bingbong Crisologo, and he has confirmed to me that his younger brother had died last year of kidney complication. So I was asking former Congressman Bingbong Crisologo if he has a copy of his death certificate, and he can provide me with one.
So the committee now has been informed that Attorney Crisologo is the brother of former Congressman Bingbong
Yes.
Crisologo.
In fact, he's here. We are currently having a meeting. He has just confirmed to me that his brother has passed away last year due to kidney complications.
We're so sorry to hear that confirmation. The committee offers its condolences, but the name was just dragged, Your Honor, because he is the notarial. He provided the notarial services. Please relay the committee's condolences to the family as well. So ulitin ko yung tanong ko kanina, and Attorney Santiago is raising his hand. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We received a subpoena duces tecum from the Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. Chair, regarding the memorandum of agreement. So we are in receipt, or the PSDVM, through our records, certified by our records management head. The memorandum of agreement, the notarized one, was endorsed by DepEd to PSDVM. We submitted this to the Blue Ribbon Committee, Your Honor, and it's just endorsed by Attorney Bragado.
So it's vital to have the presence of Attorney Bragado. That's why we are inviting him after lunch. Senator Pimentel?
Hindi. Nalito tuloy ako. Anong stage yun? Yung ano nyo, sinabi nyo, after signing na? It was returned by?
This is a letter dated June 2, 2021,
June
Your
2.
Honor.
Okay, sige. Tapos na, signed na. Okay, sige.
And notarized.
Notarized na.
Apo.
So this Mr. Bragado, Mr. Chairman, is the key to unlocking the notarization, etc. But balik ako sa drafting of this, Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Please.
Drafting of the MOA. Which agency drafted the MOA? Yep.
Both agencies, Mr. Chairman.
So collaboration talaga, nag-collaborate kayo. And the product, kaya that's why the product is yung wording nga ninyo na both agencies were accommodated, or even contrasting ideas were accommodated. Kasi nga, kaya ko rin i-raise ulit ito, parang Attorney Lau, you mentioned na DepEd drafted this contract. Hindi, ano talaga, kasi andito yung signature, yes.
I'm not aware on the drafting, but kasi it was handed to me when it was done. Usually, I think we have 2 drafts in our office, our own 2 drafts that Attorney Wayan wanted to be used, which was never signed. I think ito kasi, I believe this is the version of DepEd. But I'm not personally knowledgeable on how it came to be because it's under their domain when it was being not under me.
Under si Attorney Uwayan?
Yes, because they're under the procurement director.
Okay, so Attorney Uwayan has stated for the record, it was a joint drafting effort, sir, of both DepEd and DBM, PSDBM.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so on the part of PSDBM, who was the main drafter? Kayo po.
That would be me, Mr. Chairman.
On the part of DepEd, who was the main contributor of ideas in the draft?
That would be my counterpart with DepEd.
Hindi, kaya nga. That's why, name nga ang kailangan namin.
Director Bragado.
Bragado again. Sige. Yan pala. Mr. Chairman, talaga si Director Bragado, we need him.
We will await the arrival of Attorney Bragado as directed by this committee. So Attorney Wayan, with the permission of my colleagues, I see our other colleagues as waiting in line virtually. There is indeed a May 6, 2021. Are you aware of this? May 6, 2021. Memorandum of Agreement for laptops for teachers submitted to this committee. And it was addressed to you by Attorney Bragado. Tama ba yun? Tawa ko dito. Ito yun, pinag-uusapan natin.
That would be the MOA that was not signed, Mr. Chairman.
No, but this is May 6 and the MOA was signed February 16. So is there another MOA?
No, that MOA was supposed to be the product of the negotiations between both agencies regarding my reservations.
Let me refresh your memory. Ito yung nakalagay sa sulat. Dear Director Wayan, ang nag-sign ito ay si Attorney Bragado, Director 4 of DepEd. This is to respectfully furnish you a copy of the draft MOA between the DepEd and the Procurement Service PSDBM. But this is dated May 6, 2021, while the MOA was notarized February 16, 2021. How come you're still referring to a draft MOA when that MOA has already been notarized and is a public document? And I proceed further. With the budget of 2.4 billion pesos, you may recall that in a Zoom meeting last April 30, participated by PSDBM, Undersecretary Christopher Lau, and DepEd Undersecretaries Alain Del Pascua and Annalyn Sibilla. Yusek Sibilla, you were present. Assistant Secretary Malana and PSDBM Procurement Service. We have agreed that the procurement of these laptops will be covered by a separate MOA under the same arrangement as far as the 2017 MOA. Medyo gumulo na ito. May 2017 MOA pala. Wherein PSDBM would be the procuring entity in behalf of DepEd. The MOA has undergone thorough review and already incorporates the various inputs and comments from the different DepEd offices. By reason of the urgency of the matter, we would like to request for a quick review and concurrence before we submit to our respective principals for their signature. Teka muna. To submit to your respective principals, meaning the different secretaries, we hope to have this MOA signed by tomorrow, May 7, by our principals to avoid any issues. If tomorrow is May 7, how come this MOA was signed February 16? So, ilan ba ang MOA ang ginawa?
Mr. Chairman, may I be allowed
Yes.
to answer?
Please clarify because we are as confused as the listeners are.
The May 6 MOA that was read by you is a different MOA. In fact, if my memory serves me right, it's around 9 to 10 pages only.
But we have, the final product that we have right now is 14 pages, including
Yes.
the notarial page.
Yes, that was the February MOA, which I wanted to be changed. And during the subsequent discussions, they did not agree to what I wanted to be changed, such that they presented the MOA that you read earlier, the May 5 or May 6.
And how many MOAs are we talking about?
We are only talking about 2, Mr. Chairman.
MOAs.
Yes.
One MOA, February, was notarized. The second MOA, May, was it notarized?
No, it was never signed, Mr. Chairman.
It was never signed. It was not implemented, executed. So, for purposes of implementation, bidding, awards, we are now referring to the February 16 MOA.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, there was an attempt to have another MOA to change the previous MOA because you were not in agreement with the contents of the February 16 MOA. Precisely what point was the point of disagreement?
There were several points, Mr. Chairman, regarding the contract implementation stage, and as well as some provisions regarding the transfer of the funds.
Your disagreement emanated from the implementation stage as well as the transfer of funds, but it has nothing to do with the technical specifications.
No, Mr. Chairman. It has nothing to do with the technical specifications.
So that will be clarified later on by Attorney Bragado, the signatory to all these confusing letters. May we ask from our colleagues present online? The first one to ask would be Senator. The firing order is this: Senator Ontiveros, Senator Go, Senator Estrada, and Senator Cayetano. And I remind my colleagues that we're still in the tail end of the pre-bid questioning. We will be going to the bid documents, as well as the involvement of the Securities and Exchange Commission, and we will attempt to reach the award stage by 2:30 p.m. today, Your Honor. So, if my colleagues will be guided by that roadmap, we can proceed with Senator Ontiveros. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. Guided by that roadmap of the Chair, actually po, Mr. Chair, so far naubos ko na po at this point in time yung mga tanong ko tungkol sa pre-bidding stage. I'm prepared to ask at the proper time questions more related to the post-bidding stage. Halimbawa po mga tanong sa DepEd tungkol sa nadiskubre po ng opisina ko na sa DepEd Region 7 warehouse sa Mandaue, Cebu, may mga nakatambak pa na DepEd notebooks, PCs at di umano ay nabasa na. At the post-bidding stage of our inquiry, Mr. Chair, I'll also have more questions for PSDBM. And also, Mr. Chair, to COA on the COA report that PSDBM has 3.18 billion pesos in high-yield savings accounts na itinanong din po ni Minority Leader in the previous hearing. So that being the case, Mr. Chair, I can skip my turn in this round until we reach the post-bidding stage. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Senator. If I may be allowed by Senator Pimentel, I'll jump to some vital facts needed by this committee to ensure that we will have an appropriate resolution to this. May I ask the presence of our expert witnesses here. I understand we have an expert coming from the IT sector. It is the head of the NBI Cybercrime Assessment Center.
Yes,
Parang
Your Honor.
bakante yung chair.
He's on his way to his chair, Your Honor.
Okay. And then we have the representative coming from Dell, Philippines, the manufacturer itself. And then we have another, is there another expert on computer technology? Sino pa ba? So we just have two.
Just two, Your Honor.
So may we ask first Dell. Dell Philippines is here. Where is Dell?
Online, Your Honor.
Online.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm online.
Can you show your video presence? Can you wave para makilala namin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Saan po kayo? Saan po kayo? Alin po kayo dyan? Yan. So, sir, can you apprise this committee of your personal circumstances, your position right now with Dell, and your knowledge and involvement with this transaction? And we thank you for being present and supportive of this endeavor to unravel the truths. Can we get your name, sir? Hindi ba pwedeng palakihin? Hindi ba pwedeng palakihin? Siya lang yung naka-flash. Yes. Your name, sir?
Sir, my name is Ronnie Latinazo. You can call me Ronnie.
And you're currently the president of Dell Philippines?
I'm currently the country general manager for Dell Philippines.
Country general manager. For how long have you been country general manager, sir?
Altogether, I've been with the company for 22 years.
22 years.
Yeah.
And Dell is one of the top 3 computer corporations in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. As far as the commercial PCs are concerned.
And for purposes of Philippine transactions, do you deal with the private sector or do you deal solely with the government sector in the Philippines?
In the Philippines, sir, we serve the entire market. We both the commercial businesses as well as consumer market.
And even with the presence of the Bureau of Internal Revenue here, what is the yearly gross sales of Dell Philippines in the Philippine market?
In the Philippines, sir, we do not sell directly. We go through.
We will just ask the.
Yes.
We understand your concern. Your competitors are listening. We will just ask the BIR. No offense, but how long have you been transacting with government agencies? Is it just for national government agencies, or does this include local government units?
It includes both local government, sir, and
for the last 20 years. For the last 20 years.
No, maybe, sir, not 20 years. Maybe more like maybe the past 10 years.
And it has been a profitable venture because you're still here, and even with competition coming from Acer, Lenovo, and the likes, you're still in the competitive, within the competitive edge of this endeavor. How do I call you? Can I call you Mr. Dell para mabilis?
Ronnie Latinazo, sir.
Ronnie.
You can call me Ronnie.
Mr. Ronnie. Mr. Ronnie, because your name is not being flashed. So I forgot. You are part of a transaction which involves more than 2 billion pesos, and you are aware that this has a semblance of urgency because that was during a lockdown. How were you able to participate in this? Was it because of the RFQ, request for quotation, or because of your previous dealings with PSDBM or DepEd?
Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify, the normal engagement process for Dell in the Philippines is we go through, we only sell through our distributor, and our distributor deals with our resellers, who in turn deal with the end users. So we do not have any direct dealings with the government, for example. And so as a manufacturer, we provide information on our products. We provide information on what features we have, what we don't have. We provide guidance on what we think would comply or meet the requirements of a specific RFP or request for proposal. So our role essentially is on product information. We do not get involved in, for example, in setting
Retail transactions
prices,
with the government.
commercial. Yeah. So it's all about marketing and promotions and technical advice.
Thank you, thank you. But what about the notion of a teaming agreement, an agreement with the DepEd? Is it signed by a distributor or is it signed by a manufacturer?
We didn't
Are you
sign
aware of
any. Only in the latter part, sir, when Your Honor, when the bids were submitted, but we don't personally, as Dell, we don't sign any agreements with end users or the government. Everything was signed or entered into by our resellers. I
But
believe in this case, the JV.
But in terms of liability, can the resellers go after your warranties, your
Yeah.
backup support? Is
You're
that part of your
correct, Your
agreement
Honor.
with?
Yeah, you're correct, Your Honor. As the manufacturer, we provide a manufacturer's warranty commitment to through our distributor and in turn to our resellers.
So that warranty that you provide to your resellers are in turn impliedly part of any contract entered into by your resellers with an end user, be it with the private sector or any government agency for that matter. They can quote, they can have that as a part of their contract. As the sole distributor, for instance, of Dell in Metro Manila, we guarantee that the manufacturer's warranty given to us by Dell would likewise be applicable to the end user. Is that correct?
I don't have visibility of whatever agreements were signed by our reseller, Your Honor, but as far as within the scope of the standard manufacturer's warranty, I believe they can refer to that because that's a commitment we have with our resellers.
So in terms of product manufacturing defects, product liability, the distributor can impute that liability to the manufacturer and in turn assure the end user buyer that they can safely purchase this because they have the back-end support of the manufacturer, which is Dell. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, within the scope of the standard manufacturer. Anything above that, any commitment beyond that, will have to be covered and undertaken by other parties, or in this case, our resellers.
Do you speak Tagalog para maintindihan tayo ng iba?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
I thought you're not a Filipino. That's why I want this translated into layman's terms. So pag nagbenta po ang isang distributor sa DepEd, for instance, bit-bit niya, dala-dala niya, yung tibay ng inyong seal of good manufacturing standard, kaya bibilhin ng isang end user, di ba po?
Tama
ito
po.
ay Dell
Tama
product,
po.
okay.
Yung standard warranty terms namin can be leveraged by our channels.
Yes, gagamitin yung pangalan nyo, yung 20 years experience ninyo, bit-bit nila yon. And you assure your distributor na you will back up them kung sakaling pumalya, kung sakaling magka-aberya yung laptop o yung computer dahil nandun sa likuran si Dell Philippines. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po. As part of the warranty, yes.
Yes. Kung sakali naman po na iniba yung configuration, kasi nabanggit kanina yung bundling dito sa nakapost sa screen. Kung sakaling iniba yung specifications, will that still be covered by the warranty?
Yes, Your Honor. If the product came from us, was manufactured by Dell, or kami ang nag-manufacture, our standard warranty will hold. Manufacturer's warranty.
Ang ibig ko sabihin po, kung iniba yung, kasi po, ganito yung nangyari sa deal na ito eh. Yung unang hinihingi is 1.9 gigahertz. Naging 1.8. So, naiba na yon.
Yes po.
So, doon ba sa unang agreement nyo doon sa inyong distributor, 1.9, tapos kung gawing 1.8, covered pa ho ng warranty nyo yan?
Covered pa rin po ng warranty.
Kasi mas
Honor.
mataas yung 1.9, mababa yung 1.8. Kung sakaling ginawa nilang 2.2 gigahertz, kung meron mang ganon, tinaasan ng PSDBM of DepEd, covered pa rin ho niyan?
Basta po kami po ang nag-manufacture at kami ang nagbenta, we will cover it with our warranty.
Basta kayo kasi minsan kahit sa mga kotse, pag pinalitan mo yung mag wheels, ay hindi nakasama doon sa warranty, hindi na isa-service sir nung kung sino man yung kasa kasi iniba mo na yung gulong.
Your Honor.
Accessory na ang labas. So yung sa inyo, kahit baguhin yung specs nung inyong dealer, okay sa inyo yan?
Your Honor, dapat po kami rin ang nag-customize. Pag yung iba po ang mag-customize, hindi po covered ng warranty namin yung hindi namin ginawa. So in this case, sir, as long as, for example, yung pagpalit po nung processor, that was part and done sa manufacturing plant po namin.
Customization dapat kayo rin. Kahit ano yung accessory, kahit yung mga antivirus, kayo dapat lahat yon.
Hindi po lahat. So for example po, in this particular bid, for example, yung security software, hindi ho amin yun. So hindi ho namin mawawarranty yung security software. Ang covered po ng manufacturer's warranty would be the base laptop, yung essentially the hardware and what was delivered to our distributors and our partners.
What about the bags? Kasi nabanggit po yung bags. Nag-require ng bags na kasama doon sa laptop. Do you in your ordinary course of business provide backpacks? May backpack ako rito. May kasama ba ang backpack itong May backpack ba ho yung laptop?
Yes, Your Honor, yung
bag. Iba ho yung pouch, iba yung backpack. Or do you outsource this? And is that part of your warranty?
Sir, yung bag po is sold by Dell as an option. So yes, we sell bags. And in this case, the bags were supplied by Dell.
The bags
together
were
with the laptop.
So you manufacture bags?
Yes, Your Honor. And we're not the only brand that a lot of the other brands also do that as an option.
Mga specifications, yung fiber, siguro baka yung ibang mga regions dito sa Pilipinas, maulan, may moist, hindi maapektuhan yung laptop. So sa inyo, you confirm that, nakasama yung bag specification sa inyo, and the warranty extends to the bag, which is not part of the gadget itself, but can be considered as an accessory. Hindi po to after the market product that can be sourced from other dealers. So you confirm that, sir? Yes or no?
Sir, again, yes, within the standard manufacturer's warranty terms. Kasi hindi ko alam yung details ng warranty on bags. But
okay,
yes,
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ronnie, for your answers. I think Senator Pimentel.
Follow up lang ako, Mr. Chairman, sa line of questioning mo. kay Ronnie. Yung sa standard warranty nyo po, dito po kasi sa transaction na to, you knew 1.8 gigahertz ang base speed ng notebooks that you were supplying your distributor for the ultimate
Yes,
use of
Your
the
Honor.
government. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You knew 1.8, di ba? Ang warranty is, kunyari, after testing the laptops that you delivered, ang reklamo is, it's only delivering 1.6 gigahertz base speed, 1.5. So, yun po yung warranty that you will change that, di ba? To make it at least 1.8. Tama po?
Yes, we warrant that the machine will perform to specifications. Yes.
Correct. But sometimes may mali. Let's say after testing proven na 1.6 gigahertz lang itong one machine na dineliver ninyo, you warrant that you will now fix it or replace it with the 1.8, which was your you knew that which was the requirement. Tama po.
Your Honor, hypothetically, yes, if it does not perform to our
that's
specs,
covered
yes.
by your warranty, di ba? Definitely, kasi defective product yun eh. But since you consciously knew 1.8 gigahertz ang minimum base speed na kailangan and you delivered that notebook, now if you're informed that the requirement is 1.9 gigahertz, and now you are now informed that it's 1.9. Is that part of your warranty and you replace all the notebooks that you delivered with 1.8 minimum base speed, gigahertz minimum base speed with a notebook with a 1.9 gigahertz minimum base speed? Is that part of your warranty or no more? Kasi sinabihan ka 1.8 eh. Tama? Mali.
Your Honor, we are not warranting that it will have a clock speed of 1.9. We were very clear that what we were delivering is a 1.8 gigahertz processor. So, having said that, sir, I just wanted to clarify that, the overall performance of a processor is not just determined by the clock speed. And that's the reason why I believe a request for reconsideration was represented by our resellers that you might want, or DepEd and DBM might want to consider a 1.8 gigahertz clock speed because it was explained by the manufacturer of the processor, in this case Intel, that the 1.8 gigahertz processor is the newer generation of what used to be the 1.9, because considering
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, Ronnie, yeah. I think nasa arguments yan eh. Unfortunately nga, this is not a private transaction that you convince the buyer. Gobyerno to governed by procurement laws na merong quantitative criteria, may qualitative criteria. And pag sinabi mong 1.9 gigahertz base speed, alam naman sabihin mo na better yung 1.8. Hindi. I mean, kasi this is a quantitative Okay, so in this particular case, okay, balikan ko muna. Did Dell Philippines participate in the arguments with the PSDBM, convincing PSDBM to justify the motion for reconsideration? Yes or no, Ronnie?
No, Your Honor.
Our
only engagement is to the distributors and the partners.
Yes. So yung argument na sinabi mo sa amin ngayon, pinasa mo yun sa distributor, part ng joint venture, sila nag-argue na noon, di ba? Sa PSDBM. Okay, so you, Dell Philippines, consciously, you knew that you were supplying a 1.8 gigahertz base speed. Okay, now, if you are now told subsequently, after you have delivered the notebooks, the requirement is 1.9 gigahertz base speed. Okay, wala nang argument about other matters making base speed lang po tayo. Is that part of your warranty?
No, sir.
Wala.
No, Your
Correct.
Honor.
That's correct. Tama yun. Kasi nga, 1.8 ang in-order sa'yo, binigay mo. Ngayon, okay, tapos sabihin mo, when you measure that, talagang they will all comply with a minimum 1.8. Yun ang warranty ninyo, 1.8 gigahertz base speed. Unfortunately, 1.9 ang gigahertz base speed ang minimum. So, we have actually a problem. That's why yung mga nababasa nating solusyon, napapalitan daw so kung papalitan yun, theoretically lang, Ronnie, papalitan ng distributor, yun kasi sila ang kaharap ng DBM. Pero kayo, kukuha sila ng panibago sa inyo, hindi to panibagong gastos nila? Sasaluin nila yung gastos na yun?
Probably, Your Honor.
Okay,
Probably.
so if this entire thing costs 2.4 billion, another round of 2.4 billion now shouldered by the distributors and resellers? Theoretically, no? Ganon, di ba? Because then Philippines will not be the one. Okay, sige, klaro na po yun. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Mr. Ronnie, you just
Yes,
mentioned
Your
a while ago, in response to the questions propounded by Senator Pimentel 3 minutes ago, that you have nothing to do with the negotiations insofar as the change of frequency or even the justification. You just mentioned that 1.8 is superior to 1.9. But I have here in my possession a letter coming from Dell Technologies, which is now part of our records. It's addressed to Attorney Wayan, PSDBM. Letter of response to inquiry on the specifications of the Dell Latitude 3420 notebook. And I quote the second sentence. This is to confirm that the Intel Celeron 6305 11th generation processor with 1.8 gigahertz frequency and 4 MB cache can be considered a superior processor as opposed to the requirement of 1.9 gigahertz and 2 MB cache, which is based out of an Intel Celeron 10th generation processor specification. Apparently, and this document would confirm that Dell was part of the justification process. So it's not just a verbal, okay na yung 1.8 kasi mas mabilis yung 1.8 sa 1.9. That will belie, your claim will be belied by this document na nagsagutan din kayo, nagsulatan. And this is signed by Michael Vedwa, Head, Dell Global BB, Singapore, Changi Business Central Park, Changi City, Singapore. Are you aware of this letter, or is
Honor,
Michael Vedwa part of the internal conversation, corporate-wise, within Dell Technologies, that there is a need to justify the downgrading, if downgrading is the proper term, from 1.9 to 1.8 to enable the transaction to proceed? Are you aware of this?
Your
Mr.
Honor,
Ronnie?
I'm not aware of that letter.
You're not aware, but are you familiar with the name Michael Vedwa?
Yes, Your Honor, he's part of our team.
He is your junior
Part of,
officer, or because the address is Changi, Singapore. So he's your, what's your
Yes,
relationship with Mr. Vedwa?
He is one of our managers who help us cover the Philippine market.
So he is not part of the distributor marketing network, which which you previously specified as not part of the internal Dell team. So siya ay part ng Dell, and he is authorized to answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you ever consulted by Mr. Vedwa?
Not regarding this letter, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Vedwa authorized to sign a letter in behalf of Dell?
For communications with the partners, yes, Your Honor.
Partners
as
would
regular
mean
communication.
partners.
Distributors are
No, but
distributors and are. Is
he
it?
answered a query coming from Attorney Uwayan of PSDBM. So PSDBM is not a distributor.
Yes.
PSDBM is can be considered, kanina nga pinag-uusapan kung principal or agent, an end user now. So is he authorized? Is he authorized to reply?
I am not sure, Your Honor, on the nature, depending on the nature of the letter.
Ito na nga, sinasabi niya rito na we will be providing you a copy. And you can ask Mr. Bedwa. So,
Yes.
may I ask Attorney Wayan, sumulat po kayo sa DEL, kanino niyo po in-address yung sulat? Kay Mr. Bedwa or kay Mr. Ronnie?
Mr. Chairman, what would be the date of the letter?
The date of the letter is, the date of the reply is June 21, 2021.
How about the date of the...
Date of the letter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Regarding your letter, dated July 2, 2020. Would you like us to furnish you a copy of this letter? So
Yes,
you can,
Mr. Chairman, so that I can see.
The General Counsel is directed to hand this letter over to Attorney Wayan to refresh his memory. Pero babawiin natin yan. You can have the letter. You can scrutinize the contents of the letter as well as the answer. So tanungin kita, sino ang sinulatan mo? Si Mr. Ronnie o si Mr. Bedwa?
Not Mr. Ronnie. I think it's Mr. Bedwa.
Mr. Bedwa. Bakit kilala mo si Mr. Bedwa? Bakit dati ba kayo nagsusulatan o nakaharap mo na ba siya ng personal?
No, Mr. Chairman. I asked around kung sino pwede ko sulatan sa DEL regarding the inquiry that came to my mind with respect to the
Applications.
chipset.
Mr. Bedwa is based in the Philippines or in Singapore?
That I do not know, Mr. Chairman.
Paano ka nakasulat kung hindi mo alam kung saan papadala yung sulat? Sa Singapore o sa Pilipinas?
Email, Mr. Chairman.
Email. But the address there in that letterhead is Singapore, Changi Business Park. Confirm, sir? Nagsulatan kayo? Exchange of communications transpired?
Via email, Mr. Chairman.
That's not an email. Hindi yan post office ba yan? Natanggap mo?
No, I think I wrote an email and this is an attachment, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so again, what prompted you to write that letter? What prompted you to have that idea that from 1.9 you go to 1.8 gigahertz?
Just to confirm the specifications, Mr. Chairman, regarding the requirement of DepEd from 1.9 to MB cache with the product offered by the JV, which is 1.8 for MB cache. I just wanted to confirm if the chipset is superior or not with respect to the overall functions.
So, kinonfirm mo sa kay Mr. Bedwa kung yung capacity ng 1.8 ay mas superior sa 1.9 based on a communication coming from DepEd.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Saan galing? Kaya nga yung tanong ko, what prompted you?
When I saw the offer that it was 1.8 for MB cache and the requirement was 1.9 to MB cache, I wanted
So
to...
offer now of the suppliers. Ito na yung mga bidders, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We will go into that. But you confirm the contents of that response coming from Mr. Bedwa.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Let the records reflect that Attorney Wayan just confirmed a response letter coming from Mr. Bedwa of Dell Technologies in response, again, to his prior letter dated July 2. I'm speaking from my memory, 2020. Please note that as part of Exhibit B, we're now C, because that's a private corporation. C, sequentially marked.
Mr. Chairman, clarification lang, tungkol din dyan. At that particular time, si Attorney Uwayana was the head of the PSDBM. Tama po, no? Wala.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, as the head of the PSDBM, you showed initiative to research on a topic under contention, a topic in issue. Nag-inisyatibo ka pala to search the internet and ask, and you reach the Dell laboratory person in Singapore. Ganun po ba yan nangyari?
I wanted to be sure on the specifications, Mr. Chairman, since it is allowed under 9184, if a product is no longer available, the supplier can offer an equivalent that should be more superior or superior rather to the previously outdated specification. I just wanted to be sure on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yun na nga. Can I pursue my line of questioning, Mr. Chairman? Medyo pasok na ako doon sa specs eh. Mr. Chairman, okay lang? You will allow me kasi topic.
Is this germane to the...
Yes. Kasi so, ang sinasabi kasi, yun yata ang pagkakamali. Ang sinasabi na magiging obsolete na ang 1.9 gigahertz base speed and 2 MB cache or 1. Meron bang ganun? Konsepto na magiging obsolete na? Are we kayo po naging hope because nangyari rito, your agent and principal at the same time, and then unfortunately for you, ikaw na ngayon ang head ng ano. So, sa mata ninyo, yung sarili ninyong specs, na nagkamali kayo, sabi nyo, because magiging obsolete na. Magiging obsolete ba ever ang 1.9 gigahertz base speed minimum? Will that ever become obsolete? Can somebody, Attorney Uwayan, answer me as a lawyer and head of and then mga technical people, can you answer me kung minimum? Actually, yung request for quotation ninyo, mayroon pang greater than sign eh. Ang basa ko nga dun, greater than or equal to. Mr. Chairman, yes.
Senator Pimentel, with your indulgence, we have here an expert witness. The committee invited is we can have
Pero Mr. Chairman, pasagutin
Yes.
muna natin si Atty. Uwayan kasi siya tinanong ko para lang doon tayo kay head agent Malyari. Sige, si Atty. Uwayan, sir, kung pwede. Mr. Chairman,
May I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Si Atty. Uwayan.
Yeah. First, Mr. Chairman, I never said it was obsolete. I said that I wanted to check if the offer is superior to that of the indicated technical requirement. And second of all, part of the terms of reference of the DepEd was that the product must not be in an end-of-life stage. And upon reading my research, the 1.9 was actually discontinued by Intel as early as December 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
So thank you. Kasi nga, yung mga computer, di ba, may Intel inside na may logo yan. Ang problema natin, sa mind natin, Intel inside. Intel lang, yung specs ba natin, sinabi, Intel dapat ang processor? So ang next question ko sa mga expert, Intel lang ba ang nakakagawa ng 1.9 gigahertz or faster na processor? Intel lang ba? Yun yung tanong eh. Attorney Uwayan, answer me first before sa expert tayo. On the law muna. Intel po ba ang kailangan na processor? Is it required the Intel?
No, Mr. Chairman.
No, tama. It's not.
Bawal po yan sa 9184.
Correct. Correct. But it's the Intel Celeron processor which is about to be discontinued. So very branch specific po yung ating mga salita ngayon, di ba? So be very, very careful kasi aware din kami. Alam namin na hindi ito about Intel. So can tech people help me understand, Intel lang ba ang kayang gumawa ng microchip or processor na may base speed na 1.9 gigahertz? Sige, Head Agent Malyari.
Before that,
yes, Chairman.
before that, there probably would have to be a reconfirmation here, but a confirmation was already made, and I think this is very vital to this hearing and outcome determinative of this investigation. One, and Senator Pimentel and my other colleagues can make the follow-up questions directed to Attorney Wayan and all the DepEd resource persons present virtually or physically. Sa sulat po ng DEL ni Mr. Bedwa na tinanggap na totoo in response to the letter coming from DepEd noong July 2, 2020, sumagot si Del. Ito, pinakita sa iyo kanina, di ba? Ito rin yun, hinawakan mo, nandito pa yung fingerprints mo. So, in response to that letter, sumagot na pwede raw yung 1.8 na pamalit ng 1.9. Ito na yung pinag-uusapan nyo ni Senator Pimentel. Confirm na yan. Mamaya, tatanungin natin yung expert witness. Subalit, ito yung tanong ko. Yung letter ninyo ay July 2, 2020. Ito, ginuhitan ko na. Sinulatan ko pa. Ang sagot sa inyo ng DEL ay June 21, 2021. Di ba ho? Subalit, yung pondo nitong transaksyon pinag-uusapan natin ay Bayanihan 2. Yung Bayanihan 2 ay September 2020. Ang letter ninyo ay July 2, 2020. Wala pang source ng pondo. Nagtatanong na kayo. Paano nangyari po yun? Hindi pa namin inaaprubahan yung Bayanihan 2, ay inunahan nyo na kami na tungkol dito sa 1.8, 1.9, bakit nyo alam na mag-a-approve kami ng Bayanihan 2? Hindi pa kami nagmi-meeting, hindi pa nagsisesyon. Wala pang tinawag na special session noon ang Pangulo. Hindi pa kami nagpupuyat dito. Ang July 2 ay pasimula pa lang ng pandemic. February, March, hindi pa nagla-lockdown tayo. So, Bayanihan 1 pa lang tayo. Subalit, itong source ng lahat nito, ng pinag-uusapan natin, ay Bayanihan 2. Bakit nauna pa kayo sa Bayanihan 2 na hindi pa naaprubahan? Nagtatanong na kayo kung po pwedeng palitan yung 1.9 at 1.8. Nahulaan nyo ba na magbabayanihan 2 kami nung September? Kaya sumulat na kayo ng July 2, 2022. Clarify nyo nga yan. Kasi
Mr.
naunahan
Chairman,
nyo po ang Kongreso.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed.
Go ahead.
I believe the date is a typographical error. In the first place, when...
Admitted under oath na tama
Yes,
ito.
Mr. Chairman, I agree to the content.
And part of the content is the date. In fact, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth word in this communication, sabi mo, email, is July 2, 2020. So wala pang Bayanihan 2. Alam nyo na yung source of funds, alam nyo na kung magkano, hindi pa nagkakaroon ng batas na pinag-uusapan itong Bayanihan 2. So nauna pa kayo sa Kongreso. I-clarify mo nga
Yes,
yun, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify the date, I believe it's a typographical error based on the following. First, when I joined the PSDBM, I was a division chief, procurement division chief. So I could not have sent that letter on the year indicated therein. That's the first. Second, I do not know about the measure of Congress with regards to the Bayanihan Act. Third, the letter was sent via email, and if the DEL can confirm it, what was the email address used? I believe the email address used is the OED email. That would corroborate the fact that although the date indicated 2020, it's actually 2021, and it's mere inadvertence on my part not to check the date.
So what you're saying now is contrary to your previous statement that you affirm the veracity of the contents of this response. There was a mere typographical error, but can you without violating the Data Privacy Act, can you retrieve that email communication you adverted to a while ago? Nandun lang yan, matetrace yan kung 2021 nga o 2022. Kung meron nga talagang typographical error. When were you during this date? July 2, 2022. Saan po ang pwesto nyo sa gobyerno?
I would be the OIC Executive Director at that time, and the email used would be the OED email or the official email of PSDBM or my official email as the Executive Director of PS. And Mr. Chairman,
Teka muna. So ang lumalabas dito na mali, ang datos, ay ito si Mr. Bedwa ng DEL. Mali ang ano niya, mali ang paglagay niya rito ng July 2, 2020. Yun ba lumalabas dito? Si DEL ang mali. Kasi nilagay niya 2020. Kinorek mo ba yun? Mr. Bedwa, mali yung letter mo. Wala pa naman bayanihan to. Hindi naman natin mahuhulaan kung may bayanihan to. Yun ba? Sumagot ka ba doon o inayaan mo na lang to?
could not remember the date, Mr. Chairman. I was reading at the body, the content of the letter. I did not see the date, but what can confirm the actual dates of the sending and receipt would be the email used, Mr. Chairman.
This committee with a copy of that without violating the Data Privacy Act, because this is very vital. I just mentioned ago, this will be outcome determinative. Itong date na to, naunahan nyo pa yung bayanihan to.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, that it can be confirmed by either from the PS side or from the DEL side as to the exchange of communication.
Hindi, DEL na nga galing ito eh. Sa DEL na nga galing ito kay Mr. Bedwa.
I was referring to the email, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, if you can provide this committee with a copy of your email, the email that you're referring to, it would be of great help because you're under oath. Senator Pimentel.
Testimony ba ni Attorney Uwayan, di ba you sent an email and then yun ang sagot? Baka nga naman yung sumagot sa'yo na mistype niya yung date of your email, di ba? So, can you still access that email or kay Attorney Santiago na tayo hihingi ng copy of that email?
I no longer have access to that email, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so Attorney Santiago, is there a way? Because he was already ED. Si Attorney Uwayan was the ED of the PSDBM at that time, so he used official email daw. Can we access that? That particular email, kasi kawawa naman si Attorney Uwayan na-accuse siya na antedate niya, pero baka nga naman nagkamali yung sumagot. Hindi naman siya nagkamali na yung sumagot eh. So
Your Honor, I'm not accusing. Sinundan ko lang itong letter.
Kasi nga,
don't misinterpret me, Attorney Wayan. I'm not accusing you of anything.
No, it's okay,
Sinundan
Mr.
ko lang
Chairman.
itong records eh.
I do not mind it at all.
because si Attorney Uwayan kasi had the chance when you examine the document na ano mo sana na point out mo yun na mali yung date according to the DEL person who sent you the reply, na mali yung pagka-date niya ng letter mo. Hindi ka nag-react kaya akala namin tuloy ganon. But basta the best evidence would be the email itself as well as yung date stamp niya. So is it possible for...
Yes, Your Honor. The office is using the same email
ayan,
address, Your Honor. So we can provide and trace the email as
Sige po,
In the next hearing, can we have that or even before?
Pwede siguro yung instruct na ngayon office,
Yes.
no? Can somebody in the office
I will do that now, Your Honor.
access it? Or are they allowed to access it and they just retrieve that email for the date?
Yes, Your Honor. I will do that now, and Your Honor, Mr. Chair. I
Thank
will
you,
do that.
Attorney Santiago. Before we digress to another topic, we can now have the expert witness here at Attorney Agent Palmer Malyari, the director of the Cybercrime and Assessment Center of the National Bureau of Investigation. Tell us briefly about your personal circumstances. How long have you been tech savvy? Head of Senator Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Senator Pimentel. I am Head Agent Palmer Malyari. I am currently the head of the Cybercrime Investigation and Assessment Center of the NBI. My office actually oversees and supervises the operations and affairs of the Cybercrime Division and the Cyber Research Division. With your question about I've been with the Bureau for 29 years. I was in 2001, I was the Executive Officer of the Anti-Fraud and Computer Crimes Division and the first Chief of the Cybercrime Division in 2009. Now, it's a good thing that we will be made to clarify here because the thing is, my office is not in a way involved in the investigation of this case.
No, we're not going to that. Ang tanong ko simple lang na yung para maintindihan din ng ating mga kababayan, yung tanong din ni Senator Pimentel kanina, ito bang 1.9 ay pareho nung ano yung ba magagawa ni 1.8 ay kayang gawin ni 1. Yung gagawin ni 1.9 kayang gawin ni 1.8 at pareho ba yung kapasidad nito lalong-lalo na kung bumaba yung 2 terabytes naging 1 terabyte. Pareho ba yon o sa simpleng salita, yung bang nabili na iba ang specifications ay pareho ba doon sa original sa pagdi-deliver ng mga guro ng tamang lesson plans sa mga learners o sa mga mag-aaral? Yun, i-simplify na lang po natin sa ganon at mamaya siguro meron pang tanong si Senator Pimentel o mga ibang colleagues. Naka-flash dito sa screen. Ito yung...
Mr. Chairman, sinasabihan ko lang si Agent Malyari, kaya ka nga in-invite kasi hindi ka nga involved sa investigation na to. So yung kaalaman, yung technical na kaalaman, parang friend of the committee ka. Tama ba, Mr. Chairman? Parang friend of the committee. Opo.
So yung tanong ko, naka-flash sa screen na yan, yung presyo nung 2 terabytes ay 35,000, naging yung compared to 1 terabyte, tapos binago, naging 1 terabyte ulit, 53,000. So yung kapasidad ba na i-deliver yung pangangailangan ng mga mag-aaral galing sa mga guro ay pareho?
Yun po ang gusto kong sabihin kanina eh. Ang amin pong expertise po, it's actually a confusion. We thought that we were invited in our capacities as cybercrime investigators po. Iba po kasi yung cybercrime investigation and computer hardware po. Ang amin pong Digital Forensics Laboratory, ang division sa NBI, na merong specialization po as far as computer hardware is concerned. Meron po kaming very sound understanding of computers and how it works and the internet. Pero ang specialization, considering that we want to offer...
You're not qualified as an expert witness.
Not an expert on the quality and inferiorities or superiorities of computers and hardwares, so Your Honor.
We will dispense with your presence here.
You are still the friend of the committee. Okay.
So we will have another expert witness. I'm sorry to have invited you here. We'll let you go. Special Head Agent Palmer Malyari will seek the presence of another witness.
Sa TV ka na lang namin mapapanood. Sige, sir. Sige, sir. Thank you.
Pimentel, you have a follow-up question?
May mga text siguro, may mga ibang text siguro. Siguro itong is advanced solution present? Mayroon bang si advanced solution? Wala. Online, advanced solution?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Your Honor, good morning.
Okay. You offered another brand, di ba? HP, Hewlett-Packard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ito lang para sa kaalaman ko lang. Ano ang processor niyan? Intel
Sir?
What is the processor of HP? Specifically the one you offered. Intel din po ba? Intel?
Yes, Your Honor. Intel din po.
Okay, so when we talk about processor, wala na bang ibang choice? It's always Intel?
No, Your Honor. There's another manufacturer of processor, sir.
Correct. So when Intel says that that 1.9 gigahertz base speed chipset with a 2 MB cache will be soon discontinued, the other, tanong ko na lang ito, ma'am, the other chipset maker may not discontinue that, di ba? Can still continue that.
Yes, Your Honor. Also to add, in
Laksan
fact,
mo, ma'am. Di ka marinig eh.
Yes, Your Honor. The other manufacturer do have compliant. In fact, sir, even Intel, meron po siyang uh, non-phase out at compliant na processor.
Faster than 1.9.
Yes,
And
sir.
slower than 1.9. Ganon nga po yung argument. But that's the Intel nga, that's the Intel brand. Ang gusto ko lang sabihin, there is another, you can never say that the 1.9 gigahertz base speed will soon be discontinued. Intel may say that, but we cannot say that of the entire computer world. Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor. Tama po.
That's Intel's plan. The Intel's plan, hindi yung plan ng all the manufacturers of microprocessors. So anyway, that's established, and that is actually one of the probably root cause of the problems here is yun na nga, we had Intel inside, even in our minds, Intel inside ang nangyari. Napasok na talaga tayo. Si Director Abanil, di ba? You're expert, sir, sa hardware, Director Abanil. I'm assuming.
Well, ang specialization ko is actually software, Your Honor, but I do know hardware.
But yung mga basic na ganito, yung mga base speed, mga Intel, you know this. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Sige, can you guide, as a tech guy na lang, guidance. So, yung mga pinagsasabi ko nga na, if Intel tells you that this 1.8 gigahertz base speed microprocessor combined with the 2 MB cache siguro, hindi ko alam kasi kung combine niya, will soon be discontinued, yun lang ba yung mundo natin? It's just the Intel world? Or we can say that meron pa. This 1.8 gigahertz base speed plus 2 MB can still be continued by other manufacturers.
Tama po yan, Your Honor. Meron naman tayong mga ibang manufacturers sa chipset, for example, AMD. Pero in the case of this project, ang nasa harap po namin, ang in-evaluate namin was the Intel processor.
Yeah, but you did not require Intel processor, but all the interested parties, the bidders, were using Intel processors. Tama?
That's correct, Your Honor. At least the ones that were reviewed for post-qualification were Intel processors.
Yeah, you did, but hindi required the Intel processor.
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Klaro yan, klaro. At saka, klaro din na when we say 1.9 gigahertz base speed plus 2 MB chipset, you wouldn't mind na higher yung base speed at higher din yung cache na capacity. Tama? Because minimum ito minimum. You will not violate specifications na written na ganito ang pagkasulat, 1.9 gigahertz, 2 MB cache. You will not violate that if you bid for a laptop with more than 1.9 gigahertz base speed and more than 2 MB cache.
Hindi naman, Your Honor.
Correct, because minimum, tama, as written. Okay? But questionable na if you supply lower than what is written and you just argue na merong overall performance index na mas magaling yan. Diba? Kasi the overall performance index or measurement is not part of the specs.
Pwede ko ba explain kung ano yung performance ng processor, Your Honor?
Sige, para lang sa Mr. Chairman, medyo technical. Pwede okay lang sa iyo? Technical. Yes, sir.
Before we are still awaiting for the arrival of Attorney
Bragado.
Sige.
Bragado,
but sige. Next in line would be Securities and Exchange Commission as well as the BIR.
2 minutes, the Director Abanil. Sige po.
Sige, Your Honor. As a form of analogy, Your Honor, ang processor kasi is ito yung 1.9 gigahertz versus 1.8, no? Similar yan sa, for example, ako isang tao, may mga papel ako dito sa harap. Ang processor speed is gaano ako kabilis magkuha ng mga papel. Whereas yung cache is gaano kalapit. For example, nandito yung papel sa harap ko. Kung hindi naka-cash, nasa kabilang room. So kung even if mabilis ako magkuha ng papel, no? Pero kung nasa ibang room, malayo, babagal pa rin compared sa nandito sa harapan ko yung mga papel. So that's actually the difference between 1.9 gigahertz na base speed with 2 MB cache versus 1.8 gigahertz base speed with 4 MB cache. Mas mabilis pa rin yung 1.8 gigahertz base speed with 4 MB cache. Dahil nga, mas malapit yung mga papel. Even so, mas mabilis yung ako magdampot ng papel.
Magandang analogy, pero kaya pala i-capture sa specs. Ba't di sinulat? Kaya nyo, ang analogy mo, kaya mong na-reduce mo into spec stock or tech talk. But ang nakasulat sa specs, 1.9 gigahertz, 2 MB cache. Diba? So I think it's not in the base speed ang problema, it's in the cache. 1.9 gigahertz, 4 MB cache would be better than 1.8 gigahertz, 4 MB cache. Correct or not correct?
Sorry, Your Honor. 1.8 gigahertz and 4 MB cache would be better per certification ng Intel against the 1.9 gigahertz 2 MB cache.
Oo nga, pinalitan ko nga yung 2 MB cache. Sinabi ko nga 1.9 gigahertz, 4 MB cache would be better than 1.8 gigahertz 4 MB cache.
Yes, Your Honor.
Correct.
Yan.
So kaya eh. You can reduce yung analogy mo to tech specs. Oh. Yun sana ginawa ninyo. Ginawa 1.9 gigahertz 2 MB cache para pahirapan ang buhay. O isubmit nyo 1.8 gigahertz 4 MB cache. Ipapalusot kayo namin. That's the problem. Kasi sasabihin nyo, it's better. Oh, but you could have made it better in writing. So, well, anyway, we will discuss this na, we will put this in our final report. Yes.
That remains to be answered. Pwede naman ilagay, di ba?
Pwede namin ilagay, Your Honor, if during the pre-bid conference, nag-express yung mga bidders na hindi nila kaya yung 1.9 2 MB cache. But in this case, walang nag-express the bidders. And then it went into the post-qualification phase where we had to make that.
Correct. Kasi nga, that's minimum. And you could offer better. And maybe somebody offered better. But somebody argued better. Iba yun eh. Iba yung somebody offered better, complying with your paper requirements. Iba naman yung somebody did not comply with paper requirements but argued better and convinced you that it is better. Iba yun. Dito tayo pumupunta ngayon. That's why we will find out if the law, both in letter and spirit, was violated. Yun po yung ating, actually, yun ang purpose ng hearing na ito. Diba? I mean, sayang eh. I mean, balik na naman ako doon sa aking mga pinagsasabi na sayang eh, 1.9 gigahertz for MB. O ano, yun ang minimum ninyo. Di wala sana tayong problema ngayon. Si 1.8 gigahertz to 4 MB, hindi maka-argue na I'm better than that. O, di ba? Kasi imposible. So it's a matter, Mr. Chairman. So ano na, we can proceed now with the other.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. I was just informed that Attorney Bragado is on his way to the Senate together with some members of the DepEd family. So padating siya. Working lunch naman ito. So we'll proceed. Papunta na tayo doon sa bidding process. But before that, we'd like to ask the Securities and Exchange Commission. Sino ba sa SEC nandito?
Yes, Your Honor. We have online three representatives from SEC, Your Honor. Assistant Director Gonzales, Attorney Lacanaria, and Ms. Macapagal.
Nag-out na sila?
Yes, Your Honor. Earlier.
So who will be the head spokesperson of the trio?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Attorney Algin Lacanaria po. I will be speaking on behalf of the SEC.
Can you turn on your video?
Yes po.
Wala pa. We cannot see you. Turn it on. Just turn it on.
I'm turning it on na po, but I think there's a technical problem with my desktop. Can you see me na po?
Wala. We cannot see you. What about the others? Magkakatabi ba kayo? Baka...
Sir, I'm the only one present po. Assistant Director Isma has some other my previous ano po siya commitments.
Yes. Ito yan. Simulan natin.
Yes po.
And PSDBM, DepEd can help us through navigate this. Nagkaroon tayo ng bidding dito. So sa bidding, sino yung mga nag-participate? To your recollection, PSDBM? Sino yung mga nag-participate dito?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's Advanced Solutions, Inc.
Advanced Solution. Are you here present? Advanced Solutions? Ay, yung babae. Yes. Who
and
else?
A joint venture partnership, Mr. Chairman.
Composed of?
Composed of 3 entities.
Namely?
SunWest, LDLA, and VST.
SunWest, LD?
LDLA.
Mr. Chairman, can we have the complete name of that SunWest? Kasi marami yatang SunWest eh. Dito sa JV na ito. Coming from Director Owayan. Complete name ng company. Complete and correct official name. Kasi may napansin din kaming may switching of some words eh.
SunWest Construction and Development Corporation, LDLA Marketing and Trading Inc., and VSTECS Philippines Inc.
Thank you for that, Attorney Wayan.
About itong Golden Power Mills. Was this involved? Golden Power Mills.
I'm not aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I believe probably they participated but was disqualified upon opening.
What about Eradinus?
My same answer, Mr. Chairman. Probably they participated but was disqualified during the bid opening.
So let me backtrack again. The members of the BAC are the following. PSDBM, how many representatives?
4, Mr. Chairman.
4. DepEd, how many representatives?
1, Mr. Chairman.
1. So you outvote DepEd by 3. So let me go over the bidders. ASI, I think the lady is present. ASI, was ASI disqualified? Isa na lang magsalita sa back kasi siguro PSDBM na lang kasi 4 kayo eh. Was ASI disqualified? PSDBM? Who will answer for PSDBM?
If I may use, Your Honor.
You are?
I am the back chairperson,
yes.
Your Honor.
Was ASI disqualified?
That's right, Your Honor.
Because?
Because non-compliance to the list of technical engineers and also the ballistic bags.
But I think this was contested by ASI. A motion for reconsideration was filed. ASI, are you around? Alin ba ang
Yes,
ASI?
Your
ASI?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
So na-disqualified kayo because you failed to submit some requirements. Tama po ba yon?
Actually, sir, the requirements were submitted. Unfortunately, it was not to their liking, sir.
Was not to their liking. So discretion was used? Ganun ba yon?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
And what was the next step that you made?
After we received the post-disqualification, Your Honor, within 3 days, we submitted our motion for reconsideration.
What happened to the motion for reconsideration?
Your Honor, after more than 7 days, the motion for reconsideration was denied.
And do you confirm this, PSDBM?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The denial was based on?
The denial was based on the voting of the back members.
So you outvoted. Was there any member of the back that supported the reversal of the earlier decision?
Can I go just look at my records? Sir?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir.
So anong naging score dyan?
Okay, sir. For the first ground, Your Honor. So ang kanyang for the first ground, sir, the back members voted not acceptable.
Score of? This is no longer confidential.
Three not
5-0?
acceptable and 1 acceptable.
3-1.
Yes, sir.
1 abstained.
That's right, sir.
So 1 in favor of ASI, 3 against, and 1 abstain. And the major grounds given by the majority was that?
Not to accept the the request for reconsideration of ASI.
Because of?
Because the ASI was not able to provide, sir, yung mga requirements.
ASI, you were not able to provide the requirements?
Actually,
Twice.
sir, there was a submission, sir. Your Honor, the certificate
Was late. Is it late?
No, sir. We submitted together with the bid, sir.
So you complied. It was not late. It was timely, and yet it was reversed. It was the original decision was sustained. Am I correct, PSDBM?
Tama po, Your Honor.
So after this, there was a final decision made. When was this?
I think this was June 29, Your Honor.
June 29. But I have a record here, PSDBM, that on April 28, can you clarify this? On April 28, you added additional requirements, and this was discussed during the last hearing, namely, that it must have a single agent for antivirus, data loss prevention, application control, web security, peripheral control connectivity, flip down RJ45, whatever that means, LAN port, and security wedge shape chassis, security lock shut, which was not part of the original specification requirements. So was this not complied with by ASI?
Your Honor, for the technical specifications, Your Honor, okay, can you repeat the questions, Your Honor, please? Thank you.
So, Director Abad,
Your Honor, paki-ulit lang po ng questions, or medyo hindi ko lang po nakuha. Thank you.
Yung addition, mahaba ito paulit mo sa akin. Hindi ko rin ito maintindihan. There were additional requirements na tama po ba ito kaya hindi nakakomply si ASI? Ang daming additional requirements na dinagdag. Ito nga, among them, antivirus, data loss prevention, etc., etc.
Tama po, Your Honor, kung sa mga requirements po, hindi po niya na-comply yung iba po doon.
So, nagdagdag kayo ng bagong requirements, hindi siya nakakomply. Asi, are you still there? Asi?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ito bang mga
Yes.
binanggit kong requirements na comply nyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, PSDBM, na-comply daw naman eh. PSDBM.
I stand corrected, Your Honor. So, nag-comply po sila sa mga requirements. However, hindi po sila nag-comply doon sa list of technical support engineers.
List of technical support engineers. So we are now referring to personnel, people who can provide backup support in case of a meltdown here. So yun siguro ang kulang nyo. Technically meron kayo, pero yung mga engineers na pag nasira, wala kayong listahan daw ng engineers. Tama po ba yon? O na-provide nyo rin yon?
Your Honor, na-provide po namin yon. Ang hinahanap nila, sir, kasi wala po naman dun sa bidding documents. Yung hinahanap nila sa akin during the post-disqualification.
So itong list of additional engineers, wala naman dating requirement na ganon. Biglang sumulpot na lang.
Your Honor, nakalagay lang po doon na dapat meron kang mga engineers na authorized by the manufacturer to support, which we provided list para po, kasi sir, sa Section 7, ang sagot lang po is comply or not comply, and then kailangan nyo po ng supporting documents. Doon lang po, nagbigay lang po kami ng supporting documents. Pero wala po silang hinihinging requirements. Or any, wala po specific.
Yung pangalan.
Opo.
Were the engineers that you have in your list, internally or submitted to the PSDBM, accredited by DEL? Should they be accredited by DEL?
Your Honor, accredited po by HP.
HP, I'm sorry, HP.
Yes, sir.
So accredited sila.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you provided a certification na accredited, tapos hindi pa rin tinanggap. Ganun ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes po.
PSDBM, siguro yun yung pagkukulang nyo rito, hindi nyo na-explain na maigi kung bakit hindi nag-qualify si ASI, and then nagkaroon ng failure of bidding, di ba?
No sir, wala po tayong failure of bidding, sir.
Bidding. Ano yung naging next step ng PSDBM?
So,
nung back.
Sorry, Your Honor. So after po nung ma-DQ namin si ASI, we proceeded po na sa second LCB.
And which resulted in what?
The second LCB was also post-disqualified.
Sino yung second?
That is the Sunwest, LDLA, and VSTX, Your Honor.
Are they present here? We start with Sunwest. Where is Sunwest? Dalawa? Isa lang siguro magsalita. So Sunwest, you were disqualified on what ground? Can you come closer to the microphone? Isa lang kasi yung microphone nyo. Dalawa yung microphone nyo. Bakit pinag-isa?
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lang.
Yes.
I am Adarma Anshi de Alcazar, the president.
Pasensya na po, hindi rin marinig.
Wala po yata.
Hindi, meron. Naka-red na.
Okay.
Speak louder.
Yes, good morning po sa inyong lahat. I am Adarma Anshi de Alcazar, the president of Sunwest Construction and Development Corporation. Doon po sa tanong ninyo.
Parang mahina pa rin eh. Or you can
kain ko na po yung mic.
Please proceed. The others you can take your lunch.
Yes po. Opo, doon po sa tanong ninyo kasi po, doon po sa agreement namin with the joint venture agreement, yung po
Doon sa bidding na disqualified ang SunWest. Why?
As Your Honor, hindi po ako qualified sumagot po kasi po dun sa bidding po, hindi po kami nag-attend. Ang nag-attend po is the partner.
So who can answer for that? Sino pwedeng sumagot doon sa tanong ko?
Yung partner po namin sa LDLA po.
So wala sila dito?
Nandito po sila.
So
Sila po ang nag-attend ng bidding.
So can you answer that?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're not yet into that joint venture stage. Yung sunod.
Actually po, post-disqualified din po kami during po nung demo po regarding
Because
dun
of?
po sa bugs po. Tsaka po dun sa submission po nung sa chipset nga po yung sa 1.8.
Dahil yung bugs nyo, hindi as per specification and yung speed, yung
Yes
speed
po,
naman,
yes, Your Honor.
ano yung sinubmit nyo?
Ang sinubmit po namin po is yung 1.8 po na 4 MB cache.
1.8.
Yes po, Your Honor.
And then, anong company? Ang liit kasi nung sulat.
From LDLA Marketing and Trading Inc. po.
How long have you been engaged in the business of supplying computers, computer peripherals, and other technical gadgets? Meron na kayong nagawang transaction tungkol dito?
Yes, Your Honor. Supply and delivery din po with other agencies po. Pero nung time po na yun, wala pa po ako dun sa company.
And when you say supply, ano naman pong computer company ang pinanggagalingan?
Iba-iba po, Your Honor. Depende po dun sa requirement po ng mga agencies po.
So you're not an exclusive distributor of, for instance, Lenovo,
Not,
Acer.
Your Honor.
So pwede pala yung kahit saan.
Po, Your Honor. Depende po dun sa kung ano po yung requirements po ng isang agency po.
So dito sa bidding na to, ano naman yung pinopropose nyo na computer?
Yung proposal po namin po is Dell po.
Dell.
Yes po, Your Honor.
So you're not an exclusive distributor of Dell. You can source other laptops from other but Dell ang napili nyo?
Hindi ko po masagot yun, Your Honor, kasi po meron pong hindi na po part nung tungkulin ko po yung pagpili po kung sino po yung dadalhin pong vendors po.
So who can answer that? Dell, Mr. Ronnie, are you still around? Mr. Ronnie?
Yes.
The question is, perhaps you can answer this. Do you have an exclusive distributor locally of your product? Or you allow multiplayers to be your distributor per transaction?
Your Honor, we have several distributors in the country who can bid
And
or
the particular corporation I'm referring to, which is what's the name again? What's the name of your company, Mr. Domingo?
LDA Marketing and Trading Inc.
LDA Marketing has been previously accredited with Dell.
They are an accredited. They are an accredited tier 2 resellers, Your Honor.
What's tier 2?
They buy they buy from a distributor. They do not buy directly from. Yes.
They are in effect a sub-distributor. So the second layer na yun.
We call them a reseller.
Reseller.
Yes.
So you, Mr. Froilan Domingo, coming from Dell, you apparently you are a reseller or sub-agent. Sub-agent.
Yes, Your Honor. Reseller po ng Dell po.
So I go to back. Under Republic Act 9184, would it be to the best interest of the government, the end user, that you deal directly with the distributor and not a sub reseller? So ano ba yung requirements nyo dito? Mr. Mora.
Sir, we just based on the submitted requirements of the end user. So doon po kami nagre-rely. We do not require po. Depende po sa requirement, sir. We just relay kung ano po yung offer namin, kung ano po yung requirement namin, kung ano yung i-offer ng any company po. Basta comply po siya dun sa
yung
ano
nangyari
natin.
kasi, yung nag-RFQ, kung sino yung mapagbigyan, kasi tinitingnan namin dito, pag nagpumalya yung pinrovide, halimbawa ni sub-agent, hihingi siya ng warranty dun sa kanyang main agent, si main agent hihingi ng warranty dun sa sole distributor, si sole distributor hihingi ng warranty sa against manufacturing defect. Doon naman sa manufacturer, di ba napakaraming layer na nun? Itong binili kong hamburger, halimbawa, hindi malasa, dinistribute nung isang empleyado rito, sabihin, doon galing sa isa, ang tagal bago marating yung correct specifications kung sino ba talaga yung magre-repair kung pumalya. Tama ba yon?
Tama po naman yan, Your Honor. Kaya nga po meron kaming requirement, Your
So, ang
Honor.
tanong ko, what would be the most advantageous to the government? Di ba pwedeng dumiretso na doon? Dito si Mr. Ronnie?
Your Honor, meron po kaming requirement. Kaya po kasama sa requirement namin, sir, yung technical, mga after-sales service po, like the warranty. Isa po sa requirement namin yung, katulad po nung kanina na binanggit namin, requirement ng on-site engineers issued by the manufacturer, yung certificate po. So parang directly from the manufacturer.
But then again, there would have to be several layers before you impute the liability of the manufacturer in terms of backup technical support. And again, I mentioned the term product liability. Mahaba-haba na yung dadaanan nun. Hindi diretso kayo kina Mr. Ronnie. So, I foresee some changes in our procurement law, Republic Act 9184, because when we say something that it would be to the when we say that it should be most advantageous to the government, the most advantageous step would be to have the manufacturer directly liable, not to go into several legal wranglings involving sub distributors. So siguro ito yung babaguhin natin pag nag-recommend kami dito. But going back again to the bidding process, so Mr. Domingo, you now admit na sub agent lang kayo, disqualified din kayo, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Disqualified din kayo. Who else was disqualified? The next one. BST, ano ba tawag dito? Bistex. BSTESC, Philippines. What was the outcome insofar as that bidding process was done?
Your Honor, I'm a director of VSTEC called VSTech. VSTech is the distributor of Dell.
Distributor of Dell?
Yes, Your Honor. And we are part of the joint venture with
Are you the
LDLA.
sole distributor?
I don't think we're the sole distributor.
Are there other distributors?
I believe there are other distributors.
So no one can claim that you're the sole distributor. There are other distributors.
I believe that there is at least one other distributor, Your Honor.
Can you confirm this, Mr. Ronnie? How many distributors of Dell you have in the country?
Your Honor, for the commercial business, at that time, we had 3 distributors.
So you have three distributors. So is it still open? Can another distributor apply? Prospective distributor? Is there a limit? Is there a cap?
It all depends, Your Honor, on what makes business sense. But like, for example, I mentioned during that time, we had 3. Today, we now have 4 distributors. We just appointed a new one.
It depends on the market needs. So
The size of the market.
It's like the car dealership. You have several ayoko mag-promote ng kotse rito. So you have geographical distributorship which would be exclusive. Di po ba?
There is no exclusivity by geography, Your Honor. It's really more, the product lines and their target segment that they want to serve, the type of resellers and that they want to deal with. So our objective, of course, is to cover the entire market as much as possible.
Yes, that's a good business model. But in your distributorship agreement, do you allow the distributor to enter into an agreement with another sub-distributor? Can you answer that?
I am not sure, Your Honor, because I don't have the details of our distribution agreement.
In your current business practice, will you allow the distributor here, VS Tex, to enter into another distributorship agreement, which would now be termed as a sub-distributorship agreement? Halimbawa, siya, VS Tex, will enter into an agreement with another, if it is a subsidiary or it is another corporation, do you allow that yes, for marketing purposes?
Just to clarify, Your Honor, are you saying that are we allowing a distributor to appoint another distributor?
Correct.
Ideally, sir, the expectation is that our distributors will sell to a reseller who in turn will sell to an end user. So that's the model that we have as far as...
So yung mga reseller, ito na yung mga nasa mall, ito na yung mga may mga tindahan.
They are, for the commercial segment and the commercial lines, sir, the resellers normally are the ones who deal with the end users. The corporations, the end users, the companies, government, that we consider are the end users.
So you're very strict. You're very strict with that scheme because you want to protect the brand of your product as well as the image of Dell, as well as to maintain that consistent marketing and technical support in case there will be a defect, in case there will be complaints coming from the end users. You want to maintain that product integrity. Am I correct?
Your Honor, yes, among other reasons. There are other reasons like logistics, terms and conditions, and others. But yes, you're right. We want some consistency in the market in terms of how we serve the Philippine market.
Yes. So you want to control your distributor in such a way that they would not deviate from your current business standard and practice, right?
As far as
limitado lang 'yon. Limitado lang.
As far as Dell products are concerned, yes, Your Honor. As far as Dell products are concerned.
In this case, will you allow VS Tex to enter into a joint venture? A joint venture. Carrying the name, carrying the tag, carrying the brand, carrying the business model, carrying the marketing practice of Dell.
I believe, sir, that is not something that we decide on. It's their decision, it's their business decision. As I said, we deal with them as a distributor. If they want to enter in a joint venture...
Before they enter into a joint venture agreement, do they get your prior approval?
No, Your Honor. We were not aware.
Akala ko kasi mahigpit kayo. You want to maintain the brand, you want to maintain the product integrity. Ayaw nyo rin siguro ma-involve sa mga ganitong investigasyon, di ba? Kasi nadadrag yung pangalan ng Dell. Kung ano man ang maging outcome nito, baka sabihin ng taong bayan, pumayag si Dell na mag-joint venture, pumayag si Dell na yung 1.9 maging 1.8. So, nawala yung mini-maintain nyo na product integrity.
Yes, Your Honor, we do not stop our distributors. We do not prohibit them from entering into the JV if they choose so. But you're right. Our concern is really to protect our name, our brand,
But business
and
reputation, product reputation to maintain. And it's your responsibility to do that in accordance with what is best for your business. There is such a term as business judgment rule. Of course, this has to be approved by your board of directors. This has to be approved by your other stakeholders, shareholders, etc., etc. In this particular instance, pumayag ba kayo na mag-joint venture itong isa ninyong distributor?
Your Honor, we were not consulted on that decision.
VSTEX, you heard that? Hindi kayo nag-consult sa mother company, quote-unquote, ninyo? Why was this so?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, a distributor, as is known in the rules on how business is done, is an independent actor. Is not an agent of the manufacturer. So VSTEC is actually a distributor on not only of Dell but many other products. That's why it is actually an independent distributor.
Then again, pursuing this line of questioning, you can do whatever you want as long as you maintain that product integrity and you do not involve the company, the mother company, Dell, in this instance, into something that, looking in hindsight, that would result in an investigation such as this, di ba? Na-drag yung pangalan nila, Dell, kasama sa investigasyong ito. So, hindi kaya, Mr. Ronnie, pag yung meron ngayong prospective buyers ng Dell, baka ito yung naimbestigahan sa Blue Ribbon. Ito yung natanong ni Senator Pimentel. Baka pumunta na yun sa Lenovo, pumunta na yun sa Acer, kasi quote-unquote, parang naging tainted yung product ninyo. Hindi ba magkakaroon ng ganong masamang branding kung hinahayaan nyo na lang kahit anong gawin ng isang distributor, yung gusto niyang gawin? O nawala ng control si Mother Corporation as to how the product would be marketed and how the product should be supplied. Isn't it that the most ethical thing to do is for the Mother Corporation to have a semblance of control in such a way that the product will not involve, the product marketing will not be involved in an investigation such as this?
Your Honor, certainly, of course, reputation is of great interest to Dell, and we have a strict process of vetting and evaluating prospective distributors and resellers. So, to your point, yes, and we follow that process strictly. So that's how we do business in the Philippines.
So in this case, perhaps reputation, business goodwill would be at stake. So the VSTEX, what happened here? So you bidded, you were disqualified likewise.
The joint ventures bid was rejected, I understand, Your Honor, for two reasons. One is because the bag.
The what?
The bag.
The bag.
The bag was on first examination. The bag concluded that the bag was not made of ballistic nylon.
Was the bag supplied by Dell?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it failed to conform with the specifications.
Yes, Your Honor. But upon subsequent explanation, we were able to explain, and the bag accepted that the bag was made of ballistic nylon.
What is ballistic nylon? Ballistic kasi for purposes of military terminology is different. What is ballistics?
My common understanding, Your Honor, and not, my first impression was like yours, Your Honor. Okay, so my common understanding is ballistic is a generic description about its ability to withstand certain impacts, so not necessarily bulletproof. So, for example, there's certain traveling bags. I won't
Nabagsak siguro.
Yes,
O
so
nainitan, naulanan.
right.
Yung mga teachers natin nasa mga region, sa probinsya, yun ba yung ibig sabihin nun? I'm trying to help you.
Yes, Your Honor. Let me, for example, Your Honor, there is
But you should know your products.
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
should be able to define and explain what ballistics is.
Okay, so ballistic is a generic description of an ability to tolerate certain impact or shock. Like, I'll give you an example, Your Honor. For example, there is a very expensive line of luggage that's being sold. I won't tell you the brand, I can tell you. And the way they demonstrate is they'll take a knife. They'll take a knife and they'll slash it through the bag, and it will not tear. And it's marketed as ballistic. But it's not bulletproof.
No. Mr. Mora, can you confirm this? They were disqualified because of that ballistics requirement.
That's right, Your Honor.
The definition of ballistics is what?
This is a military, military
Military.
material, sir. Yes, sir. So, I guess, if it's all right,
Saan nyo nakuha yung ballistics? Ba't napunta? Hindi naman kayo nag-supply sa Armed Forces of the Philippines.
Your Honor, yung ballistic bag has been with the Department of Education sa tech specs namin way back pa in 2014, I believe, even before my time.
So what's the definition of ballistics?
It's just a type of material, Your Honor, for the bags.
So this was clear when the bid documents were given to the prospective bidders that this is ballistics.
During the pre-bid conference, Your Honor, it was already ballistics bag ang specifications.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So kung if Mr. Abanil, Mr. Mora cannot define what ballistic is, and even VS Tech, nag-research na lang tayo sa internet. Ito po yung ballistic of a material capable of resisting or stopping bullets or other projectiles. Ballistic nylon. Yan ang example. So, ganun. Ganun ang requirement natin. Mr. Chairman. Bakit umabot doon?
I concur with the gentleman from Cagayan de Oro that if there is no concrete definition, the Webster definition would be the guiding principle here. So, paano maintindihan ng bidder kung ano yung ballistic kung hindi nyo nga ma-explain? Ang explanation ngayon ay yung ability to resist the bullets, projectiles. So, we're referring to a Ukraine situation. So, how will you explain that to an ordinary bidder? Isn't it that the requirement of the procurement law is to make the law understandable on the part of the bidders to ensure that the transactions would be transparent, easily enforceable, understandable, implementable? So again, how many times has the term ballistics been used? In your bidding process experience, for the blazers of the teachers, for the bags of the teachers, if there are bags being supplied, ilang beses na yan?
Your Honor, I do not know with regards to the blazers of the teachers, but with regards to the computerization, way back time pa ni Brother Armin Luistro, they were already using the ballistic nylon bag.
We're not sending them to combat zones. We are precisely having them work from home to deliver modules during the lockdown period. So medyo magulo yon. I think a part of the RA 9184 reforms that we will do after this investigation is really to make the necessary, understandable, easy to comprehend bidding requirements. Napakahirap na maintindihan yon. But going further now, Vistex, when all of these were clarified you entered into a joint venture agreement with whom?
LDLA and SunWest, Your Honor. LDLA and SunWest, Your Honor.
And how come ASI was not part of that joint venture?
They were a separate entity, Your Honor. I understand they...
But you're also separate entities, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're also separate entities.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what would prevent you from involving other bidders to form part of a greater consortium?
Your Honor, we have in fact on previous occasions partnered with ASI also for a separate project, separate bid. But not...
ASI, can you confirm that? Naging partner din daw kayo, ASI?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you were part of previous joint ventures
Yes, Your Honor.
before, okay. May we ask from the back and the PSDBM, ano ba yung mga requirements sa procurement law sa bidding na ito? Track record? Can you lugi ako sa inyo, nakatanghalian na kayo eh. Kaya naglalaro na yung gutom ko rito. Can you provide us with the requirements? Pag bid dito, ano yung mga requirements nila? Elementary lang.
So, first, sir, for the eligibility requirements, sir, Your Honor, una, we require the PhilJEF certificate, and then the business permit.
Business permits?
Yes, and then the audited financial statements, and then the tax clearance.
Tax clearance, coming from the Bureau of Internal
BIR,
Revenue.
sir.
That's why we invited the Bureau of Internal Revenue here. So,
And
apat
then,
lang? Track record?
The
Wala.
PhilJEF certificate, sir.
Hindi, yung track record nila,
Sir, the SLCC, that's what we call, sir, the list of ongoing and private and government contracts. So, ito po yung mga list of ongoing na...
what about the net financial contracting capacity?
The NFCC, yes, sir.
Yes.
That's
So,
also,
kailangan
sir.
yon.
Yes, sir.
So, lima na yung kailangan, and this is part of the IRR of Republic Act 9184. That one other point which you failed to express is that the computation of the bidders and FCC must be at least equal to the ABC to be bid to the ABC, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So, in all of this, how many times have you encountered a joint venture?
Too many to mention, sir, for different projects.
Educate us. Is a joint venture allowed by Republic Act 9184?
Yes, Your Honor. Provided, sir, na magsasubmit po lahat ng joint venture ng lahat ng mga eligibility requirements po.
Specific provision of the law, can you cite? Which specific provision? We can get 9184 here.
Wait lang, sir. Let me just check, sir.
Yes, take your time. Thank you,
Your Honor.
Kung hindi kumain. Is Attorney Bragado here now? On the way na siya kanina eh. Wala pa rin?
For 2-minute suspension, Mr. Chairman. May sasabihin lang po ako sa'yo.
important and would like to propound some questions. Senator Estrada, we recognize you. Your Honor. Comsec, can you call the staff of Senator Estrada? While waiting for Senator Estrada, are there other senators present online who would like to propound questions? Senator Ontiveros? Huh? So we revert again to my previous query addressed to Bach. We allowed you to browse over your documents for 2 minutes. We extended it to almost 20 minutes. So, Mr. Mora, are you now ready to reply?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Okay po, for Your Honor, let me just read, sir. So under Section 23.1 B of the RA 9184 for the Class B document. So for goods valid joint venture agreement, in case the joint venture is already in existence, in the absence of a JVA, the requirement is duly notarized statements from all the potential joint venture partners should be included in the bid, stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the JVA in the event that the bid is successful.
You're referring to the law or the implementing rules?
To the implementing rules, sir.
And you're referring to which section?
Section 23.1.
23.1.
B.
B.
Yes, sir. The Class B document.
Class B documents. For goods, valid joint venture agreement in case the joint venture is already in existence. Okay? So let me stop there. When you refer to a joint venture in existence, is the joint venture in existence prior to the bidding and awards? Or is a joint venture created or come out of existence during the bidding process itself? So how would you define in existence? Should it predate the bidding process? Should it be part of the bidding process? Should it form part of the awards phase? So in existence, let's look at the layman's definition of in existence. Sa Tagalog, umiiral na in existence. Buhay na. Isinilang na. So ang ibig sabihin, nauna si joint venture doon sa bidding. Kasi buhay na. Di ba? So, ang tanong ko, noong bang nagkaroon kayo ng bidding, sinilang na, umiiral na, buhay na, yung joint venture?
Definitely, sir, kasi sa sinabit mo nilang requirements, meron na po silang kalakip na po doon sa kanilang proposals, yung joint venture agreement during the opening, sir.
Nung nagkaroon ng joint venture, meron na. Nung nagkaroon ng bidding, meron ng joint venture.
I suppose so, sir, kasi kasama po siya doon sa requirements, sir. Kasama po siya doon sa sinabit na proposal.
You suppose. Pero di ba dati, nung yung mga pinag-usapan natin kanina, sumali sa bid, tapos na disqualify pa, di ba? Nung nauna. So, nung sumali sila doon sa unang mga bidding, wala pang joint venture.
Meron na po, sir.
Meron na. Please proceed with paragraph B, Class B documents.
Okay, sir. So, in the absence of joint venture agreement, duly notarized statement from all the potential joint venture partners should be included in the bid, stating that they will enter into and abide by the provisions of the joint venture agreement in the event that the bid is successful. Failure to enter into a joint venture in the event of a truck award shall be ground for the forfeiture of the bid security.
So you end there. If I may ask here, Securities and Exchange Commission, are you physically present or virtually? SEC?
Virtual, Your Honor.
Virtual. SEC, are you still there?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Can you wave? Saan kayo, ma'am? Kayo ba yung naka-blue? Yes.
Yes,
Oh.
Your Honor.
So, can you cite some of your personal circumstances? You are, how come there are now two SECs? Sino ba? Sino yung SEC? Yes. What about the other guy? Are you with SEC? This is COA. Siguro yun munang ilabas, palakihin natin yung sa SEC para hindi nakakalito. Can you enlarge her video? Senator Estrada is already around. Your Honor, would you like to interject o patuloy mo muna ako?
I would like to ask some questions to the representative of the Department of Education.
DepEd, though it might not be germane to my line of questioning now,
Yes,
we will
yes,
allow
yes.
Senator Estrada because he has been patiently waiting for the last 8 hours. My dear colleagues. So, Senator Estrada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May I know what is the name of the representative of the Department of Education?
Rector Abanil. Senator Estrada is probably referring to your identity.
Abraham Abanil, Your Honor.
Are you a USEC or ASEC in the department?
I'm Director, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it correct to say that this is the first time that the LDLA joint venture supplied laptops to the department?
This is the first time, Your Honor.
Okay. So before this particular project, the DepEd procured its laptop and IT requirements from other suppliers. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, I have done some research on DepEd's past contracts, and I have encountered the names of ASI, or the Advanced Solutions Incorporated, Columbia Technologies, Red Dot Imaging Philippines, Tech Guru Incorporated, and Girl Techie Incorporated. Are you familiar with these names?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you would be able to confirm that these companies I mentioned have regularly supplied the DepEd with its laptop and other IT requirements. Am I correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Will you agree with me that the intention behind the public bidding is to open up government contracts to more suppliers and to level the playing field?
Yes,
In other
Your
words,
Honor.
the more suppliers are able to participate, the better it would be for our government.
Tama po yan, Your Honor.
And by that same reasoning, you will agree that it would not be in the best interest of the government if we limit the competition.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, don't you think that by consistently awarding these DepEd contracts to these usual suppliers, we are actually limiting competition and discouraging others from joining?
Your Honor, during the projects that we have procured before, lagi namang nag-attend sa mga ano namin, no? Nagsasubmit during bid opening mga 7 to 9 different organizations for the DepEd projects. Ang ano lang, ang nananalo lang is itong mga nasabi nyo, Your Honor, because they have submitted the lowest competitive bids, Your Honor.
You know, my point is that we should be more welcoming of new players, since that would make for a better competition. But don't you think we are discouraging these new players from participating in government biddings if they are being singled out for investigation?
Your Honor, I cannot comment on that, Your Honor.
Why?
Well, totoo naman yan, Your Honor, that any company that's being subjected for investigation would have, of course, damage in their reputations.
Okay. Has any of these suppliers, particularly the Advanced Solutions Incorporated, Columbia Technologies, the Red Dot Imaging Philippines, the Tech Guru, and the Girl Techie Incorporated, been the subject of a COA audit observation memorandum before? you have any idea?
We have been subjected to previous AOMs from the COA, Your Honor, but primarily on timeliness in the submission of documents to the Commission on Audit.
Oh, well, what do we know of these suppliers? Is it customary for your department to award contracts to suppliers it had already previously dealt with like the ASI?
No, Your Honor, we always have gone through competitive bidding with regards to the process of awarding contracts to these suppliers.
You mean to say, could it be that the ASI or the Advanced Solution is only start graping now since it did not bag this DepEd contract?
It's possible, Your Honor.
Okay. For instance, Columbia Technologies, for instance, has been supplying your department since 2013, and the value of its accumulated contracts has amounted to billions. Why has Columbia Technologies not been scrutinized before? And the same thing with Red Dot Imaging and Tech Guru Incorporated. Bakit hindi sila subjected sa mga investigasyon or audit reports? Ano po sa tingin ninyo?
Hindi ko po alam, Your Honor, because hindi naman ho ako yung nag-investigate.
Okay, and I also noticed that there have been several repeat orders made in favor of these suppliers. Take note, The contract cites Section 51 of the IRR of Republic Act 9184. The effect of a repeat order is that it dispenses with the need of undergoing public bidding again. In the case of these suppliers, why did we not just bid for the goods in a single lot? Was there lack of planning here, or was the DepEd deliberately dividing the contract so that it can repeat orders as an alternative mode of procurement?
Your Honor, the decision to divide into lots was primarily a back decision. But if I recall correctly, we decided on breaking it into further lots instead of making it into one lot because medyo worried kami na hindi makapag-comply yung mga suppliers sa NFCC, Your Honor. Kung isang lot.
Does that not circumvent the law against the splitting of contracts? You're circumventing the law.
As far as I know, Your Honor, that's iba yung definition ng splitting of contracts.
Oh, what is your own definition? Because I've been in the Senate for 2 years, I've been mayor for 9 years, so naintindihan ko rin yan.
I would defer sa mga colleagues ko from PSDBM with regards to the procurement law, Your Honor.
Okay, can you just give us a copy of your study with regard to the splitting of contracts?
Sige po, Your Honor.
Okay. That's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Estrada, for your good questions. I hope the DepEd and PSDBM can provide an answer to the last query relative to splitting of contracts. This is also vital for this committee's recommendations. Senator Amy Marcos would like to propound some questions. Senator Amy Marcos, you're recognized. Senator Amy, are you still there? I thought she would be asking questions. Wala na, baka nag-lunch break. So, yes.
Yeah, we will have to pursue the issue raised by our colleague, Senator Jingo Estrada, about repeat orders, yung concepts na yun, at saka splitting of contracts. Maganda po yun kasi meron nga ako nakikita rito na communication from PSDBM to a computer reseller, siguro ang tawag mo dyan, computer reseller, repeat order, pero mga 3,000 units eh. Pero iba to, if not involving involving another, so magandang ano po to, another area for possible amendments to the procurement law. Tinignan namin yung ang repeat order is to replenish goods. Repeat order ng laptop. Bakit naubos si laptop? So we have to get to the bottom of this. Yung ating procurement law medyo
perishable.
Perishable eh.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. But relative to the previous matter which we discussed, ito yung Del, Bedwa, Uwayan Communications. We have here in our possession a copy of the letter signed by Attorney Uwayan, dated 2 July 2020, which you claim earlier that might have been a typo error on the part of the previous sender who replied. I'm referring to Mr. Michael Bedwa of Del, coming from Changi, Singapore. Dito po sa letter na ito, kayo ang sumulat kay Mr. Bedwa na, and I quote, "Dear Mr. Bedwa, we write to inquire on the specifications of Dell 3420 notebook. The required processor project is 1.9 base speed, 2 MB cache. On the other hand, the processor of Dell 3420 is 1.8. In this regard, we would like to ask whether the processor of 3420 can be considered as an equivalent or superior to that required of the project. Considering the urgency of the matter, your prompt response is highly appreciated. Very truly yours, Attorney Uwayan." So, lumalabas po dito na hindi lang po dun sa isang beses na nabanggit kanina na maaaring magkaroon ng typo, yung sabi niyong email. Dito rin po sa letter ninyo, July 2, 2020, yung sabi ko, wala pa ho yung Bayanihan 2. Can you confirm the existence of this letter? And if the General Counsel can have this shown to Attorney Uwayan to refresh his memory.
Mr. Chairman, I confirm that this is the letter that I sent, but
Can you speak louder, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I confirm that this is the letter that I sent. But regarding the typographical error, as you can see, I signed below my name, my designation as the OIC Executive Director 5. So it could not be possible that I would be the OIC Executive Director 5 July 2, 2020, since I was still then a division chief of PSDBM.
So we now have a situation wherein we twice, in 2 instances, typo errors were committed concerning 02 July 2020. Is that correct? Dalawang beses nagkamali ng date. Sino ba ang tigagawa nyo ng sulat? Mali-mali ang date? Dalawang beses na.
Mr. Chairman, probably in the editing of the communications, I forgot to edit the date since I was more concerned on the content of the letter.
So again, you claim that there was a typo error for the second time.
In my letter, Mr. Chairman, I confirm that. It's a typo.
And then the letter of Mr. Bedwa reiterated the same typo error.
I cannot comment on his letter, but it would appear that it was also a typo, Mr. Chairman, considering my designation then and my designation in the year 2020 is quite different, Mr. Chairman.
But you affirm your signature there.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So let the records reflect that the resource person is confirming the authenticity of his signature as contained in the letter dated 2 July 2020. General Counsel, can you retrieve the letter? We now proceed to the security. Thank you, resource person, Attorney Uwayan. We now proceed to Securities and Exchange Commission. Before we stop, can we have the video box of the SEC resource person enlarged so that she can occupy the entire space? Thank you. Oh, nawala. Ma'am, we can see you now. Ang tanong ko po ganito, Ang tanong ko po ganito, narinig nyo kanina na ang sabi ni Mr. Mora, sang-ayon po sa Republic Act 9184 at sa implementing rules ng Procurement Act, the joint venture must be in existence prior to the bidding. Sa customary rules, corporate practice ng Securities and Exchange Commission, ano pong ibig sabihin ng in existence sa joint venture? Dagdagan ko pa para mas madali. I know you are more qualified than most of us here to answer. Is a joint venture required to be registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission to be in existence?
Sir, in our previous opinion,
Ma'am, you can
a joint
remove your
ven-
face mask. Baka ikaw lang naman nandyan nata sa kwartong yan. Hindi naman kami maapektuhan dito. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, in our previous opinion, a joint venture agreement does not need to be registered with the SEC. As long as the articles of the charter of the corporations involved in the joint venture allows them to enter into a joint venture agreement, or that the nature of the venture is in line with their businesses, they can form a joint venture agreement. So they are not required to register with the SEC unless the joint venture agreement will form a partnership or a corporation.
So, there is no requirement to register with the Securities and Exchange Commission unless
Yes, sir.
they form another corporation. Nawala kayo, ma'am.
Yes, sir. That's correct, Your Honor.
So, ang ibig sabihin nun, nagkaroon ng mergers and acquisition. Nagkaroon ng isang, nawala yung iba, otherwise, naging subsidiary po yung iba. Subsidiary corporation na magkakaroon ng bagong board of directors, parang binili yung ibang corporation, isang corporation na lang, di ba? I-register yun. Pangalawa, kung magkakaroon ng partnership. Pag nagkaroon ng partnership, kailangan din i-register sa Securities and Exchange Commission. Pero ang pinaka-importante niyong sinabi, kailangan nyo mag-joint venture kung sila ay may corporate juridical entity, ay allowed doon sa kanilang korporasyon na mag-joint venture, at ang pinaka-importante, yung papasukan nilang joint venture ay in line with their primary purpose as reflected in the Articles of Incorporation registered with the SEC. Tatanungin ko ngayon isa-isa. Sino po yung mga pumasok sa joint venture? Pakitaas ang kamay. Yun. Para tayo nasa school. Unahin natin ang ano po yun na Sunwest Corporation. Do we have a copy of your Certificate of Incorporation? Articles of Incorporation? Here, General Counsel? Are you allowed
Yes,
to
Your
enter
Honor.
into a joint venture sa Articles of Incorporation?
The revised articles of
Revised.
pwede po kami get in.
When was this revised? So, we skip you. Mag-recite naman yung isa. I'm sorry. Lalaktawan namin kayo to get hold of your documents. And number 2, this is ano yung sunod, sir? Ang liit kasi nung pangalan eh.
LDLA po.
LDLA
Marketing and Trading po.
LDLA. Do you have a copy of your Articles of Incorporation?
Kulang po sure, sir, kung Your Honor, kung na-submit na po. Kung may
Meron
submission
kaming
po.
kopya, pero as far as your recollection is concerned, allowed kayo to enter into a joint venture?
Siguro po, hindi ako makasagot po yun
Paano
sa
na yan?
legal department po namin. Sa yung authorized representative lang po para po sa joint venture lang po.
Ayun na nga, bago tayo makapunta sa joint venture, kailangan malaman muna natin kung yung korporasyon nyo ay allowed to enter into a joint venture.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, General Counsel, can we verify from the Articles of Incorporation whether they are indeed allowed LLDA?
Yes,
Ang
Your
alam kong LLDA, Laguna Lake Development. LDLA, I'm sorry.
Yes,
So
Your-
you can refer to your Articles of Incorporation. The same is true with BS we'd like to announce the arrival of the hardworking Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, who just finished another hearing, Committee on Ways and Means.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
dalawa tayong abogado, chance na natin ipa-recite si Attorney Bernas. This is our only chance na ipa-recitation natin ito.
We now go to Attorney Bernas. You represent what corporation?
VS Tech, Your Honor.
VS Tech. Si VS Tech ba allowed sa Articles of Incorporation to enter into a joint venture agreement?
Can't recall explicitly, Your Honor, but if you recall the statement of the SEC representative, she also, as long as it is in the same line of business, Your
No,
Honor.
that's the second requirement.
Right, Your Honor.
That's the second requirement. The first requirement is that you must be allowed. And the second requirement is that if you are allowed to enter into a joint venture agreement so long as it is pursuant to your main line of business. So, one, are you allowed to enter into a joint venture? We have a copy of your Articles of Incorporation.
I'm not sure whether it's explicit in the articles, Your Honor, but with respect, Your Honor, I don't think there is any such restriction anywhere in
Now,
any law or rule.
That's your opinion.
Yes,
But
Your
my
Honor.
question is it
That, Your Honor.
you're not sure? You're
I'm
not
not so
sure.
sure, Your
So number two, what is your main line of business?
The distribution of computer and computer-related products.
Yeah, distribution of computer and computer-related products. What about LDLA? What is your main line of business?
Your Honor, we are a reseller of IT equipments.
The what?
IT equipments, Your Honor.
IT equipments. And IT equipments would refer to anything that would,
Anything regards with the technology po.
technology is a very broad term.
Like
It can be nuclear
servers,
technology,
storage,
solar
computers.
energy technology. What technology?
Your Honor, ano po, regarding po computers, servers po, networks, with regards po from the ano po sa lahat po ng ginagamit po from
Anything
po.
Anything that is part of technology, because
Yes po.
100 years ago, before technology, the definition was magic. Anything that is produced by technology today was magic 100 years ago. Lahat po yon. So, basahin niyo muna yon. What about SunWest? What is your main line of business?
Your Honor, the main line of business is
Sira, Mr. Chairman, sira talagang mic ng SunWest eh. Hindi natin marinig eh.
the primary purpose of the SunWest Construction is a construction business, but we have in our articles of incorporations, we included trading and manufacturing as a secondary purpose.
You mentioned earlier
We
that it was
already have-
revised.
Yes.
When was it revised?
In 2020 and 2021. I don't have a copy of the articles of incorporation right now, but we can submit it.
I think we have a copy here. So, one more pass. One more round. SunWest, are you authorized to enter into a joint venture agreement
Yes, Your Honor.
under your Articles of Incorporation?
Under the articles of incorporation.
So you were able to see the provision that you are authorized, but you were not able to see the provision as to the primary purpose?
The primary purpose is construction.
Construction. Hindi, tinatanong ko yung revised. When was it revised?
It was in 2020 and 2021. We have two revisions for our articles
Okay.
of incorporation.
So, General Counsel, can we confirm that kung allowed sila sa Articles of Incorporation to enter into a joint venture? SunWest.
Your Honor, we have the electronic copies. We're currently reviewing it right now, Your Honor.
What about LDLA?
Or sa amin po, yun nga po yung sinabi ko kanina, familiar po regarding po dun sa
General Counsel, do you
joint
have a
venture.
copy of the Articles of Incorporation of LDLA?
Yes, the electronic copy, Your Honor, yes.
Are they required? Are they authorized to enter into a joint venture agreement?
There is no specific provision to that effect, Your Honor, in the Articles of Incorporation, Your Honor. so far from our review, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun, Sec, ma'am, are you still there? Sec.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, we have here a situation. Can you enlarge, Sec? Yung face ni ma'am? Para siya lang yung sa screen. Okay, so Sec, ngayon lumalabas, we are not yet sure whether SunWest is allowed to enter into a joint venture agreement. Tinitingnan pa. We are not yet sure of Vistex, whether Vistex is allowed. But we are now sure that LDLA is not allowed. What happens now to a joint venture agreement wherein in the troika of corporations entering into a joint venture, one is not allowed? Ultra vires? Ma'am.
It would be an ultra vires act on the part of the corporation who is not allowed by its charter to enter into a joint venture agreement or partnership.
So if it is ultra vires, what is the effect on the joint venture? Because in the joint venture, they shared funds, they shared resources, they pulled perhaps capital into whatever sharing or percentages they had. So what happens to that?
I'm not really in the position to interpret the effect of the ultra vires act of a certain corporation, but as a legal person, it may result into a de facto agreement, joint venture agreement.
So de facto, magdi-define na naman tayo, Senator Pimentel. De facto is a term that would mean temporary, ad hoc, ganun ba?
Sir, de facto joint venture agreement, but I'm not sure if there is such that term, but de facto term means that although the entity is not valid per se, but the action of that entity are considered, the actions of that entity can be considered valid.
The actions would be valid, but the personality probably would be fuzzy, hazy. Yung nakakaduda-duda, ganon, sa Tagalog.
Yes, sir, that is my personal understanding.
Mr. Mora, sa interpretation mo ng Republic Act 9184, meron bang de facto joint venture?
Sir, I'm not familiar with the word, sir, but wala po ako nakikita.
Hindi, yung binasa mo kanina, ito Class B, oh. Class B document, letter B for goods, valid joint venture agreement. Nakalagay ba doon? Valid joint venture agreement, whether de facto or de jure. Meron ba gano'n? Wala, no?
Wala, sir.
Wala. So, dapat talaga yung tunay na joint venture. So, kung
Correct
joint
po.
venture, nawala halimbawa, hindi pa to final, nawala halimbawa si LDLA, kasi wala sa kanyang articles of incorporation, dalawa na lang yung natitira. Dalawa na lang. Kung sakaling isa doon sa dalawang natitira ay hindi rin allowed, isa na lang yung natitira. O wala ng joint venture, isa na lang yun. Eh kung yung nag-iisang yun disqualified pa, paano na yung resulta ng bid? Magkukulaps. Di ba? Tama ba ako doon? Paano pag napunta tayo doon? Nag-award tayo doon sa hindi pala, naiwan na lang halimbawa yung yung Vistex. Oh.
Your Honor, ang amin po kasing requirement is that each partner of the joint venture should submit the respective mga requirements po, like the PhilJEBs, in accordance with Section 8.5.2 ng ating IRR. So lahat po ito, yung mga eligibility requirements, technical eligibility requirements and legal
Cut you
documents.
short. Yon, ni-require nyo isa-isa.
Yes.
Pero pag nag-joint venture na sila, bumuo na sila ng isang entity.
That's correct.
So, isang personality na yon. Yung personality nag-iisa should likewise comply with Republic Act 9184. Di ba ho? So,
Tama po yun.
yung pinupunto ko kanina dito, paano kung yung bumuong tatlo ay hindi pala qualified makabuo ng joint venture? So, nawala yung kanilang personality. So, paano sila magko-qualify? Nakuha niyo, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano na nangyari sa atin ngayon? Na-award natin sa hindi pala kwalipikado. Baka ganun na mangyari. Pwede ba yon?
I'm not aware, Your Honor, pero lahat po kasi dumaan naman sa pag-evaluate ng ating technical working
Hindi,
group.
ang in-evaluate nyo kasi yung isa-isa. Isa-isa. Pero hindi nyo in-evaluate yung pagkaka-merge ba nun, nung tatlo, pagbubuo-buo nila, ay kwalipikado ba sila? Yung pagsasanib nila ay sang-ayon ba sa batas? Dalawang requirement. Dapat nakalagay sa Articles of Incorporation. Pangalawa, dapat sa Articles of Incorporation, yun ang kanilang main line of business. Halimbawa, ang aking negosyo ay gumawa ng pansit, yung pinakain sa inyo kanina. Tapos, ito ang primary line of business ko, pansit. Tapos, sumali ako sa joint venture agreement ng pagsusupply ng nuclear reactors. Isang pansit, isang nagdi-deliver ng mineral water, at isang gumagawa ng ballpen. Yun ang aming line of business. Sumali kami sa supply ng nuclear reactor. Nanalo kami. Paano na yun? Di ba? So, ang gusto ng batas, pag nag-joint venture ka, ito dapat yung expertise mo. Ang expertise ko yung pansit. Ang expertise ng isa, supply ng mineral water. Expertise ng isa, gumawa ng ballpen. Nanalo kami ng supply nuclear reactor o pag-supply ng makina ng eroplano. Ay parang malayo, di ba? So ganito po yung tinatanong ko sa inyo paulit-ulit. Ito bang pagsasanib ng tatlo ay sangayon sa kanilang main line of business? Pangalawa, una pala, ay ito ba ay sangayon din sa kanilang Articles of Incorporation? Hindi pa natin nasasagot yan. But I'd like to ask the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Nandito kayo kanina. Pasensya na, Senator Gatchalian, na-energize lang ako nung pansit. Bureau of Internal Revenue, are you still here? Nandito kayo kanina. BIR? BIR? Nawala? Where is BIR?
Your Honor, I'm here, Your Honor, online.
Hi, BIR. Can you identify yourself?
Your Honor, I'm
Wala ka,
attorney
sir.
from the BAR, Your Honor.
From the BIR. Nasaan ka na? Nawala ka na?
Ay,
Ayun.
Your Honor, I'm connected, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito bang transaksyon ng pag-purchase ng pag-supply ng laptop, kung sakaling may nabuo nga talagang joint venture, sino magbabayad ng buwis? Yung joint venture o yung mga bumuo ng joint venture?
Your Honor, before the income of the joint venture members would be distributed to them. Meron yung joint venture itself, kailangan niya mag-withhold ng tax. Then, yung na-withhold na yun yung i-remit sa BAR.
Teka,
So,
sino mag-withhold sa kanila? Tatlo sila.
The joint venture,
Sino yung dapat yung bang joint venture nire-report sa inyo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Nire-report sa inyo kami, nagbuo na ng joint venture, yung gumawa ng pansit, tubig, at saka nung ballpen.
Yes, Your Honor. Kasi
Nire-report ba sa inyo yon?
the joint venture itself will be considered as a corporation. So may separate entity siya. So,
Pero ang sabi po ni Securities and Exchange Commission, hindi nire-register sa kanila. Ad hoc pa nga yung sinabi kanina.
Your Honor, I think yung ano ata yung sa kanila, di ba? Yung ultra-vires na...
So, tanong ko, ulitin ko what is the percentage of tax that would accrue? Who will pay for the tax? And do you treat the individual members of the joint venture agreement as an individual taxpayer, or should you treat the joint venture agreement as the sole joint venture taxpayer, as a joint taxpayer? At ito yung mas importante. Di ba ho, sir, 2 beses magbabayad yan ng buwis. Yung corporate income tax, how much?
As of now, 25, Your Honor.
25%. Pag share ng dividends, magkano? Pag nag-distribute ng dividends sa corporation, magbabayad din, di ba?
Yes, Your
Sino
Honor.
magbabayad nun? BIR.
Your Honor. Hello? Ay, sorry, Your Honor.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you. Ganito kasi yon. Pag corporation, dapat sabi ni Senator Pimentel, present kayo rito eh. So, pag nag-distribute ng dividends, may bayad din, di ba? Pag dinistribute sa mga shareholders, di ba? O, dito sa joint venture, paano magbabayad yung shareholder? Sino yung shareholders dito? The shareholders per se, per individual corporation? Sino yung liable doon pag nag-distribute? Aralin mo pa.
No, the joint venture itself, Your Honor, will withhold a creditable withholding tax before distributing the income to the members of the joint venture. That creditable withholding tax will be, as for the individual corporations who are members of the joint venture, they may
ang tax mandatory. Teka, babalikan kita, BIR. Huling tanong ko bago si Senator Gatchalian. Joint venture, kayong tatlo. Nung naganap itong joint venture, nagtransa kayo sa PSDBM, DepEd, tapos na, siguro ngayon tapos na, is the joint venture still in existence? Or break na kayo?
Your Honor, for purposes of compliance, the joint venture still exists.
Process of compliance with what?
With the after-sales obligations, Your Honor.
Sales, yung pag mayroong manufacturing defects, etc.
Right. So the liabilities continue, Your Honor.
Yes.
For
But
that period.
what about future transactions? Is this joint venture still in existence with regards to future dealings with the government? Perhaps you want to supply railways, you want to supply other products, di ba? Is the joint venture still in existence?
No, Your Honor.
Do you still transact business? Do you intend to transact business? Or is that a one-time business transaction?
It's a one-time agreement.
One time.
Yes, Your Honor. It's
So
specific to this project.
Yes. So if it is a one-time business transaction, Your Honors, ang ibig sabihin, nagsanib-sanib kayo, isang deal lang, tapos break na tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Subalit, yung ating mga liabilities, kung may sirang computer, ganon-ganon, pananagutan natin yon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero ngayon, walang opisina ang joint venture, wala kayong empleyado,
Yes,
wala
Your Honor.
kayong security guard,
Yes, Your Honor.
wala kayong minimaintain na Meralco expenses,
Yes, Your Honor.
wala kayong minimaintain na tubig, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin, nagkita-kita lang kayo para sa deal na ito. Nagkita-kita lang kayo para sa deal na ito, at pagkatapos nun, tapos na. One time lang.
Yes,
One
Your
time lang.
In legal parlance, Your Honor, that would be an unincorporated joint venture.
Unincorporated joint venture.
For a specific purpose, Your Honor.
O yun. So, babalik ako kay BIR. Paano ka magtatax nito? One time lang pala ito. Pwede na silang maghiwa-hiwalay. Di ba? Hiwa-hiwalay. So, mahirapan si BIR. Mahirapan din si Mr. Mora kasi for back purposes, record purposes, track record purposes, nag-disintegrate na si joint venture. Wala na sila. Para nag-concert lang minsan. Hiwa-hiwalay na yung artista, mga singer.
If I may be of
Go ahead.
assistance, Your Honor. Well, Your Honor, if I may go back to the previous rules, it was a previous rule in the government that if an unincorporated joint venture is awarded, the unincorporated joint venture is subsequently required or encouraged to organize a joint venture corporation. That is no longer a requirement. If a joint venture corporation was created, then that separate joint venture corporation would be a tax entity or a taxable entity. But in an unincorporated joint venture, there is no separate tax entity. So what happens is an invoice is issued by one of the joint venture partner, and I'm talking now of practice, no? This is now the practice. One of the joint venture partners issues an invoice, and that joint venture partner is the one that receives the payment. That before that payment is released, there is a tax withheld by the procuring entity. So that takes care of the tracking by the BIR of the transaction. Now, how the payment is distributed among the joint venture partners depends on how they've related to each other. For example, if one joint venture partner supplies this material and another joint venture partner supplies this service, there will be an invoicing among each other. Yes, Your Honor.
So ang tinatanong ko ganito, yung implication. Nag-joint venture kayo for this particular transaction, huwag naman mangyari. Naisipan ni SunWest na i-dissolve na lang natin tong corporation na to. Naisipan ni LDLA, i-dissolve na rin natin to. Ang naiwan, ikaw na lang. Sino ka joint venture mo ngayon? Ikaw na lang ang liable sa lahat ng dapat pananagutan ng dalawang na-dissolve na.
The rules of the...
Sino nga habulin ngayon ng PSDBM, ng DepEd? Isa ka na lang.
Yes, Your Honor. The rules of the Government Procurement Board require all members of the joint venture to be jointly and solidarily liable.
Yes, but if they have dissolved their corporations,
they can go after anybody.
So,
from anyone.
What do you mean anyone?
Any one of the joint venture partners is
Wala
jointly and
wala na
solidarily
nga
liable.
juridical existence eh. So medyo magulo. So, Your Honor, siguro pagdating ng period of proposing remedial legislation, pag-aralan din natin tong joint venture. Siguro yung joint venture should be really a joint venture agreement of corporations with similar primary business purposes, with 10-year track record to show, and there should be a joint venture bond posted to answer for defects, for product liability. We cannot leave this to chance because there are no specific regulations. And there is a doctrine of piercing the corporate veil. Nakatago, naka-shield lahat yung kung sino man ang part ng joint venture. Ang muka lang, pinangalanan niyo ba itong joint venture? Anong pangalan nito?
There is no specific
There is no name.
Actually,
There
Your
is
Honor,
no name, there is no form. Although there is a limited duration, you deliver the laptops, it will be like a shell corporation, unincorporated. It's like a shell corporation. A shell corporation is just for a one-time transaction. And the shell corporation has no office. Wala kayong receiving clerk, has no joint venture corporation address, you might have an email address, has no structural personality. It only depends on your capital sharing, etc., etc. So, siguro, Your Honors, ito yung pag-aralin natin kung yung joint venture ba ay talagang dapat i-allow. Otherwise, we will be replicating again these investigations, and we might be confronted with more difficult government procurement items. Pagod na po ako, Mr. Senator.
Yes,
Pimentel,
if I can pursue yung mga ano. So, as practice, no? So, in this particular case, PSDBM was required to withhold from the payments, di ba, an amount, withholding tax. Malaki-laki to at sa 2.4 billion, i-total natin yung mga lots, malaki-laki po yon. And then the tax withheld, syempre is attributed to 18. And from the exchange, it's LDLA 10.
Yes,
So pagdating ngayon sa filing ng tax ni LDLA, ang laki ng pwede niyang i-claim. Tama? Ha? Hindi ma-claim ng SunWest or ng BS Tech yun. Tama? Hindi nila makiklaim yung withholding tax, yung tax withheld. It's only LDLA.
Respectfully, Your Honor, that's not really what happens. Is if let's say VS Tech supplied something, we would invoice LDLA, and LDLA would pay VS Tech, and there would be claims corresponding to that transaction.
Withholding agent din siya of the BIR. Meron
Yes,
din
Your
siyang ano. So,
as well as VAT, Your Honor.
meron din siyang, meron din kayong pinahahawakan na, ano bang tawag doon? Tax withheld at source.
Yes, Your
Na
Honor.
form, no?
And VAT, Your Honor.
From LDLA.
Yes, Your Honor.
But still, you can use that in your to subtract from your tax due, whatever, di ba? I-minus mo ngayon yung tax withheld at source.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa inyo po yun. Pero si LDLA, malaki yung kanyang amount sa kanyang certificate na tax withheld at source because it's based on a 2.4 billion contract.
It would be offset, Your Honor.
Ma-offset ba yun? Teka, can you tell me paano ma-offset po yun? Bakit na-offset?
For example, Your Honor, if for example, DBM pays LDLA 1 million, okay, so that would be an income on the part of LDLA. And then if LDLA were to pay VS Tech, for example, 300,000, that 300,000 would be an expense against the income of 1 million. So in the determination of LDLA's net income, it would not reflect a net income of 1 million because it had an expense of 300,000 paid to VS Tech.
Oo nga, pero doon ako nakatingin sa... Anyway, Mr. Chairman, doon ako nakatingin sa tax due ni LDLA. Meron siyang certificate of tax withheld at source na napakalaki.
Right.
So that's why. And he can use that. The LDLA can use that.
Yes,
Tama.
Your Honor, but when LDLA pays VS Tech, he also withholds that tax that corresponds to the payment to VS Tech. So that withheld tax against the payment to VS Tech is remitted to the BIR.
Well, anyway, i-consulta po natin ito sa mga tax experts din. But it's a fact. That is a fact now that since there is no separate personality of the unincorporated JV, sa tax angle, tignan din po natin ito because sa kontrata mga bilyon-bilyon na, the tax withheld at source is attributed to a tin belonging to a corporation belonging to the unincorporated joint venture. So, yung tax angle, pag-aaralan din po natin ito.
Well, let me share, Your Honor, one specific experience I've had with a bidding also where we bid on a joint venture, and when we bid as a joint venture, we informed the procuring entity that we would organize a joint venture corporation after, because we wanted to create that joint venture corporation to create that separate tax entity. After the bid was awarded, the procuring entity told us that they were not going to accept the joint venture corporation because now it was the unincorporated joint venture that bid and not the joint venture corporation. So I'm not saying, Your Honor, that there isn't room for improvement in the rules, but the rules as it is, do provide, I think, quite good protection for the government.
So thank you. And then for another point, Mr. Chairman, sa corporation code natin, andito naman si Sec. Can we get your SEC? Can we also get your reaction? Okay, so ito po muna, di ba? May primary purpose tayo eh. Primary purpose. So Sunwest Construction, VS Tech, maybe as distributor of computers and tech products, LDLA marketing, reseller of IT products. We were informed by the representative now of Sunwest that they amended the Articles of Incorporation to add secondary purposes. So, let us say, just to comply na nasa articles na, pero allowed po ba yun na you're a construction company and now you will now manufacture PPE, you will now sell computers at ilagay mo lang sa secondary purpose. Hindi ba parang law yan na one subject matter expressed in the title? So ganon. So you're a construction company also in the manufacturing of PPEs as a secondary purpose, ma'am, Apanyera? That was done in the articles, but is that in keeping with the spirit of the corporation code?
Sir, please unmute, ma'am. Ma'am, please unmute. Namin kayo marinig, please unmute.
The secondary purposes of a corporation must be in line or incidental with its primary purpose.
Correct. Tama nga yun. Dapat incidental nga. So, in this particular case, we have been informed by SunWest na inamend na nga nila. They can now manufacture PPE and gano'n. And inapprove ninyo. Yun yung tanong ko eh. Na-file po sa SEC. You did not notice anything? Anything not in order?
Sir, we will check pa po our record on this.
See, otherwise, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko sabihin, ang primary purpose mo, this is a multi-purpose corporation. I-declare mo, di ba? Hindi yung, I'm a construction company, but secondarily, I am a PPE manufacturer, I am a distributor of computer. Mali eh. I-primary purpose mo yun, multi-purpose ka pala, if allowed by the SEC, kasi nga you must really state your primary purpose. So medyo may yung pagdating doon sa multi-purpose corporation, nag-aano na lang po ako doon, medyo inaluan ko na ng konting sarcasm yun. Opo.
Senator Pimentel. SEC, are you still there? Securities and Exchange Commission? SEC, ma'am, huwag niyo mo nang i-off. Wala na? Yes. Listen to this. And to the members of the joint venture, apparently upon scrutinizing your articles of incorporation, we found this out just now. SunWest is authorized to enter into a JB under your articles of incorporation. LDLA and BSTES are not authorized under their articles of incorporation to enter into a joint venture, although they may claim a general provision in the corporation code. So between a general provision and a specific provision in the articles of incorporation, the specific provision has primary significance. So ang tanong ko dun sa SEC at saka dito sa, I'll let you reply, Attorney Berna, sa back. Hindi pala authorized mag-enter into joint venture. Sa tatlo lang ito eh. Nag-joint venture. Ulitin ko yung definition ng joint venture pursuant to a Philippine Supreme Court case. Ito po yung Arbach versus Sanitary Wares Manufacturing Corporation, 180 SCRA, 130, 1989. The Supreme Court held the legal concept of a joint venture is of common law origin. It has no precise legal definition, but it has been generally understood to mean an organization formed for some temporary purpose. Temporary lang talaga. But they have to be authorized. They have to be clothed in the articles of incorporation with a semblance of authority to enable them to merge in a temporary capacity and form one temporary juridical personality. But in this case, lumalabas sa articles of incorporation, si SunWest lang ang authorized. Kung hindi authorized yung dalawa, saan mag-joint venture ito? Hindi naman pwede kang mag-joint venture sa sarili mo. Di ba? So, back, how were you able to determine the compliance and the compliance with legal requirements of the three personalities to enter into a joint venture agreement, reaching a point that you recognize a joint venture agreement which one corporation is just allowed to enter into. Di ba gumulo? What happens now? balikan ko yung ultra bires mo. Anong nangyari na ngayon doon sa award kung hindi pala qualified? Hindi qualified. Mr. Mora.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, ang requirement lang po talaga ng BAC for the joint venture is for the joint ventures, dapat mag-submit po sila ng joint venture agreement. Ngayon, kung wala po iyon, dapat meron po silang katulad po nakalagay dito, dapat meron po silang notarized statements na mag-enter sila into joint venture agreement prior to award po or kung naging successful po yung bids. Saka po sila mag-enter into agreement. Ngayon, bawat membro po ng joint venture agreement, lahat po ng kanilang eligibility requirements, legal documents, china-check po lahat yan. Lahat po sila nagsasubmit. Yun lang po ang aming requirements sa BAC.
Requirements in joint venture, nag-submit ba sila ng individual board resolution, nasang-ayon dapat sa kanilang articles of incorporation, allowed sila. Yun siguro yung mga preliminaries na nakaligtaan dito. Di ba? So you learn a lot of lessons here. And on the part of the legislature, we will probably amend some portions of the Corporation Code of the Philippines as well as the Procurement Act, Republic Act 9184. Attorney Bernas, you're trying to say something?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. VS Tech is authorized to enter into joint ventures. It is so stated in 3 of its secondary purposes, Your Honor.
Purpose
Yes,
is
Your
part?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Can you verify that, General Counsel?
I can.
It's really
yes, Your
part.
Honor. I can read
we'll
it
have
for
that
you.
verified.
I can read it for you, Your Honor.
What about LDLA? So hindi kayo kasali? Hindi kayo kasali sa joint venture?
Your Honor, tatanong ko po muna doon sa legal department.
Hawak mo na yung articles of incorporation.
Hinahanap ko
Kahit
po, Your
5
Honor.
oras mo basahin yan dyan, kung wala yan dyan, hindi mo makikita yan.
Checking lang po, Your Honor.
I will give you 10 hours to read that. If you can find that out, show that provision to us.
Not at the moment. Nag-ano lang kami. Buti andyan ang SEC. Siguro the question is really for addressed to the SEC. Lalo na yung sa amendment nga, sir, ng chairman ng SunWest articles. Ang better yata, if you are a construction company and you want to go, ang dami mo ng capital, ang dami mo ng kita, gusto mo mag-PPE manufacturing, mag-subsidiary ka kung gusto mo maging conglomerate na. It's now a SunWest group of companies. Food, pasok ka sa food, pasok ka ngayon sa computer, pero it must be subsidiaries with your main company as the investor or the part of the incorporators. Ganon siguro dapat, hindi yung SEC, I'm SEC, I'm addressing this to you, hindi yung by the mere expedience of adding into a secondary purpose na totally alien to the primary purpose. Medyo may mali, Panyera? Parang hindi ko kasi talaga ma-reconcile din sa utak ko eh. Ano, Panyera, masasabi niyo po?
Your Honor, we will consult with our operating department.
Hindi, ikaw na nga ang friend of the committee na na-invite eh. We are also considering you as the expert because the corporation code is your Bible. You read it and implement it every day. Basic lang po itong tanong ko eh. Tama po ba? What is the primary purpose of the primary purpose to be declared in the Articles of Incorporation? Di ba? What is now the purpose of the secondary purposes enumerated after the primary purpose of a corporation? Yan tanong. Can you add under secondary purpose some lines of business which can be also a primary purpose na tinago mo lang sa secondary purpose?
No, Your Honor.
No. Tama? So,
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, so talagang in aid of legislation, actually hindi na to in aid of legislation eh. Parang oversight function na natin ito na Si SEC, SEC understands it, and then SEC, you encounter it every day. I'm sure this is not the only corporation na nag-file ng ganyan. Therefore, SEC, you just have to tighten your regulation over corporation siguro. Mrs. Chairman, pwede na siguro lagyan natin sa report ito.
I agree, Senator Pimentel. So, in checking the articles of incorporation, it doesn't just have to be a pro forma scrutiny of the primary purpose and secondary purpose. If, as what was claimed by this text here, that their secondary purpose allows them to enter into a joint venture, but their primary purpose is a different matter. So the question now here is, which would prevail, the primary purpose or the secondary purpose? You might as well place the notion of entering into a joint venture in the primary purpose itself. Di ba? So yung pag-review natin, kasi dikahon na yan eh. Di ba? Dikahon na yan. So we have a lot of things to do, Your Honor.
Chairman, ang pagkaintindi ko sa primary purpose is your reason for existence. Yan yun eh. What is your reason for existence as a corporation? Yun, ilagay mo. Construction. Ayan, construction. Secondary will support my construction. I want to go into PPE, then maybe another corporation. Dapat siguro. Ganon siguro dapat. So, anyway, siguro nga because of the very convenient yung unincorporated JV as a vehicle, yun ang nangyayari na tuloy ngayon. So, kasi nga, nabanggit ni Chairman yung corporate veil tago na kung sino ka, nakatago ka sa JV, di nga, tago na yung corporations, tago pa si stockholders, tago na yung mga purposes pa. So, kasi ako sa unang latag, sa unang explanation, ano bang subject matter ng investigation natin? Laptop bidding sa PSDBM. Okay. So, nung sinabi sinong partner sa tatlo, VS Tech, distributor. So, logical, may role eh. Sinong second partner? LDLA, reseller ng mga laptop. Pwede, may role. Sinong third partner? Construction company. Doon nung usapan na namin, yung bulabog na kami. Anong role? Ano na role nun? Ano na purpose nun? Di ba? Pwede na yung dalawa eh. JV can also be two eh. Pwede na yung dalawa eh. Dalawa siya, may pangatlo pa, construction company. Yung pala nakatago sa secondary purpose. As amended at a later time. Later time na, mga December, 2020? Ang amendment yata, December 2020. May ba yung sa PPE? Sabay ba yan? Ma'am, speaking to the mic, Ms. Alcazar. Ano po?
It's May 2020.
Dalawa. The same amendment. Going into PPE and selling computer. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? May 2020 pareho? Mayroong, alam ko, different dates yun eh.
2020, the other one is December.
Correct. Different
and
dates
the other
nga.
one is May.
Correct. Yung computer, December 2020. So, mga ganun ba? So, I hope the PSDBM understands, GPPB sana, na yun na nga. Kaya kaming mga nabubulabog na mayroon nga kaming ito PSDBM, I will call your attention. Ito naman ito PSDBM to, di ba? For example, ito nakuha namin sa GPPB online portal. But sino nag-award dito? PSDBM. PSDBM, check nyo lang, correct me if I'm wrong. For example, yung mga malalaki doon. So na-investigate na namin yung top notcher sa laki ng kontrata. Itong isa, yung second, Shuzu Construction Machinery Group, IMP, and Import and Export Company Limited. Mga ganun. That is the name of the corporation. Billions ang mga pinapanalo sa bidding. Anong binid dito? PPE. Shuzu Construction Machinery. I hope the SEC gets my point alarming, di ba? Alarming na billions in PPE worth of contracts goes to construction company. medyo malabo, medyo something is wrong. Hindi pa ito naimbestigahan, actually, itong second placer. Yung first placer, naimbestigahan na natin. We are very familiar with this first placers, first placer in amounts, in the PPE contracts. O yung second placer, yun po ang binabanggit ko. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. I have made my point na
Thank you, Senator
this
Pimentel.
unincorporated JV, we must re-examine.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Perhaps the lawyers here present at PSDBM, DepEd, you should be aware of what Congress did before. Previous Congress enacted a law referring to the SPAV, the Special Purpose Vehicle, but that entails a longer relationship, a bigger transaction involved. So do not confuse yourselves with SPAV and JB. Perhaps we will enact in the near future a law concerning joint venture because it has been abused, prone to abuse, and perhaps can skirt, I'm not referring to you, some tax liabilities. So with the permission of my colleagues, unless Senator Gatchalian has a point to raise concerning this issue, yes, sir. We for the information of the general public listening, we dismissed the earlier expert witness coming from the National Bureau of Investigation, but we now have in our midst another team from the NBI who are now the computer experts. We will still acknowledge them, and we have to swear them in as new witnesses. Unless Senator Gatchalian, yes, sir, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just basic questions, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for being late. I had another hearing. I'm trying to catch up with the discussion earlier by listening intently. I just have I'm not very sure if you asked these questions already, but nevertheless, I'll proceed. Meron hong, I just want to know from the joint venture partners, no, specifically yung LDLA. Matagal na ho kayo, kailan ho kayo nasa IT business? Gusto ko lang ho malaman kung gaano katagal na ho kayo sa IT business.
Your Honor, hindi ako familiar kung kailan nag-start yung yung LDLA, pero I'm started with in year 2019 po.
Hindi ikaw, no? But yung
Yes,
kumpanya.
We'll check lang po, Your Honor.
Wala bang pwedeng sumagot ng maayos? Kanina ka pa walang alam eh.
Your Honor, kasi po,
paano
I'm
naman
just authorized representative po para po dun sa JB lang po.
Oo nga, but kasama siguro to form a JV. Ang punto ko, kaya ho kayo kinuha sa JV, meron ho kayong experience, tama
Yes
ho ba?
po, Your Honor.
Gaano katagal na yung experience?
Actually po, nasa business po ako ng bidding po na 10 years po.
Hindi, LDLA.
Sa LDLA po, 3 years lang po.
Wala akong ano sa'yo. No?
3 years po, Your Honor.
Gaano katagal ng LDLA sa IT business? Yun ang gusto ko malaman.
Okay po. Siguro po, nasa 5 years na po yata, Your Honor. Hindi ako sure, sir.
Ha?
Hindi po ako sure, Your Honor.
Paano kami magtatanong kung puro hindi sure yung sagot mo? Diba? Paano tayo may pupuntahan? Meron bang representative ang LDLA na sure ang sagot? Na nandito ho? Kasi wala ho tayong pupuntahan. Puro kung hindi sure, hindi mo alam. I'll go to the other partner, VS. TECS. Attorney, gano'ng katagal na po ang VS TECS in the business of IT?
VS Tech was organized in the early 90s, Your Honor.
Early 90s. And may I know what are the notable projects of VS Tech in the past? What type of projects have they supplied? Have they supplied government in terms of IT equipment?
Yes, Your Honor. VS Tech has been in the business only of distributing computer products and other electronic products. We are one of the largest distributors of computer and electronic products. We sell through resellers. We do not sell directly to end users.
So you're parang a distributor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wholesale distributor?
Yes, Your Honor. We have no retail, and we don't sell directly to end users.
Have you supplied government before?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I know which government agency and how big is the contract?
DepEd, DTI. In the joint venture, there's one requirement which for eligibility, which VS Tech provided, and that is the single largest contract.
Yeah, I saw that here. You've supplied DepEd, DTI. How big was the contract? But just give us a rough estimate.
They're
Billions?
in the billions, yes, Your Honor.
Also in the billions.
Also private entities, Your Honor.
Okay. And I want to go back again to LDLA. The same question. How long were you in the business? Have you supplied government?
Your Honor, since 2016 po.
2016. So you were incorporated 2016?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then meron na kayong na-supply na gobyerno?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which government agency?
DICT, Your Honor.
DICT?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then, how big is the contract? More or less lang. Just give us an idea. Is it billions, hundreds of millions?
Millions, Your Honor. I think it's 100. I'm not sure if 125 M.
100 millions.
Yes,
100
Your Honor.
millions, more or less. Okay. How about the SunWest? Have you this is an IT contract, obviously, no? IT meaning supplying computers. Have you supplied computers in the past?
No, Your Honor.
So you've never supplied any IT equipment in the past?
No, Your Honor.
Even, let's say, cell phones or no, nothing? Have you installed any IT equipment?
Not in my we just started this in 2020.
In 2020. But SunWest have been in the business since when? As a construction company. I guess this is a construction company.
Yes, we were incorporated in 1997, but it started in 1992.
Okay. In 1990.
We were incorporated in 1997.
Okay. And during that time, you were doing construction? Purely
Yes, Your
construction?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what made you, because I'm trying to understand the joint venture. Typically in the joint venture, each partner brings in something to the table. So
Yes, Your Honor.
VS Tech obviously is a big, long-time IT supplier, supplying billions. LDLA is also the same, supplying hundreds of millions, also in the IT business. I'm trying to understand what's the role of SunWest in this joint venture. And what did you bring to the table? Because both of the partners have technology as their experience. They also have financial capability, as evidenced by their billions of they supplied in billions of pesos. So what did SunWest bring to the table?
Actually, we provided the financial capability.
So financial capability. So you, in other words, kayo yung namuhunan in this case.
In this case,
Tama po ba?
we can say yes.
Sorry po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo ang namuhunan.
We provided the financial capability for the joint venture to join the bid, and also to back them up that they will deliver the project.
Deliver. What do you mean deliver?
The bidding and the implementation was done by our partners.
Okay. So in other
Because
words, you
they
provided
were-
the financial muscle. Tama
Yes,
po
Your
ba?
Honor.
Yun, in short, yun po ang equity
Yes,
ng
Your Honor,
SunWest.
the NFCC.
Okay. All right. And I want to ask, who is the entity that issued the invoice in this particular case? But someone should issue the invoice to DepEd.
Since the implementation is done by the LDLA, so we can ask them if ano yan. They were the ones who did the implementation of the project.
Okay. So sino po? Simple lang naman kasi magbabayad ng DepEd. So dapat
Your
may
Honor,
mag-issue ng invoice.
LDLA po.
LDLA ang
Yes, Your
issue
Honor.
ng- All right. To VS Tech, how come VS Tech never, Attorney Bernas, never pursued the project alone, considering that in the past you have already competed for billions worth of projects? In this particular case, how come VS Tech never went with the project alone?
Well, there are several reasons, Your Honor. There are reasons of our sticking to our core business. A distributorship requires a different skill set from a sale to an end user, Your Honor. As a distributor, we support the dealers or the resellers. That requires a different skill set from selling to government or any private entity. As an analogy, for example, McDonald's as a franchisor will not necessarily perform a retail business because that's a different skill set. It will support its franchisees. So the skill set for the people are not the same. There are other reasons, Your Honor. For example, in a bid, for example, it might require a certain, and this is a rule of the Government Procurement Board. It might require, for example, a certain net financial contracting capacity, which we may not have. Although VS Tech is sufficiently capitalized, its capitalization is quite substantial. But the net contracting capacity, for example, might not be sufficient. So one partner might provide that kind of financial capacity. Third, Your Honor, another example would be the level of risk that we want to take. We may not necessarily want to take the risk of not being paid. So we would pass that on to some other partner.
All right, I understand that, Attorney. Thank you for the answer. Have you ever entered into business in the past, the three joint venture partners in one form or the other? Is this your, was there any business relationship in the past other than this? Anyone can answer.
With
Anyone can answer.
LDLA, VS Tech has had at least three joint venture sort of arrangements where on a large contract, VS Tech supplied the materials and the end user was captured by LDLA.
Okay, and this is for government?
Not for government.
This is for the private sector. So
Yes,
for
Your Honor.
VS Tech and for LDLA, it's not the first time that you have conducted business with
Yes, Your Honor.
one
But
another.
First time with the government.
First time with the government.
Yes.
For VS Tech.
For VS Tech and LDLA together.
Okay, I understand that dealing with government is not exactly the first choice of many businessmen. No, it takes a different skill set and a different confidence to deal with government. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
I understand that. I know a lot of businessmen, they refrain from doing business with government because of many reasons. One is corruption, obviously. Number two is payments take time.
Yes,
you
Your
need to know people inside to get your check.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's really takes time, no? And it takes a lot of guts to deal with government. So I understand where you're coming from, Attorney. How did SunWest come into the picture? If both of you have been doing business for a long time, and how did SunWest enter this project? Because I understand that you've never conducted business with SunWest. the two IT companies?
LDLA invited SunWest. But we had no prior dealings with SunWest as VS Tech.
So, LDLA, meron na kayong business relationship in the past? Have you conducted?
Ma'am, sir, can you answer?
Yes, SunWest. Kayong dalawa, meron bang ang LDLA at SunWest? Meron na ba kayong
Yes,
past?
back in 2020, we had several projects together, Your Honor.
Okay, can you name some of those projects?
Projects with LTO and some state universities.
Which LTO?
LTO and I think a state university.
State University. What year was that?
2020.
2020. This is after your change of incorporation papers. Because I heard earlier that you changed.
December yung sa computer.
So I heard earlier in the discussion that you updated or you changed your incorporation papers to, I would assume, to enable you to participate in the joint venture. So, nung nag-partnership kayo ni LDLA, this is prior or after your incorporation papers were changed?
I think it's prior po.
Prior pa. So, ibig sabihin, nag-joint venture kayo ni LDLA na hindi pa kayo pwedeng mag-joint venture. Tama?
Pwede na tayo mag-joint.
I think we amended our articles.
When?
Was that May? I think it's May. Can we verify?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, May of 2020.
2020.
Sinabi sa akin ni Senator Pimentel that you amended your incorporation papers December of 2020 for the computer. But prior to December 2020, meron na kayong joint venture project with LDLA. Tama po ba?
That's correct po.
So can you, that's with government, tama?
Yes.
Can
Yes, Your
you
Honor.
submit to us your contracts with LDLA, your joint venture agreement, sige, with LDLA, with government? Pasabit dito sa amin.
We will provide po, Your
Kasi
Honor.
parang lumalabas, hindi pa kayo qualified to do that joint venture prior to December 2020. Tama?
That's correct po.
Tama ba? Prior to 2020, hindi pa kayo pwede mag-joint venture for computers, ha? Pero meron na kayong joint venture with LDLA.
We will check na lang po. But as I said, our article of incorporation was amended May 2020.
Yeah, but that's for PPE. That's not for computers. And that was established earlier on. That was established earlier on. Now, I'm trying to, the reason why I'm asking this, because I'm trying to understand the role of SunWest in this joint venture. And also in the past joint ventures. So how many projects po ng LDLA and SunWest ang nagawa niyo na ho?
We had 5.
5?
Opo.
Okay, what years were those?
2020 and 2021.
2020. So all those 5 projects, 2020, 2021.
That's
Okay,
correct.
submit na lang sa committee yung joint venture agreements.
Noted.
Okay. But prior to that, paano kayo what's the relationship of SunWest and LDLA? Ano ang relationship nyo? Kasi I'm trying to process isang construction company, isang IT company, nagbid sa DepEd computer. So I'm trying to understand no?
I think back in 2012 or
Magkaibigan ba yung mga bosses? Ano ba sila, boss
one
buddy?
of our senior officers.
Ano po?
One of our senior officers no LDLA.
Ano po?
One of our senior officers po.
One of your senior officers
Apo.
is what?
Knows LDLA.
Knows LDLA.
Back in 2012.
Back in 2012. So from 2012 to 2020, may relationship ba formally?
Wala po.
So these are just purely personal relationships?
Yes po.
All right. Okay. That's it, Mr. Chair. I just want to reiterate the request for the joint venture. These are with government anyways. So we can retrieve them from government through other departments. But nevertheless, we'll ask from SunWest.
Thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Definitely, these are very relevant questions, especially as to the previous relationships between the parties involved in the joint venture agreement. With the permission of my colleagues, we still have 2 items to tackle. We will finish this. Definitely, as I intimated a while ago, we have the National Bureau of Investigation here present. May we request the General Counsel to please administer the oaths to the resource persons from the NBI.
Yes, Your Honor. We have from the NBI, Your Honor, Attorney Jeremy Lotok and Mr. Baden Francis Alonso. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the permission of my colleagues, we have here two representatives coming from the National Bureau of Investigation. I don't know their precise backgrounds, but probably one would be an IT expert. Who would be the IT expert here? Can you raise your hand? Sino po? Isa lang ang ano? O pareho kayong IT expert? You can
Yes, Your Honor.
corroborate the statement of each other?
Currently, you are assigned to the Digital Forensic Laboratory, Your Honor.
What about Mr. Alonzo?
Your Honor, good afternoon. Baden Francis Alonso, currently assigned in the Digital Forensic Laboratory.
So the same office.
Yes,
the same
Your Honor.
office. So thank you for your presence. You are here. You are here as expert witnesses. As an expert witness, we consider you as qualified by virtue of your knowledge, skill, and experience, training, education relative to computers, IT, and you will help this committee decide as to whether the purchased laptops were not just in good quality but pursuant to specifications and most advantageous to the government. If my colleagues will allow me, isa lang po yung tanong ko. Narinig nyo siguro matagal na kung ano yung pinag-uusapan dito. Ang original specification 1.9 gigahertz. 2 terabytes. 2 terabytes. Naka-flash po sa screen. Pangalawa pong naging specification, bumaba, naging 1.8 gigahertz, 1 terabyte. Ito po bang dalawang ito, pag pinagtabi natin, pag pinagbangga natin, pareho po ba ang kanilang magiging kapasidad o performance sa laptop? Si 1.9 at si 1.8, may pagkakaiba ba ho ito? Kasi ito po yung gagamitin ng ating mga guro. Sana ginamit 2020 nung lockdown para pag-deliver ng lesson sa ating mga mag-aaral. Sino po sa inyo magsasalita? Pakisabi lang ang inyong personal circumstances, ganong katagal na kayo nag-aaral ng teknolohiya, ng computer, para mag-guide po ang committee ito.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Agent Baden Francis Y. Alonso, currently assigned in the Digital Forensic Laboratory. But previously to that, I was assigned in the Cybercrime Division for almost 4 years. So we just currently assume in the digital forensic. So with regards to the question as to the gigahertz per se, the higher the gigahertz, the faster the instructions or cycles a computer can.
So pakiulit, the higher, meaning to say yung 1.9 mas mabilis. kaysa 1.8.
When it comes to cycle, sir, Your Honor, cycles.
What cycles?
Computer cycles, computer instructions. So the 1.9 gigahertz can process more compared of that 1.8. But the measurement of the, in general, the totality, we cannot just depend on the gigahertz. We have to also consider other factors or components of the laptop for us to consider which is better than the one bid or the one delivered.
What other factors?
We have also to consider the processor. We have also to consider the processor CPU cache. We have also to consider the SSD of the computer. We have also
Ayan
to consider.
Ayan na po, sir. Nakalagay na po sa screen. So, yun bang 2 gigahertz, 4 core, MB, 4 MB cache, 2 terabyte storage as compared with the 1.9, 2 MB, 1 terabyte as compared to the 1.8, 2 core, 4 MB cache, 1 terabyte. Sino po ang mas magaling dyan? Kung kayo po ang bibili, kung kayo po ang guro na magtuturo, alin yung gusto nyo dyan? Yung 1.8 o yung 1.9 o yung 2, alin po yung mas yung 1 terabyte? Kayo po, nakalagay naman po dyan lahat eh. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Please respond.
Sir, if I'm going to buy a laptop based on the specification given, I will say that I will prefer the 2 gigahertz, 4 core, 4 MB cache, and 2 terabyte storage. For my personal
Kung
opinion.
sakali naman wala si 2, ang option mo na lang ay yung 1.9 o 1.8, tapos may 1.6 pa, kunyari. Alin yun sa'yo?
With regards to the last two, sir, I have to also consider the other equipments because other processor. For example, although it has a 1.9 gigahertz, but only has 2 cache, and the other one is 1.8 gigahertz, but with 4 cache, so it will also affect the process of the computer.
1 terabyte o 2 terabytes?
For personal, sir,
Parang mali yung naka-flash sa screen. 2 terabytes yung 1.9 eh. Ha? 1 lang, okay. Okay, I stand corrected. Perhaps my other colleagues can have more clarificatory questions, more techie-savvy than my limited knowledge on computer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, okay na yan. Wala naman kayong choice na dyan kasi on paper nakasulat na yan. Hindi 1.9. You will not, sa NBI, you will not buy a 1.8. Nakasulat 1.9, di ba? Okay na yun. Ang aking tanong lang sa inyo is yung point of view ng PSDBM na sinabihan sila na yung 1.9 gigahertz na 2 MB cache na specification ay soon to be discontinued. Yan ang information nila. Oh. Aniwala kayo ron? I mean, sa tech world, that's the info from Intel. So, is that it? Wala na bang ibang manufacturer ng processor na makakomply dyan? Tandaan nyo, minimum yan, ha? Minimum specs.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we can always find options like other manufacturers on that regard, Your Honor.
What are the other manufacturers?
I think we have the AMD. We have two. I think we have two major manufacturers here in the Philippines, Your Honor. The Intel and the AMD, if I'm not mistaken. And based on this issue, Your Honor, actually. On our impression, of course, this is just a personal opinion, Your Honor. Not it would not reflect the final position of the NBI. But I think the government is in disadvantageous position based on this, on the record that we have. But we need to conduct an actual comparison, Your Honor, so that we can submit the official position of the NBI vis-a-vis the issue at hand, Your Honor. If we may, Your Honor.
Think the two of you were chosen by Head Agent Malyari to replace him.
Yes, Your Honor, we were surprised.
Okay, okay.
We're not
Okay,
familiar with the issue.
okay na yun. Gusto ko lang naman matulungan kami sa yung debate kanina na ang specs mo 1.9 gigahertz base speed minimum and 2 MB cache. Tapos sasabihan kayo na wag na itong kunin natin, mas maganda itong kasi magiging discontinued na yan. 1.8 gigahertz and 4 MB cache ang kunin natin. So, okay lang yung ang tanong ko lang is yun, yung information na madi-discontinue na yan. I mean, that is the point of view of one chip manufacturer, right? Tama?
That's true, Your Honor.
That's true, di ba? Okay, that's all I need to know, Mr. President, kasi Mr. Chairman, kasi I'm sure matatakot din kayo to say na violate the specs and go to 1.8. Hindi niyo naman gagawin sa NBI yan. Mr. Chairman, I think the friends of the committee have already performed their role, Mr. Chairman.
Unless Senator Gatchalian has further clarificatory questions. Without objections on the part of my colleagues here, we can dispense with the presence of the National Bureau of Investigation. We thank you for being friends of the committee, and definitely your contribution here will be memorialized in the records of the Blue Ribbon Committee. So, General Counsel, we can dispense with the presence of Attorney Lotok and Mr. Alonso of the National Bureau of Investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Permission to leave.
Permission to leave, Your Honors.
Thank you. Earlier on, we asked Undersecretary Sevilla of the Department of Education to allow the attendance or presence before this committee of Attorney Bragado. The committee issued an invitation to Attorney Bragado because he has to answer some material questions relevant to the ongoing investigations. And this will concern communications with different dates, different contents, and would clarify the circumstances leading to the execution of the Memorandum of Agreement. Whether there was one Memorandum of Agreement drafted, or whether there was 2 or 3 or 4, Attorney Bragado can testify to that. That's the reason why we invited him before this committee to shed light on his knowledge surrounding the circumstances as to the execution of the Memorandum of Agreement in question at issue. Earlier on, we established the death of the notary public who notarized the February 16, 2021 Memorandum of Agreement executed between DepEd and PSDBM. It was confirmed by Senator Jinggoy Estrada because the notary public happened to be a cousin of former Congressman Bingbong Crisologo of Quezon City. Brother, I'm sorry. That's That's also the reason why the committee expressed condolences to the family of Attorney Crisologo. The committee likewise inquired from those whose signatures appeared in the memorandum agreement whether they were present when they signed the memorandum agreement or whether they signed the said agreement in the presence of the deceased notary public. All the answers were in the negative. And it was later established that the memorandum agreement was signed individually and was just sent to the notary public for notarization purposes. The presence of Attorney Bragado would clarify all of this. That's why we invited him to be around. We thank Yusek Sibilia for allowing Attorney Bragado to be present before this committee as a vital witness to this ongoing investigation. If Attorney Bragado is present, we require him to step forward and occupy that witness table in front of the General Counsel for him to be placed under oath. Is Attorney Bragado around? Yes, you're raising your hand. Could you be seated between Attorney Santiago and Mr. James Gabio? I'm sorry if I mispronounce your last name. Gabilo. Attorney Bragado, thank you for acceding to the request and invitation of the Blue Ribbon Committee to be present and to shed light as to the circumstances surrounding the memorandum of agreement. I know you're under stress right now. I know that you might feel jittery, but rest assured that the committee is here to have your testimony given freely. And if you are ready, the General Counsel is directed to administer the oath. Attorney Bragado, please rise.
Sir, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Thank you.
Be seated, Attorney Bragado. Senator Pimentel is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, since you mentioned that the witness will be testifying freely on his knowledge about a material matter or a material transaction, but he may be under tremendous pressure so as to help put him at ease and so that he can really freely express what he knows. I move that this committee, the Blue Ribbon Committee, grant the witness use immunity from suit from what he would be testifying on, Mr. President.
There's a motion here coming from Senator Pimentel that the witness, Attorney Bragado, be given use immunity as to his testimony. Is there any second?
I second.
Seconded by Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, and without objection, said use immunity is hereby granted. The meaning of that is that anything that you say here cannot be used against you, and you are not under any compulsion or pressure whatsoever to have fear that anything that you say might be used internally. And we ask the DepEd, your superiors, not to use your statements here to affect your day-to-day administrative duties. And anything that you say here will not be used in a prospective suit against you. There is another provision coming from Republic Act 6981, coming from the 18th Congress, and it is Section 4, which would entail a witness in a legislative investigation, and with your consent, and this has yet to be done, you may be admitted into a program upon recommendation of this committee and to be approved by the Senate President if you so wish. But we are not yet at that stage, Attorney Bragado. So right now, feel free to avail of that use immunity while you are within the jurisdiction of this Blue Ribbon Committee. Mr. Attorney Bragado, let me shoot the first question. Please state your personal circumstances. Ano po ang ginagawa nyo sa DepEd? Ano po ang trabaho nyo? Ganong katagal na kayo sa DepEd? Ano yung trabaho nyo na konektado sa pinag-uusapan ngayon sa Blue Ribbon? 4 lang po yon. And the rest will be asked by my colleagues here. You may proceed, Attorney Bragado.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Tolentino, our chairman for the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Win Gatchalian, and Senator Coco Pimentel. To everyone, good afternoon. I'm Marcelo H. Bragado Jr., a lawyer by profession, appointed in January 8, 2020 as Director 4 of the Department of Education. I was designated as the Procurement Service Director in June 2020 by virtue of DepEd Order Number 57, Series of 2020. As Director of Procurement Management Service of the Department of Education, I supervise the 3 divisions under the Procurement Service. That's the PPMD, or the Procurement Planning Management Division, the Back Secretariat Division, and the Contract Management Division. The functions of the Procurement Management Service Director, Your Honor, is approving only the overtime payment, salaries, and the request for leave of our employees under that division. I have no direct connection whatsoever in the bidding process, whether it be the Department of Education or the PSDBM. I am not a signatory of any contract or award or notice to proceed in the DepEd Central Office, since I was not given that function. All that function is being acted upon or being acted by Assistant Secretary Salvador C. Malana, the Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Administration. And this can be submitted, Your Honor, the documents. You can see naman that there are no contracts in DepEd that I have signed. Another thing, Your Honor, is that my function as a procurement director, they have assigned to me the Secretariat of the DBM DepEd Task Force. This is a task force created by an office order dated May 24, 2021, signed by Secretary Lidor Briones, which mentions the Undersecretary for Finance as the chairman, and the Assistant Secretary for Procurement as the vice chairman, and the Assistant Secretary for Finance as the vice chairman, and the members includes me as the Director for Procurement, and the different chiefs and directors of the Finance Service, Property, and other offices of the department. And this
Attorney, can you go slowly?
Yes.
And if I may request, when you mention the position of a person, you mention likewise the name of the person. Like,
yes,
for
sir.
instance, if it is an Assistant Secretary for Finance, who is the Assistant Secretary for Finance? To make this proceedings very clear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Attorney.
The DepEd DBMPS Task Force, Your Honor, is headed by a chairman, Undersecretary Annalyn Sevilla.
Can you remove your mask? Okay naman, ito naman dalawang katabi mo na pinabaksinate na yan ng mga pamilya nila. Go ahead.
The chairman of the DepEd PSDM Task Force, Your Honor, is Yusek Annalyn M. Sevilla. The vice chairman is Assistant Secretary Salvador Malana III, and ASEC Ramon Absede, Assistant Secretary for Finance. I will be submitting, Your Honor, that office order as a part of my sworn statement. Your Honor, I apologize. I have not prepared any sworn statement because I was just invited.
Attorney, would you require a bottle of water? I think that is an unused bottle of water. You can have that. If you would require the presence of the Senate physician, we can ask the OSAA personnel here to have the doctor inside this hall. Kailangan mo ng doktor?
No, sir. I'm okay.
Are you
I'm
okay?
okay.
Blood pressure okay?
I'm
So
okay.
the documents in front of you will be submitted to this committee. You will turn them over to us.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Please proceed.
As I mentioned, Your Honor, that DepEd PS-DBM Task Force, the primary function is to monitor the transferred projects to the PS-DBM by DepEd covered by a 2017 Memorandum of Agreement, Your Honor. As far as I can recall, that's the function of the DepEd PS-DBM Task Force. And to mention, there are about 13 billion worth of projects transferred by DepEd to PS-DBM.
I think you should simmer down, slow down on your rattling of facts. I asked for your personal circumstances. You started correctly, but now you're insinuating different facts. So what you're saying is that aside from the current issue which this committee is trying to unravel, there is a 17 billion. What was that?
13, Your Honor.
13 billion. And that 13 billion, the 2.4 billion, will that be part of the 13 billion?
Well, it will be part, Your Honor, because the 2.4 billion will now also be under the DepEd PS-DBM Task Force.
The 13 billion, was it that years ago, or when was this?
Years ago, Your Honor, it's those were covered by 2017 MOA between the DepEd and
2017.
yes, Your Honor.
Can you go slowly, because even our transcribers here, stenographers, are having a hard time. Slowly lang po.
Apologies, Your Honor. To continue, Your Honor, I'm just saying that that's part of my functions po in the DepEd PS-DBM Task Force. Not only to monitor or coordinate the transferred projects with the PS-DBM, including the 2.4 billion transferred funds project to the PS-DBM. Now, Your Honor, this 2.4B project was particularly assigned to me during the last days of December 2020
Assigned by whom?
by Assistant Secretary Salvador C. Malana, the Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Administration.
And of course, you have proof to show that. Was that a verbal instruction?
It is
Was through a memorandum?
a phone call, Your Honor, a phone call during that time, Your Honor. I can't recall what time, but definitely it's after office hours. And that phone call, Your Honor, instructed me to coordinate with Director Jason Meruwayan, during that time, Your Honor, he was the Director for Procurement Group. So he told me,
procurement group of what?
Of the PS-DBM, Your Honor. Assistant Secretary Malana told me to coordinate with him and set a meeting regarding the 2.4B project. So, Your Honor, after the holidays, January 2021, we set a virtual meeting with Jason Meruwayan and his group of the PS-DBM to discuss on this 2.4B project, as well as those projects covered by the 2017 MOA. I am telling this, Your Honor, so that you will be aware that my participation as a secretariat of the PS-DBM is not focused on the 2.4, but as well as other projects transferred by DepEd to PS-DBM. So, Your Honor, February 2021, and I will be submitting, Your Honor, with my sworn statement, the chronology of events that I have done during those times. That we met with Director Owayan, and then we met again virtually, and I believe, Your Honor, February 23 or February 20-something, we met face-to-face in the department.
23 of year?
2021. I have to check, Your Honor, the exact date, but Definitely February 2021, around that week, Your Honor. I have to check the documents, but we have a face-to-face meeting with Director Owayan and I think it's his staff. I'm not sure if it is Joshua Dolce, but he has a staff with him.
Who is that? Dolce?
Joshua Dolce, sir, is from PSDBM also.
Is he or a she?
Sorry, Joshua is a guy, Your Honor, a male. He's a male, Your Honor. During that discussion of the February meeting, we discussed about the MOA, Your Honor. The MOA that is subject of this now topic inquiry. And that MOA, Your Honor, initially, the proposal was that the 2017 MOA that was executed there in 2017, signed by Secretary Briones and then Executive Director Miguel Gutierrez. He proposed, Your Honor, that MOA be amended, the 2017 MOA, reinstatement and be amended so that that MOA, that the participation of DBMPS will now only be procurement.
Sir, can I hold you for a while? Who was that who insinuated that the MOA should be?
Director Jason Owayan, Your Honor. He said that the 2017 MOA, because there are projects that yet to be procured, it should be amended so that the PSDBM will now only be in charge of the contract administration. Because the 2017 MOA, Your Honor, as I will explain later, the project or the transferred funds of those projects, the PSDBM will act as the contract implementation from the bidding up to implementation. Now, he proposed during that meeting that we should amend the 2017 so that the other projects remaining be classified now that PSDBM will be the contract administrator only, not implementation. Of course, Your Honor, that proposal, I advised, I told that proposal to our officials, and the Secretary Sibilia and Assistant Secretary Malana, and of course they did not agree on that proposal. And we also discussed on that meeting, Your Honor, that there should be a separate MOA.
Who again posed the revision of the MOA?
It is Director Jason Merowayan, Your Honor.
Now, you mentioned two DepEd personnel.
Our superior, Your Honor, Yusek Ancibilia and Asek Salvador Malana.
They opposed the revision.
Yes, Your Honor. They would like the 2017 MOA be still the provision to be followed, meaning the DepEd or the PSDBM will be the contract implementation of the projects, of the procured projects. So, Your Honor, to continue, we also agreed, Director Jason Merowayan, that a MOA for the 2.4B project should also be drafted. Because initially, the proposal is that the 2017 amended MOA, which that he is discussing, is to include the 2.4B. So there will be a MOA covering the 2017 and the 2.4B. But, Your Honor, we agreed that it should be separate because the funds, therefore, are there to be used for that 2.4B.
I hold you for the fourth time. Who agreed?
We agreed, Your Honor.
What do you mean we? Who agreed?
Director Jason Merowayan and myself, Your Honor, we agreed that it should have a separate MOA. The 2.4B project, Your Honor. Because, Your Honor, the funding source of that MOA
is Bayanihan 2.
Is Bayanihan 2. And it is different from the fund source of those projects covered by the 2017 MOA. So, Your Honor, he said, Director Owayan told me that their legal division will drop a MOA for the 2.4B laptop project. And of course, Your Honor, I also told him that I will be drafting my MOA, the DepEd version of the MOA. And that MOA, Your Honor, will be also be submitted to this honorable committee. Because that MOA, Your Honor, has been submitted to Undersecretary Ann Sibilia, Assistant Secretary Salvador Malana.
You can pause and drink your water. You can pause. I'm trying to decipher all of this. So there are now two MOAs. The MOA drafted by PSDBM and the MOA drafted by you.
Yes,
from
Your
the
Honor.
DepEd.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
who will finally decide which MOA should be used?
Your Honor, that question I will answer now. The MOA used was the MOA drafted by the PSDBM as can be seen in their letterhead used. But the MOA that was submitted by PSDBM, Your Honor, there is already the agreement that PSDBM will be not only contract administrator, but contract implementer. So, Your Honor, the main debate that we have with Director Jason Merowayan during the times that we are discussing the MOA is that for DepEd, we retain the end-to-end capacity as procurement entity as initiated in the 2017 MOA. However, his position is that PSDBM would only act as contract administrator, not implementer. So that's the debate from March, April, until, Your Honor, on April 30, upon our agreement also with Director Jason Merowayan, we told Director Jason Merowayan that there should be a meeting of the executives to finally agree on the MOA on what will govern.
I hold you for the sixth time.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you clarify this? I asked you to name the names, not just the positions. When you say executives, who are the executives?
Yes, Your Honor.
But the chair, let the records reflect this, that it appears that the witness is unrehearsed, exhibiting spontaneity in his recollection of events. Do you have any copy there of any outline of what you're saying?
None, Your Honor.
Okay, so we note that. Name the executives that you referred to a while ago.
Your Honor, Undersecretary Alain Delby Pascua, the Undersecretary for Administration, Undersecretary Annalyn Sibilia, the Undersecretary for Finance, Assistant Secretary Salvador C. Malana, Assistant Secretary for Procurement and Administration.
So they all met. They all met.
They all met via Zoom, Your Honor.
Via Zoom.
Via Zoom.
And you were part of that Zoom meeting.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the purpose of that Zoom meeting was to?
To agree on the MOA, Your Honor, on whether or not DepEd will be still do the 2017 MOA, the arrangement, or will it be now contract administration only for PSDBM?
Sorry to disrupt your train of thoughts, but what was the result of that MOA meeting?
The MOA, Your Honor,
that Zoom meeting, I'm
that
sorry.
Zoom meeting, Your Honor, it was also attended by Undersecretary Lloyd Christopher Lau. He was also there.
So what was the result?
The result, Your Honor, is that they agreed that the MOA, the PSDBM will be the procurement entity into an end-to-end capacity. So they will be the contract implementation, and they will also be the contract administrator of the MOA, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
April 30, that's the Zoom meeting, Your Honor, and that was the agreement. Immediately thereafter, Your Honor, and this is as far as I can remember, May 3, I had submitted a draft MOA to Undersecretary Annalyn Sibilia and Assistant Secretary Salvador C. Malana, requesting for their comments, inputs, updates with regard to that draft MOA that I have drafted. Your Honor, I will also be submitting their comments. They have submitted their comments. Yusek Ann Sibilia and Assistant Secretary Salvador Malana submitted their comments to my draft version of the MOA.
So they commented in writing?
Yes, Your Honor. It is
And
all
you
covered. It is all,
You have copies of the said comments?
yes, Your Honor. I have here in my possession all the documents.
And as per your recollection, what would be the gist of the comments?
The comments, Your Honor, is particularly more on the grammar and the use of the wordings, because there are wordings there, Your Honor, that should be appropriately termed in finance terms, Your Honor. It's also there. But basically, Your Honor, what I'm saying is that my draft version of 2017 of the MOA is patterned after the 2017 MOA. Basically, I just changed the project. But the conditions, the provisions, all of those are patterned over the 2017 MOA because particularly and logically, I will not change anything from that arrangement except the funding in the project. If we will have to...
Attorney,
yes, Your Honor.
for my seventh interruption, during our first hearing here, I was the one who raised the provision concerning the Food and Drug Administration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Nakita mo ba yon? Bakit napasama yung FDA doon? O yung version mo meron ding FDA? Yung ganun bang pagkakamali? Ni-raise mo ba yon? Nung pinagbangga yung dalawang MOA, sinabi mo ba, o teka muna, bakit napalagay dito yung Food and Drug Administration? Dapat ito na lang MOA ko ang sundin natin kasi mas maliwanag ito. Were you able to raise that point?
Your Honor, to answer that, Your Honor, first, my version of the MOA do not have that provision of the FDA law. Then, Your Honor, as I can be explaining as I go along, I have not seen that FDA law during that exchanges. It was actually, I just realized the FDA law when you pointed out during the first Senate hearing. I have not seen that, Your Honor, that provision. Or by mere oversight or mistake on my part, because as I can explain later, the MOA was really out of time. I can explain it later, Your Honor, because there is the circumstance.
My eighth interruption, what was that? Out of time?
Because, Your Honor, the MOA has to be signed urgently and immediately because of the time element, Your Honor. I'm saying this, Your Honor, because I'm trying to drive at that based on my documents, my professional knowledge, and my personal view, the MOA that was signed by the executives, Yusek Lloyd Lau, Assistant Secretary Malana, Attorney Jason Meruwayan, and Secretary Briones, they were all signed May 2021.
My ninth interruption. Settled now is the date of the notarization, which is 16 February 2021. Am I correct?
Yes.
Nakaharap mo ba si Yumaong Notary Public Crisologo?
No, Your Honor, I don't know Attorney Crisologo, and I...
So, my 11th interruption, sino ang nagpanotaryo sa kanya? Sino ang nagdala doon nung petsang yon? Kasi, di ba, alam naman natin, may notarial book yan. Ilalagay doon kung ano talaga yung tunay na petsa nung pagnonotaryo. So, sino nagdala doon sa pagpanotaryo? Hindi ikaw.
Definitely, Your Honor, I'm not the one, and I don't know the person, Your Honor. But as I've said a while ago, we have a DepEd, PSDB, and Task Force, and we have staff, Your Honor, and this could be the people who brought that MOA to that certain notary public, Your Honor. And if I can help, Your Honor, I can submit to this committee communications or documentations that can apprise this committee who ordered and who coordinated the notarization of that MOA.
Will you be willing to do that via a sworn statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the General Counsel is directed to secure the deposition of Attorney Bragado and have his sworn statement be part of the records of this committee. And you do that voluntarily.
Yes,
freely.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. To continue the MOA, Your Honor, so that we can be guided on what happened. May 3 to May 5, Your Honor, I requested for the comments and they submitted. When we say they, Yusek Ancibilla, ASEC Mon Absede, and ASEC Salvador Malana submitted their comments. And I will be submitting those comments to this committee, Your Honor. To jibe the letter of dated May 6 shown a while ago, I transmitted that MOA with the comments of the said officials, Yusek Sibilia, Yusek ASEC Malana, and ASEC Absede, to the DepEd PSDBM. That was pointed out this morning by Executive Director Dennis Santiago. May 6 letter, Your Honor. I mentioned there the Zoom meeting, April 30, and the comments that I have gathered from the Execom officials, Yusek Ancibilla, ASEC Salvador Malana, and the finance team, Your Honor. So that will only show, Your Honor, that I have transmitted to the PSDBM the MOA that I had drafted and with their comments. That's May 6, Your Honor.
My 12th interruption is communications, your transmittals would show that you are part of the decision-making process. Other communications to persuade, communications to make the right decision, communications by virtue of that authority given to you by a phone call given to you by an assistant secretary, and you just did your job. And what you're trying to impress upon this committee right now is that despite all your efforts, everything went down the drain and a different version of the memorandum of agreement came out. Is that correct?
Your Honor, on the part that I am a decision maker, I would have to respectfully disagree because I am just following instructions.
If I'm wrong, my 13th interruption, you perform your role to persuade the decision makers themselves that this should be the right memorandum of agreement.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Pimentel is recognized.
let me naman intervene. So, ang gist po ng testimony ninyo, Attorney Bragado, nakikita ko April, nagne-negotiation pa kayo sa MOA, May 6, ganon. So, ang ibig mong sabihin, at the time, wala pang final MOA. In spite of the fact na ang aming diniscuss dito for more than 2 hearings na akala namin February 16, 2021, may MOA na. Signed. So, is that what you're saying? No? By April, May, wala pa because negotiations ongoing pa?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the documents that I have and that I'm presenting now, Your Honor.
Oo nga, kaya pala in fairness to sila Miss Sharon Bailey na nag-testify noon na kinonfront din natin sila, nag-execute siya ng March document na mali yung kanyang service fee rate kasi hindi in accordance with the February MOA. In fairness to these people, wala pa pala talagang MOA. That's why nagpasaklolo siya sa testimony niya. If the management could help me, sabi niya. So anyway, it's getting clearer if the testimony is to be believed. It's getting clearer, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Senator Gatchalian would like to propound the question.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to support the statement of Senator Pimentel that seems like everything's falling into place and it's becoming clearer. And in fact, Mr. Mora was telling the truth that at that time, when he was quoted in the transcripts, that there was no MOA, and the MOA was still pending. But just goes to show also, Mr. Chair, that Mr. Uwayan is lying to this committee. And let me read the transcript from last time. and I quote Mr. Wayan, like I said earlier, Mr. Chairman, the MOA was executed sometime in February. And after its execution, since I saw that it was the role of PS was in an end-to-end capacity, I talked it over with Yusek Lau that it should be only as a procuring, what we call as procuring agent. So malinaw ho dito, sinabi ho ni Mr. Wayan na sometime February, the MOA was already executed. But two gentlemen mentioned now and last time, Mr. Mora and now Mr. Attorney Bragado, na wala pa hong MOA by May, no? Last May of 2021. But let me also, even though Mr. Mora was telling the truth, he violated the law because he knew exactly that there was no legal basis for this procurement. And yet he issued a invitation to bid May of 2021. So in effect, Mr. Chair, this whole procurement is defective. Wala hong legal basis. No, bumili ho tayo, gumastos ho tayo ng 2.4 billion pesos na walang MOA. Naghumingi ho ng quotation, nag-file po ng invitation to bid na wala pong MOA. Is that an accurate description, Attorney Bragado?
It would appear, Your Honor, that you are correct. Because based on the documents that I have and my personal recollection, I have the MOA signed only last May 28, 2021.
That, sir, May?
May 28, 2021, Your Honor. And these are covered by communications and documents, Your Honor, which I will be submitting to this honorable committee.
Before you proceed again, this is my 14th interruption. We have here in our midst the Commission on Audit. So nag-audit kayo, nag-refer kayo sa Memorandum of Agreement, and from what you have heard just now, it would appear that part of your report referred to the wrong agreement. So, mali-mali na rin yung nasubmit sa inyo. So, will there be violations here? Can you use your mic and identify yourselves from the Commission on Audit?
I am Teresa Ronquillo, the OIC Supervising Auditor of the DBM Audit Group, which the DBMPS teams belongs. And regarding that, you can see in our ML that we only use the MOA of 2017 because we have not received the MOA of 2021. Yes.
Wala rin kayong kopya?
Wala, sir.
So,
They have
hawak
not
niyo yung
received.
MOA yung 2017.
Yes, sir. Kasi ang akala namin, yun nga lang din ang MOA nilang nagawa. Yun ang, kasi the MOA of 2017 is a general MOA, including the 2000, there is a provision there for the laptop. So yun ang aming basis.
It would appear that the 2017 MOA is a MOA,
General MOA, sir.
only MOA.
Yes, sir. No specific date, no specific.
Yes, thank you, Kowa.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Pimentel Swag na.
Yes, bago ko malimutan, let me commend the COA team which came up with the report. Mabusisi talaga. You saw a lot of things that even the insiders failed to see. Doon ako nagtataka why they failed to see while somebody from outside looking in saw it immediately. Pero actually, nagtaka, Mr. Chairman, akala namin nagka-typo error nga sa kanilang report because they were using 2017. Kaya nga, kami nagdedebate, kino-correct ko nga yung date ninyo, 2017, sabi ko, 20 siguro ito, 2021. Yung pala hindi. It's really, ngayon, Now you explain it. You were really looking at a 2017 MOA. Kaya, kaya, uh, kaya from the very start, medyo we thought this was a confusing situation. Yung pala, hindi. I mean, hindi siya confusing pagka narinig na natin na May 28, 2021 is the critical date according to Attorney Bragado, the date when the MOA was signed. Pero Mr. Chairman, kung may oras pa, after we hear Attorney Bragado, siguro pa-react natin yung iba because kung May 28, 2021, Attorney Bragado, wala na po sa office si Yusek Lau. Tama? April
Wala na siya
oh,
kasi
wala.
May
April 30,
2021
wala na
siya.
eh. So,
April
We'll allow
30. My last day of office is April 30.
yes, we will allow you
We
to
will allow
react
you
later
to
pag
reply.
makompleto na ni Attorney Bragado
Yes.
yung story niya. But please remember the date, Yusek Lau, May 28, 2021. That is the claim of Attorney Bragado. Ha? So, tignan natin. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Before I allow you to proceed to do this incrementally, I have here in my possession a document dated May 6, 2021, addressed to Attorney Wayan, signed by Attorney Marcelo Bragado Jr., Director 4 of the DepEd. This is something to do with the memorandum agreement for laptops for teachers. Are you aware of this? We're flashing it on the screen to refresh your memory. Are you aware of this?
Your Honor, that's the very letter I mentioned, the May 6, 2021 letter.
Do you confirm the contents as well as the authenticity of the signature? Let the records reflect that the witness has just browsed over the memorandum of agreement or the letter containing the memorandum of agreement. Do you affirm the contents as well
I
as
confirm and affirm the contents, Your Honor, and the signature appearing is my e-signature.
So this is an e-signature. Let this letter dated May 6, 2021 be part of the records and be marked as Exhibit A thus sequentially. General Counsel, please do that. And again, I have here a document dated May 20, 2021. I'm trying to backtrack. Again, this is a memorandum of agreement. What was the date of the previous letter? May 6. This is May 2020. May 2021. Again, addressed to Director Uwayan. Similar subject signed by Attorney Marcelo Bragado Jr. I think we have just flashed it on the screen. Do you affirm the contents of this document, May 2021, as well as the authenticity of the signature indicated therein?
Your Honor, I confirm and affirm the contents, and I have to tell Your Honor that the difference of that letter that I am telling or I am asking the PSDBM that there is no compelling reason to change the arrangement that DepEd be the contract implementation. So there, Your Honor, it's just a follow-up of the May 6, 2021 letter, Your Honor. I confirm and affirm that's my signature.
Was there a reply from...
I have no record of the reply, Your Honor. Unfortunately, what we received is the draft MOA from the PSDBM.
Let the records reflect that the witness affirm and confirm the contents as well as the authenticity of the signature, and that this letter be marked as Exhibit A, thus sequentially for DepEd. I have here another letter. I have here another letter coming from Attorney Wayan, addressed to you. This is May 28, 2021. It's the same date that was indicated in the previous letter. Apparently, this is a response. Ang sabi po dito, Dear Director Bragado, this refers to the procurement of laptops. We are transmitting herewith the signed copy of Memorandum of Agreement by and between the procurement service of the DBM and the DepEd. We thank you for your usual cooperation, signed by Attorney Wayan. Did you receive any response letter? Can we flash this on the screen? Do you have a copy of this? Wala? So, kung walang kopya, we can show this letter to Attorney Bragado for him to refresh his memory. We give you time to study the letter. Natanggap mo ba yan?
Your Honor, I will be telling it supposedly after this after my narration. I was
Before you proceed, that was May 28.
Yes, Your Honor.
But I have here another letter coming from you.
That's it, Your Honor.
Addressed to Attorney Huayan concerning the same subject matter. Memorandum agreement for laptops for teachers that will cost 2.4 billion. The MOA was already signed by Secretary Briones, witnessed by Assistant Secretary Malana III. We would like to request for the signature of the Undersecretary of the PSDBM and the Secretary Christopher Lau. Ito po bang mga sulat na ito nangyari sa isang araw, nakasagot kagad? Kasi parehong May 28, 2021.
Your Honor, my letter came first.
Can you recollect this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like this committee to show this letter to you?
No need, Your Honor. I can recall it properly, and
Okay.
I can recall that. Those communications were done in one day, personal delivery, hand carry, Your Honor. Because I think I was the one who requested, as far as I can recall, that USEC Law signed, because during that time when the MOA was signed by Assistant Secretary Malana and Secretary Briones, only the signature of Jason Merowayan was there in the MOA. So when the MOA was returned to us, it was only Jason Merowayan who signed it, because according to him, USEC Law is in Davao and will be returning a day or 2 days after. So what we did is that I submitted that MOA to the Undersecretary for Finance and Sibilia and ASEC Salvador Malana, so because they were the one who will be explaining to the Secretary and endorsing it so that she can sign it, Your Honor. And when they signed it, Secretary Briones and ASEC Malana, they gave it to my office, and immediately I requested Director Jason Merowayan to that letter that the MOA be signed by USEC Law, Your Honor. That explains the communication.
So liwanagin ko lang. Sumulat ka sa araw ng May 28, 2021, and immediately, sumagot din kagad. Nagkasagutan kayo sa isang araw?
Yes, Your Honor. I remember that because I was waiting on that day in the office because I really want that MOA to be signed. Because of course, the instruction of our USEC for Finance and Sibilia and ASEC Salvador Malana as my immediate boss to really have that MOA executed.
Ibig sabihin, liwanagin ko to. Ako po ay wala namang kinakampihan dito. Gusto ko lang lumabas yung katotohanan. Itong mga petsang ito, ang DepEd at saka ang PSDBM, kayo ba ay work from home o nasa opisina kayo? Kasi ang bilis nyo magsasagot eh. Kung kayo ay work from home, siguro na email ito o kung paano mabilis. Ganun ba yung nangyari dito, Attorney Bragado, nasa opisina ka?
Nasa office po ako, Your Honor. Although
kahit pandemic tayo nito, kasagsagan ito, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
So nasa opisina ka, ang sumagot sa iyo ay nakapirma dito, si Attorney Uwayan, which we showed you a while ago, and we'd like to ask the General Counsel to mark this as Exhibit A, consequentially for the DepEd as well as the reply letter. So, balikan ko yung tanong ko. Hindi ka naka-work from home noon, physically present ka sa DepEd premises, and the same is true with the addressee, and you were able to immediately get a reply. Siguro nandun din siya sa opisina. Ganun ba nangyari nito?
Your Honor, as far as I can recall, that document was received by Joshua Dulce. So it is not personally that I received it, but it was PSDBM, but it was Joshua Dulce who went, I recall, to DepEd, Your Honor. And although
Again, attorney, who is Joshua Dulce?
he is from PSDBM, Your Honor.
Can we ask the General Counsel, the Committee Secretary, to require the presence of the Mr. Joshua Dulce for our next hearing? Wala na time ngayon para maliwanagan ito. Please proceed. You don't have to show all your documents. The committee will take possession of the same, and we will have those documents be part of the records of this committee. Please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. As I'll be allowed to continue. May 6, Your Honor, the letter, May 20, follow-up letter. Then, Your Honor, May 28, that draft MOA already contains the contract procurement entity in an end-to-end capacity. At the same time, contract administration and implementation is with PSDBM. So, Your Honor, even if that is not the MOA that I have drafted, the main points of the MOA, as I have explained, the service fee of 3% included, that MOA was submitted to the DBM PS Task Force headed by Yusek Ancibilla, and they have endorsed it to the Secretary of Education for it to be signed. Now, Your Honor, with regard to the manner of who endorsed that MOA to Secretary Briones, it is my recollection, Your Honor, that it is Yusek Ancibilla and Sept Salvador Malana who has the authority to explain it to the Secretary on what the MOA is all about. I have also submitted, Your Honor, a complete stop work CSW on that MOA, which passed through Assistant Salvador Malana and Yusek Ancibilla, explaining the complete stop work I made from the time it was drafted, reviewed, and recommended and exchanged to the DBMPS. And Your Honor, that's
Attorney Bragado,
yes, Honor.
we will allow you to rest for a while. I reckon that you've been speaking for the last 45 minutes, and it's quite a stress on your part, speaking spontaneously. So we'll allow you to pause for a while the other members of the committee are trying to discern what you have just said, including implicating statements concerning the role of Yusek Sevilla. Yusek Sevilla, during our previous hearings, stated that she has nothing to do with this process. And during the first hearing, she was the one who showed this committee the existence of a memorandum or circular defining the roles of various undersecretaries, assistant secretaries. So perhaps in the interest of fairness, due process, we will be requiring Yusek Sevilla, who is under oath, either to answer now, to reply, or to submit a sworn statement relative to what you just mentioned. But we will allow you, Attorney Bragado, to rest for a while and hear the reply of Yusek Sevilla. Yusek Sevilla, if you're still around, ang daming beses po nabanggit yung pangalan ninyo. Pero yung mga naunang hearing, sinasabi nyo na wala kayong kinalaman dito at ang sinasabi nyo ay ang may kinalaman lang dito sa prosesong ito ay si Yusek Del Pascua. Kasi yun po ang nakalagay sa memorandum. Pero ngayon, lumalabas, nagkaroon kayo ng Zoom meeting, nabigyan kayo ng memorandum of agreement draft, kasama kayo doon sa huling paglalabas ng agreement na pinadala sa PSDBM, at inawat ko na nga si Attorney Bragado dahil hindi ko na nabilang kung ilang beses nabanggit yung pangalan ninyo. Ano po ang masasabi nyo, Yusek Sevilla?
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity because I really want to explain my participation. And I did not add or reduce any of the testimonies or statements that I made in the first two hearings. Kasi dito po sa Memorandum of Agreement, may participation po kami dito sa finance but not signatories, but the Office of the Undersecretary for Finance is reviewing the provisions of the MOA mainly on the financial provisions. At matagal ko na rin pong ine-explain sa inyo na nag-negotiate kami on the 4% down to 3%. Kasi yung 2017 MOA po namin, 2% lang ang binayad namin na service fee. So yung pong MOA na yan, na draft na yan, ay bumupunta sa amin to check on the service fee rate. That's one. Two, kailan po ba dapat i-transfer ang pondo ng DepEd sa PSDBM? Meron din pong differentiation ang 2017 MOA at ang ngayong pong MOA. Yung 2017 na MOA, hindi po kami nag-transfer ng cash sa PSDBM. Ako rin po ang nagbantay ng provision na yon. Ang aming long inalaw sa MOA ay magbigay ng allotment. At hindi po kami magbibigay ng cash sa PSDBM hanggat walang kontrata. Yun po yung 2017 MOA. Dito po sa ngayon, Bayanihan Fund, because of the limitation of the fund, ang aking pong participation at input, at yan po ay kasama sa mga dokumentong isasubmit ni Director Mark Bragado, na napaka-limited ng aming participation, ay kailangan pong i-transfer ang pera sa PSDBM kapag nag-submit sila sa amin ng claim na meron pong successful procurement. Ibig sabihin, hindi po ako magbibigay ng pondo sa PSDBM kung walang proof na sila po ay nag-procure para sa amin. Yan po ang mga binantayan ko sa MOA na yan. At kung yung pong finalization ng MOA, pati yung pagpapapirma, ay wala po kami diyang nakalagay sa existing or notarized MOA na yan. We just want to also clarify, Mr. Chair, na yung PSDBM ay in fact, recommendation ko sa Secretary, PSDBM Task Force, that's what I mean. Yung task force na yon ay kinreate dahil recommendation ko yon kay Secretary Liling Briones, the former DepEd Secretary. Kasi napansin nga po namin na even nung kami dumating noong 2016, maraming mga nakapark na pera sa PSDBM. And in 2017, naglipat po kami ng mga 13 billion pa dahil ito po ay naabutan namin ng mga 2016 fund during the transition nung former Secretary Luistro and parating po yung Secretary Liling, tinransfer din po namin sa PSDBM kasi first time po na bibili ng TechBook livelihood ng mga equipment ng DepEd. Yun po yung MOA noong 2017. Kaya kinreate yung PSDBM Task Force in 2018, finance po ang head, ay para tingnan yung mga obligation at yung pagbabayad. Pero yung procurement, kung paano binibid, ano ang mga specs, ano ang presyo, hindi po yan sa finance. Yan po ay under sa procurement service at sa mga may-ari ng programa na pinoprocure ng PSDBM. In fact, even sa PSDBM, maaari nyo pong itanong kung may finance ba pumupunta dyan. Wala po. Ang pumupunta dyan ay mga procurement and program team dahil sila po ang member ng Bids and Awards Committee na binubuo sa PSDBM. Wala pong miyembro ng finance dyan. At yung pag-finalize ng MOA, kaya po kami binigyan ng kopya ni Director Mark Bragado, ay para po magkaroon ng assurance ang DepEd Secretary, at that time Secretary Liling Briones, na merong pondo na magsasagot sa MOA na ito. Mahirap pirmahan ng Secretary ang isang 2.4 billion na MOA kung hindi sinacertify ng Finance USEC na merong pera na magko-cover dito. So, I think we have to also not generalize but explain specifically what is the role of the EXICOM member na binabanggit ni Director Mark Bragado dito. So kung financial, tatayuan ko po yan at i-explain ko sa inyo ano ang mga inputs ko dyan at participation. Pero,
Yusek,
Senator
let me cut you kasi okay na yung point mo. Hindi, gagamitin ka lang naming resource person on the date of the MOA.
Yes, sir.
Ano ang iyong testimony on when was this MOA executed?
Okay. That's a very good question and I asked our finance team Your Honor, Senator Coco Pimentel.
Hindi, ma'am, wag. Ayaw na namin manood ng basketball game na pasahan ng bola eh.
Ay, hindi
I
po.
mean, as far as your personal, estimate mo, February ba talaga ito na ano? O ano? Kasi tandaan nyo, sabi ninyo, you will issue a document stating that the funds are available before the Secretary signs. Kung makahuli kami ng document na yan na after February, patay, bagsak ang kwento. So when, sa tingin ninyo, when was this MOA executed without passing the ball for personal knowledge nyo?
Yes, kaya ko po binanggit yung accounting office, Senator Pimentel, kasi po, meron po mga documents coming from the Office of Director Bragado ng evidence ng notarial. Kailan pinanotaryo, may OR yan. Tapos yung MOA po, sir, ay attachment.
Ma'am, di ba, sabi niyo, ginaguide nga ninyo si Secretary Briones before signing eh. So, after February 2021, nag-guide pa rin ba kayo sa kanya? Kasi yun, before signing. After February 2021, nag-negotiate pa rin ba kayo sa service fee? Mga ganon. Kasi kung may mga ganon, pirmado na supposed to be ang MOA, wala na dapat negotiation sa service fee. Mahuhuli kayo dyan. Kung meron pang after February 16, 2021, nag-negotiate pa ba kayo sa rate ng service fee? Gina-guide nyo pa ba si Secretary Briones about signing the MOA? Lagapak ang istorya, bagsak ang istorya na February 16, 2021, pinirmahan ang MOA. Hindi po ba? Do you get my point, Yusek? Kaya kita tinatanong, as the Yusek who guided the Secretary in financial matters before signing a 2.4 billion peso contract, up to when do you recall guiding the Secretary about this contract? As the answer po, anong date, more or less?
Yes, as early as January, Senator, meron na pong mga memo na sinasign kami on this. And in fact, yung February po ay meron na po 3% dyan na pinag-uusapan. Yung pong
Correct,
na
ma'am.
memo,
And did you stop? Did you stop after February? Or kung makahanap kami ng dokumento na after February about this MOA, medyo magagamit na po namin ito against your testimony kung naninindigan kayo na February 2021 talaga.
yun nga po sinasabi ko, Your Honor, yung date po ng MOA, hindi po sa finance yan manggagaling. Yan po ay manggagaling doon sa talagang nagpa-finalize ng MOA. At yan po yung opisina ng procurement service. Hindi po sa amin manggagaling ang date ng MOA, Your Honor. Kasi po,
Sige ma'am, di bale, hindi naman yun ang tanong ko kung saan nanggaling yung date. Yung guidance ninyo na sinasabi niyo. Anyway, we will be able to siguro look at the documents given to us by Attorney Bragado. May paper trail naman yan.
Yes.
Pero Mr. Chairman, let us not forget also to get the reaction of sila Yusek Lau kasi affected din sila.
But before we dispense with the testimony, nawala si Yusek Sibilla. Yusek Sibilla, are you still around? Nawala. Yusek, yes. Akala ko nag-log off ka na. Similar to what I did during the last hearing, being a superior of in terms of rank of Attorney Bragado, this committee is requesting you. This is not a protective order. That any statements emanating from the mouth of Attorney Bragado should not be used against him internally or administratively. Meaning to say, he should not be demoted, he should not be floated by tomorrow, he should not be preventively suspended, he should not be given lesser assignments because of his testimony and presence here. And this is accordance likewise with civil service regulations. May we get that assurance and commitment from you?
That's beyond my authority and power, Your Honor. Hindi po ako ang hindi po ako
ibig
ang
sabihin niyan,
undersecretary ko.
hindi ibig sabihin niyan, wag niyong mamasamain yung sinabi ni Attorney Bragado. And we will note that. We will know what will transpire tomorrow or the days ahead. Because this oversight function of the Senate will not end with this hearing. And you will have a budget hearing likewise to confront with. So similar to what I did with Sharon and the other officials of the PSDBM, wag naman natin masamain kung may nagsabi ng hindi ng taliwas doon sa iniisip ninyo. So, bigyan natin ng karapatan din yung mga junior officials na magsabi ng saloobin nila sangayon sa kanilang nalalaman bilang bahagi ng proceedings ng Blue Ribbon. That's the commitment that we request from you in accordance with civil service rules.
Your Honor, I am not the Secretary of the Department of Education.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Don't try to evade the question. On your level, wag mong masamain yung sinabi ni Attorney Bragado. Finance, baka hindi na sumweldo to sa 1 linggo o susunod na kinsenas. Wag ganon. Baka hindi na issuehan to ng DTR. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, kay Yusek Sevilla, meron po kayong affidavit. Paki-check na lang po kung tama rin itong binabasa ko. Page 1 of your affidavit, 4B, paragraph 4B, sinabi ninyo na pertinent to said procurement, my functions as Undersecretary for Finance include the following. B, process the transfer of funds to PSDBM pursuant to the approved and signed February 16, 2021 MOA between DepEd and PSDBM. So, ang pagkaintindi po namin dito, pinaninindigan ninyo na February 16, 2021 yung MOA. Tama po, ma'am?
Yes. Your
Yes,
Honor,
okay.
that was the notarized MOA submitted to us sa finance kapag po kami nagpa-process ng pag-transfer ng pondo. Yan po ang sinabit sa amin na MOA.
Sige, thank you. And that is the date of the MOA if I ask you for when it was executed. Yan din ang sagot nyo, di ba?
Yes po. Ito po ang sinabit sa amin na MOA ng program.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator Pimentel. Senator Gatchalian would like to propound some.
Mr. Chair, I listening intently. I would like to hear Director Wayan's explanation as to the narration of Attorney Bragazo and also the discrepancies as to the dates. I would like to hear once again his explanation on this matter because there's a lot of inconsistencies between his last statements and also the minutes of the meeting as well as the narration today.
Mr. Chairman, I know that the allegations raised by Director Bragado is pretty much damaging if you take it into account, considering that he has availed of the use immunity which allows him to speak freely. I cannot comment on his intention. Perhaps he might have some access to burn with the current management of DepEd. From what I have heard, he no longer has any office there right now, although his position is still retained. So I do not know how...
Mr. Chairman, ang question yata is on the message, not about the messenger. So, sagutin na lang po natin, Attorney Wayan, yung message kaya is May 28, 2021 daw yung pag-sign ng MOA. So I think that is the question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to answer it. So, on his allegation that it was signed on May 28, that is not entirely accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Gandang sagot po, Mr. Chairman. What is the part which is accurate?
If you can
and not accurate,
check closely, I think it was also him who endorsed to our office the notarized document, which was dated February 16, 2021. That is also on record. In fact, I think it was submitted, it was presented earlier or shown. Anyway, I can recall a Latin maxim in criminal law. The possessor of a forged or falsified document is considered the author thereof. So, in that respect, it would show that It did not come from us.
Sige sir. When did you sign that document? Now that there is this now, you claim February 16 pa rin, or yung signature kasi witness ka ron eh.
I would still claim it to be so, Mr. Chairman.
Sige okay. So, Senator Gatchalian.
My question, Senator Pimentel to Director Wayan, kailan ba ho na-sign yung document? Is it May 28 or February 16? That's my direct question to Director Wayan, because nandoon siya doon sa MOA, nandoon yung pangalan niya sa MOA.
Mr. Chairman, I've already answered that question. If with all due respect.
So just answer it again.
Sometime in February.
Mr. Chairman, para klaro kasi abogado naman tayo, Panyero. Sometime in February, but that should be on or before February 16, 2021. Tama po ba? Panyero, ayusin natin ang sagot natin.
That's accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that would be his testimony, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, kung may paper trail naman ito, sa bigay sa atin na tatlong envelopes yung dala ni Attorney Bragado, makikita po natin, mahuhuli din naman lahat ito. At can we get also si Yusek Lau, kasi beyond his term na po itong date na binabanggit. So we better...
Before that, Mr. Chair, I want to put on record again, the minutes of the meeting dated May 5, 2020. The chairperson, which is Mr. Mora, and let me quote the minutes, the chairperson manifested that he and the chairman or the vice chairperson will talk with the management to seek clearance to post the invitation, to post the IB. IB is invitation to bid, correct? Pending the approval of MOA and submission of supplemental APP. He added that once cleared, the committee will be informed through email. So, as late as May 5, the chairperson of the Bids and Award Committee manifested that the MOA is still pending.
Committee notes that. Who would answer? Who would you like to respond?
No, I just want to put that again on record.
The committee notes the manifestation of Senator Sherin Gatchalian. So, Senator Pimentel, any further questions directed to Director Wayan or Yusek Lau?
Yeah, we have to give
yes, the dates.
In fairness, Yusek Lau.
When you retired, your name was implicated here prior to your retirement and post-retirement. So, what have you to say?
I think the last hearing I answered this the question on this document before I was able to see this. I answered that any document that I sign will be subject to logbook. I apologize. I'll ask my...
That's why we requested your personal presence today, and
Yes.
we appreciate your attendance so you can see for yourself the documents.
This is a photocopy, Mr. Chair. I haven't seen the original. But all documents that I sign, usually it has DMS and logbook in my office. So that will show, because I sign a lot of documents. Now, based on the photocopy, I stated earlier, also in the previous hearing, I also mentioned that it is improbable that I would sign a document after April 30 because I already left the office. However, this document I also gave my observations on it appears to be my initials on every page, from page 1 to No.
So you already affirmed that
Yes.
You signed this document
Yes.
this morning.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
I'm just reiterating
Page
my
12,
statement.
page 12.
Page 1 to page 11 are my initials. It appears as my initial. Page 13 and 14 as well.
What about page 12?
Page 12, I just made an observation earlier that the strokes are similar to my signature except on the LAO, there's no A.
And there was a statement mentioned.
Possible that I might be
Yes,
signing
that
this
you
on
were
a rush
probably
or I
in a
was standing
standing
up.
position while signing this.
Yeah, because
yes.
because the stroke, I can recognize my stroke, Mr. Chair. But
Yes.
there's just an observation, the O was not missing. So possible the position of my signature was not
Yes.
proper.
So it practically confirms his earlier statement, Senator Pimentel.
Yes, so thank you for that. Then we were just giving you a chance to react. At least,
Yes,
okay.
I understand the statement of the staff, Mr. Chair, whatever their stance, because I believe they're also in good faith. Everybody's in good
Yes.
faith in doing their job.
Hindi, but you mentioned a logbook na which will prove or show us the date when you signed this. Ano. So, wala
It
ka
will-
ng access doon. You are not, so si Attorney Santiago na naman. Baka naman may...
Transmittal record. We have records, Mr. Chair. We have records on the documents sent to us from office to office or inter-office, within the office.
Hindi, ang tanong kasi kanina, when did you sign the MOA? You were referring to a logbook which will help you recall when
Yes.
you signed it. So, wala ka ng access doon because that's
I
with
do not have access,
so
Mr.
the
Chair.
PSDBM siguro, Attorney Santiago, if we can ask you to, you and your staff to look at that logbook to give us a hint or a clue or information on when this MOA was signed by Director Lau.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Chair, I inquired already because I received a subpoena duces tecum from the Honorable Committee, and that this refers to a logbook and the routing slips. So I was inquiring from the office staff, the Office of the Executive Director. They said, I repeated many times over and asked them, do we have a logbook of documents? And they said we have none, but we have the document management system with our General Services Division. So that's where I asked for requested for those documents pertaining to the MOA per the subpoena duces tecum. So we
So
presented,
are you
Your
willing to
Honor,
provide
already
the
what we have.
committee a copy of that? So again, I repeat this. There is no logbook.
That's what they said, Your Honor, that we do not
So
have
Yusek
logbook.
Lau is referring to a logbook a while ago? There's no logbook.
Maybe yung time nyo.
Is it a logbook, a personal diary, or what?
In my office, I have logbook of all the documents that comes in and comes out. In our office, we have the routing slip. I think that's the DMS.
Yes.
Yeah. With inter-office, intra-office, within the office, we have a DMS, Data Management System.
Yeah.
All the documents routed from one office to another is signed. There's a routing slip. Now, in my office, any document that comes in and comes out, there's a logbook. I'm not sure if it's being maintained after my term.
Who has possession of that logbook?
I think it's Manang Ruth. Manang Ruth is one of... Is he still there?
Yeah, she's still there.
Si Manang Ruth. But I think Attorney Wayan has a recollection on when it was handed to me.
Before we ask, with the permission of Senator Pimentel, because we're trying to piece together the timeline, I have here 28 April 2021 document supposedly signed by Yusek Lau addressed to Alain Del Pascua concerning the status of the procurement of laptops for the DepEd. So just trying to refresh everything because we're nearing the completion of connecting the dots. We'd like to show you this document, and if the General Counsel Secretariat can show this to Yusek Lau for him to confirm the contents as well as authenticate his signature. It's a letter addressed to Yusek Del Pascua. I will read once it is confirmed.
Yes, Mrs. Chair.
About the signature that bears the imprint of
Yes,
your
that's
customary
my signature. That's my standard signature, Mr.
Yes.
Chair.
Can we retrieve it back again? Thank you, Yusek Lau. So let the records reflect that Yusek Lau has just confirmed the contents of a letter dated April 28, 2021, addressed to Yusek Pascua, and I read the gist. Please be informed that we are scheduling the posting of the advertisement for the said item on 29 April 2021, barring any major issues that will unexpectedly arise from the procurement team's final review. Attached herewith is the agency procurement request submitted by DepEd containing the technical specifications of the laptop, addressed to Yusek Del Pascua, signed Lloyd Christopher Lau, Undersecretary OIC Director. So let this be part of the records, marked as Exhibit A sequentially as part of the records. But I'll show this first to my colleagues here. Thank you, Yusek Lau.
Yeah, hindi, I think Attorney Santiago was trying to tell us something. Ano yung conclusion mo, sir, dun sa about the logbook or data management system? What did it reveal, if any?
Your Honor, we already submitted this yesterday, Your Honor, in compliance with the subpoena, that per confirmation with the office staff, we don't have a logbook, but we have the document management system, and as represented in our letter, we received 2 documents recorded in the data management system. The first one dated, this was received May 6, 2021 at 3:04 p.m. Letter coming from Attorney Marcelo H. Bragado, dated May 6, 2021. The one read by our Honorable Chair. Ito po yung endorsement of a draft MOA, unsigned po. So the unsigned MOA is with us. Yung pong pinadala. So we submitted this also to the committee. And then the next one, yun na po yung nakita namin sa record. This was received June 3, 2021, 9:34 a.m. Letter dated June 2, 2021, signed by Attorney Marcelo Bragado. This time around, this is the notarized memorandum of agreement for laptops for teachers. And this is already the document, the notarized document that we've been discussing, Your Honor.
With February 16, 2021 as the date of the document and notarization. Tama pa?
February 16, 2021, Your
Tama.
Honor.
Tama pa? Tama.
Yes, Your Honor.
So
And then the
anyway,
observation
so thank you for that report, Chairman.
The said documents were already marked earlier and submitted to this committee. Maraming salamat, General Counsel. Maraming salamat, Attorney Santiago. Now we'll have a yes, Senator
Just a
Gatchalian.
quick question to Attorney Santiago. Attorney, can a procurement be implemented, especially posting for invitation to bid without a MOA?
Your Honor, I go by the rule under Section 7.3.3 of the IRR, specifically paragraph A, a MOA must be executed.
So in other words, wala pong gagalaw without a MOA.
Your Honor, it could be that the MOA will come later, but then they will, normally the practice is the agency will submit already the agency procurement request. Pero preliminary documentations po yan. Yan po yung technical specs plus perhaps the identified budget. And then the MOA will come later on. But the procurement activity will commence on the date you advertise it. So the reckoning point will be the date of the advertisement, Your Honor, for the procurement activity.
Which is the invitation to bid?
That's the invitation to bid, Your Honor.
So
When you
can you post an invitation to bid without a MOA?
I would say this should be a MOA because the MOA will dictate the cadence of the relationship between the two agencies, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator
Pimentel. Siguro si Attorney Bragado should give us more substantiation of his claim na May 28, 2021 is the date of the execution of the MOA. And then, Attorney Bragado, in the course of your further testimony, sometime in June, you sent the letter to PSDBM attaching the MOA notarized February 16, 2021. So nanggaling daw sa iyo, ano? So kung nanggaling, if you admit this, no, na nanggaling sa iyo, why if it's May 28, 2021, why did you choose, you or the notary or the whoever dated the MOA February 16, 2021? Meron bang connection yon, February 16 with May 28? May backtracking ba na ginawa to make sure na compliant with the law?
Proceed and continue as well with your testimony aborted a while ago, Attorney Bragado.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. I've said May 28, the exchange of communication with regard to the signing of the MOA of the signatories. Then, with regard to the notarization, Your Honor, during the time of May 28 to June 2, where the letter I transmitted, I can personally say that I do not have any participation in the notarization. And as I can be submitting later with my sworn statement, ephemeral electronic evidence which can be admitted, there are communications, Your Honor, that may establish that some other people or staff of a certain office who coordinated with the notarization, Your Honor. And that notarized MOA was in my office, and that natural action that I should do is to transmit that MOA to PSDBM being one of the parties. So that's the natural course of action that I do, Your Honor. Now, with regard, Your Honor, to the date of February 16, 2021, I will also be submitting ephemeral electronic evidence to prove that that date has emanated from an instruction because of certain reasons connected to that MOA, Your Honor, to that project. So, Your Honor, I'm saying that the February 16, 2021 is not my decision to make. It is not me who chose the February 16, 2021. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, I was diligently doing my function in coordinating the MOA. That is why even until May 28, I stayed in the office really to monitor the progress so that it can be signed. I have no idea, Your Honor, that will be antedated.
Iba na to. What do you mean antedated, Attorney Bragado? So yung MOA in antedate?
Your Honor, it appears
that's what you're claiming now?
Yes, Your Honor, it appears that it is antedated because in my personal view and professional knowledge, I was the one who is requesting for the signatures of the MOA. And I have records to tell that it is May 28, Your Honor, that I have asking for the signatures of Yusik Lau. So, Your Honor, I have documents to prove that the MOA was May 28. It was signed May 28. Now, the matter of notarization or who made the notarization, I'm not personally aware of that, Your Honor. But in my professional view and personal knowledge, Your Honor, being the one who is being instructed to coordinate with the MOA, May 28 was the date it was signed, Your Honor.
That's a very disconcerting allegation now, because if it's antedated, we're now treading the lines of we don't have the notary public who died, God bless his soul. We're treading the lines of falsification of public documents. So that's a different matter, whether it is antedated, and if the effects of an antedated memorandum of agreement. So I think the committee will have to establish this as well as the facts, because if it is antedated, we will have a violation of Article 171 of the revised penal code, altering true dates, and it will have grave consequences as to the effects of a contract or a document, more so if it involves the disbursement of funds. So I would surmise now that you will have to substantiate that if you have records to show that there really was an antedating to let the committee conclude that there was antedating, because may iba lahat ito. We will be, even the COA report probably missed this, the antedating, and it will have grave effects and consequences as to the disbursement made. So, meron ka pa bang gustong idagdag doon para patunayan nagkaroon ng antedating? Ang antedating, iniba yung date, hindi sa tamang date.
Your Honor, I will be submitting documents and electronic evidence, ephemeral electronic evidence to show that only to prove that I have coordinated the MOA and let the signatory sign May 28. So whatever be the date there, I will also be submitting, Your Honor, documents showing that there was an instruction, Your Honor, that to put the date on that February 16th.
Instruction to
put the date, Your Honor, in the MOA, because before, it was only blank February.
So what's so special about February 16, aside from the fact that it's 2 days after Valentine's Day?
Your Honor, I have no personal knowledge on why February, but Your Honor, based on my personal knowledge, I only coordinated the MOA and have the signatory signed May 28. That's the documents I have, Your Honor.
Senator Pimentel.
Okay, Miss. Okay. June 2, you wrote the PSDBM. June 2 or 3, you wrote PSDBM submitting now the signed, notarized MOA. Okay, so point of view ng PSDBM, nanggaling sa'yo. Okay, kaya tatanungin kita. So, saan naman, before you, sino? Kaya, testify now.
Your Honor, I mentioned a while ago that we have a DepEd PSDBM task force chaired by Yusek Ancibilla, and those the task force has employees and staff. Your Honor.
Para Apanyero, para klaro. Sa mata ng PSDBM, ikaw nag-abot sa kanila ng document na kiniklaim natin na antedated. February 16, 2021, na ang claim mo May 28, 2021 pinirmahan. Okay. Sino nag-abot sa'yo nung notarized na? Huwag nang banggitin yung task force. Tao na. Sino po?
Your Honor, as far as I can recall, it's in my office, Your Honor. And presumably it's my staff, Your Honor, because it's in my office.
So nakita mo lang sa table mo? Parang
Yes,
gano'n?
Your Honor.
Okay, so who would be your staff? Mention them so that tawagin din namin kung kailangan. Sino tong staff mo?
Yes, Your Honor. During that time, I have 3 staff working with the PSDBM. I will mention their names, Your Honor, but they have already resigned last year. That's Ken Saide, Marup Perocho, and Rudy Awat.
So, itong tatlong ito lang ang may access sa table mo at pwede naglagay noong notarized document.
Your Honor, they are the people who are working with me, with the PSDBM task force, Your Honor. So, presumably, they are the ones who are coordinating with the PSDBM task force on the notarization.
Okay, at that particular time, nakita mo yung dokumento, hindi ka nagtanong. Sino naglagay nito dito? Hindi ka nagtanong sa mga staff mo at sa tao sa opisina?
Your Honor, hindi ko na tinanong yan, Your Honor, because I have transmitted immediately. So I will presume, Your Honor, either of the 3.
Any of the 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so hindi mo na tinanong. Kasi
No,
pwede mo naman tinanong Smith immediately, pero nagtanong ka pa rin. Sino ba naglagay nito sa table ko? Wala. Kasi parang nare-recall din natin, Mr. Chairman, yung mga story na sino to, little lady na inaabot sa corridor daw. A little lady handed me the document in the corridor. Somebody left it in front of my gate. Mga ganong kwento po. Kaya we should really be very careful po rito. So if you can organize your thoughts and execute an affidavit, we will scrutinize this, okay? But yung use immunity po natin is actually if you are not lying. Condition yun doon, di ba, Panyero? Klaro po yun, ha? I mean, yun po yung ating condition doon. So, I hope we got the names of the three staff, Mr. Chairman.
To repeat that,
Tawagin siguro natin. We have to look for them. Kahit wala na sila sa we have to look for them kasi banggaan na eh. Banggaan na po ng versions. And if your version is the true version, it opens a Pandora's box na marami pa lang nangyari talaga rito. So we really need to find out.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Mr. Chair, just a question to Attorney Bragado. So sinasabi niyo, Attorney, by May 28, wala pang permadong MOA. Tama po ba?
May 28, Your Honor, wala pa.
Wala pang
Pinapapirma
permado.
po namin.
Pinapaperma mo pa. Ikaw ang nagpapaperma sa mga heads of office. Tama po ba?
When I say me, sir, me and my staff po, kasi of course, kailangan ko po tulong ng staff ko ron.
But you were responsible to secure the signatures.
Yes, Your Honor, because we are coordinating with Director Owayan during the time.
But you were assigned to secure the signatures for the MOA, particularly for PSDBM and also for DepEd. Tama po ba?
For PSDBM, Your Honor, that's the Director Owayan. For DepEd, Your Honor, it is to be submitted to ASEC Malana and USEC Sibilia for the signature of Secretary Briones.
Okay. But were you there kung May 28 po, wala pa, kailan po napermahan?
I suppose, Your Honor, that's between May 28 to June 2, Your Honor.
May 28 to June 2.
Because I was not the one who gave the MOA to Secretary to be signed po. So during that time po, if ever, it was the DBMP task force headed by Yusek Ansibilia.
Okay. Were you there physically nung pinermahan po yung MOA? Either side, whether PSDBM or DepEd, were you there to nakita nyo ba personally na pinermahan po yung MOA? Either whoever the personality may be.
No, Your Honor. I did not see the signatories actually signed the MOA.
Okay. Sino po ang nandoon sa tingin nyo na physically nakita na pinermahan ni MOA?
I would not know, Your Honor, because I cannot presume. But I think we have a PSDBM chairman and part of the EXECOM, Yusek Ansibilia, and Assistant Secretary Malana, who is part of also the EXECOM. Those two can really go directly to Secretary Briones and let her sign it.
But the physical MOA, yung actual MOA, kayo ang nagprint, kayo nagprepare, kayo ang nagtransmit.
The physical MOA, Your Honor, that we submitted to Director Owayan, to the office of Yusek An, Your Honor. I think I can recall that we were the one who gave, but the printed one, Your Honor, it came from the PSDBM.
Is it electronically signed or is it physically signed?
As far as I can remember, Your Honor, it's physically signed.
So there was a physical MOA that was physically signed.
Yes, Your
by
Honor.
both sides.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you prepared that.
The MOA, Your Honor, as I've said a while ago, came from the PSDBM because, as you can see, that's their letterhead. The MOA has the letterhead of the PSDBM. So definitely, Your Honor, the MOA came from them, the printout, and then we just submitted it to the PSDBM so that the ASEC Malana and Yusek Malana can sign as a witness, and Yusek can help in explaining to Secretary Briones the MOA so that she can sign it.
Let's do this step by step, kasi kailangan namin malaman yung physical transmittal ng MOA. So what you're claiming is the physical MOA came from PSDBM and it went to you, binigay sa'yo. Tama po ba?
Binigay po sa amin. I can recall that I have stopped working with me po, Your Honor.
Permado na ba ho yun o hindi pa?
Yung binigay po sa amin ay permado ni Director Jason Meruwayan.
Okay. And permado na ba ho yan ng DepEd?
Hindi pa po, dahil binigay po namin yung MOA na yan kay Asek Salvador Malana for his signature as witness.
So in other words, by May 28, nakita nyo physically na PSDBM lang ang pumerma. Si Director Wayan lang pumerma.
As far as I can recall, Your Honor, si Director Uwayan lang po ang nakapirma.
How about si Attorney Lau, pumerma ba ho siya doon?
Wala pa po siyang signature, Your Honor, because as far as I can recall also, he was not present because he is in Davao.
So apat ang pumerma ho doon, di ba ho?
Yes, Your Honor.
So doon sa apat, ang apat na nakita ko is si Yusek Lau, si Director Wayan, si Secretary Briones, and the other Malana. No? Tama po ba yung
Yes, Your Honor.
Pero isa lang nakaperma ho doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then yung papeles na yon, you transmitted it to kanino nyo binigay?
Binigay na po yun ng staff ko doon sa office ni Assistant Secretary Malana
Okay, for them to sign.
for him to sign.
And you have documents to prove that by May 28, yung physical MOA, wala pang perma ang DepEd.
Yes, Your Honor. After signing, after we endorse the document to Assistant Secretary Malana, hindi ko na po alam kung sino nakapirma kay Secretary Briones. So it's either he as the witness or Yusek An as the chairman of the PSDBM task force.
And when was it returned to you na permado na?
As far as I can recall, Your Honor, between the dates of May 29 to June 2, because I remember I also gave it to the PSDBM for the signature of Yusek Lau.
So May 29 to June 2, binalik ho sa inyo, permado na ni Secretary, permado na ni Tekmalana.
Your Honor, bumalik na po yun nung sa akin sa table ko, permado na ni Yusek Lau and notarized na po.
So permado na.
Yusek Lau, opo.
Yung apat pumerma na.
Opo.
And notarized na.
Yes, Your Honor.
So from May 29 to June 2, permado na ng apat at notarized na.
Yan yung bumalik na sa office ko.
Sino nag-instruct magpa-notarize?
Your Honor, the notarization, as I will submit, Your Honor, was instructed to me na pa-coordinate, no, pa-notary. But, Your Honor, I had said a while ago, it was not me. I have no personal knowledge kung sino. It just arrived at my office, notarized na po. So,
Teka, Panyero, responsibility mo na ipanotarize siya. Tama po ba? Tapos, nautos mo. Tama po ba yon? Is that an accurate statement? Kasi alaki ng DepEd eh. Libo-libo empleyado ninyo. Sinong responsible to have it notarized?
Your Honor, I will tell Your Honor that there are exchanges of Viber messages.
Hindi. Saka na po yun. Iba na. Sa notarization lang po tayo. Who was responsible to have it notarized? You?
The DepEd, Your Honor.
Ilan ang empleyado ng DepEd? Mga 50,000 yata. Meron sigurong pinpointed naman po na tao. Sino po?
Yes, Your Honor. They are pinpointing on my office because I was the one coordinating with the MOA.
Okay. Sige. Your office is the one responsible to have the MOA notarized. Ang testimony mo, you did not personally have it notarized, but who in your office had it who in your office had it notarized?
Your Honor, I would not know because I said a while ago, there are coordination of the staff of Yusek and Sibilia and my staff.
Can we not ask, find out? You did not ask. You did not even ask. Oh, tomorrow, can we ask? The following day, can we ask?
Your Honor, I will submit for Your Honor the exchanges of communication so that we can, you will know who coordinated the notarization. So that we will,
Okay, so posibleng lumipat na office, your responsibility to have it notarized, hindi yung office mo?
yes, Your Honor. Because, Your Honor,
Okay.
as I've said a while ago, there is a DepEd PSDBN task force.
Name us the office. What is that office? Kung sa office man, sabi mo kasi kanina, it's your office na responsible to have it notarized. Eh. So, ano tayo? Hindi na. It's not your office anymore.
I will maintain, Your Honor, because I am part of that DepEd PSDBN task force, Your Honor.
So, it's the task force which is responsible. Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
Who in the task force? Ilan lang yan? Eh? Wala pa 10 tao siguro yan. Oh, who?
Your Honor, I will be submitting the mention, a name through Viber, Your Honor, the Viber communication. But I think it is a staff of Yusek and Sevilla and my staff coordinating.
Hindi, pero hindi. The coordination did not bring the document to the notary. Who brought it to the notary? Yan ang tanong eh.
Yes, Your Honor, but
Hirap tayo sagot. Hindi ko naintindihan eh.
I would not know, Your Honor, who brought it to the notary public, Your Honor.
Okay, you do not know. But who? Whose office, division, sector, whatever it is called, is responsible to have it notarized? Your group?
I will say the DepEd task force, Your Honor.
Task force. How many members of the task force?
Different offices, Your Honor, including my office.
Ilan na? Ba't di natin masagot?
I have to check, Your Honor.
Baka 5 lang yata siguro yan. Eh.
I think more than 10, Your Honor.
Ha?
More than 10 offices or...
More than 10 offices. O di, kung kailangan patawagin lahat yun to find out. Kasi hindi naman yung dokumento, Garate sabi ko, hindi naman yung dokumento naglakad papunta sa notary. Meron talagang na gano'n. Does your initial appear on any of the pages of the MOA?
Your Honor, my initial appeared under the signature of Asik Malana.
So you admit that initial under the name of Attorney Salvador C. Malana III is your initial pala. So
Yes, Your Honor.
ewan ko kung ma-flash ng secretary dyan just to guide you. Okay, so kung initial mo yan, so you have an idea when did you affix that initial?
Before Asik Malana signed, Your Honor, that's May 28.
So, basta yung date mo, May 28 ka. Yan ang testimony mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
May 28, 2021. So, okay, so, So, and then, yung pinakita rin sa, Mr. Mora, may pinakita sa aking minutes si Senator Win eh. Anong date yun? May 5, 2021, may proceedings yung back. And you really mentioned doon, pending wala pa talagang MOA, no? So as late as May 5, 2021, from the back chairman himself executing minutes of a meeting, there is an entry there na we can use to support the testimony of Attorney Bragado na at least as late as May 5, wala pa pong MOA presented to you. At least that is the accurate statement. So, yun lang po yun, Attorney Bragado, since unscripted kasi yung punta mo, siguro if you can organize your narration of facts in a sworn statement with names, this time with names na po, kasi pati yung who sent you the Viber, para po talagang, yun na po. Anyway, you're under oath din ngayon, actually. Tapos yun din, that will be under oath din yung sworn statement mo. So, substantiate that the gist of your, or the explosive part of your testimony that the MOA was really signed and executed May 28, 2021, which is after the date when it was notarized, which is February 16, 2021. So, one last clarificatory question. Umabot ang MOA sa iyo in physical form with the signature of witness, Attorney Uwayan as witness. Sabi mo, nakita mo yon eh. Sometime in May, anong date po yon? Yung nakita niyo yung ano niya?
May 28, Your Honor.
May 28. But no signature above the name of Attorney Lau. Director Lau, Yusek Lau?
No signature of
No,
Yusek Lau.
okay, so that is also a very interesting part of the testimony. Okay, but disputed, for the record, disputed by Yusek Lau and Director Uwayan, who insist and who stand on their testimony and claim that sometime on or before February 16, 2021, nila pinirmahan. Okay? Because that would be the one consistent with the date it was notarized. So, Mr. Chairman, okay na po ako kasi we will look at we shall await the sworn statement of Attorney Bragado, and if necessary, name your staff who we can trace back po tayo, and then if necessary, Mr. Chairman, yung 10 members ng task force kung kailangan pa talaga to find out kung talaga sino nagpanotaryo po nito.
Intel, so are you placing that into a motion?
Yes.
To have have the 3 staff members mentioned a while ago, who apparently placed
Who could have placed
the MOA not in your presence, and which you later utilized and accepted as coming from the person who actually drafted the MOA. So, can you, anyway, it's part of the TSN, the names, but if you can repeat the names of your 3 former resigned staff members, sino-sino po yun?
Ken Saide, Ken po.
Saide,
Maru Perocho, and Rudy Awat.
Rudy Awan. We'll later get the addresses so they can be invited. Plus, the 10-person members of the committee. Which committee is this?
Oh, the task force.
Task
the
force,
task force.
the task force.
PSDBM task force.
Task force.
Who could have, kasi ito po yung mga representatives of the office or even heads of the offices who could have instructed their staff, their people to have the MOA notarized. Pero what is significant, Mr. Chairman, is kahit na yung MOA ay nakita lamang ni Atty. Bragado na notaryado na sa desk niya, pag-transmit niya sa PSDBM, walang nag-claim na fake ang signature ko dyan. Wala. That is the MOA which we are all examining as the agreement governing the relationship of PSDBM and DepEd. Okay, that is what is also significant. I mean, it is not disputed to be forgery as far as signatures are concerned. Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before Senator Gatchalian propounds a question, let the records reflect that my office just received 2 minutes ago a thick brown envelope containing the list of recipients of the laptops. If my colleagues would allow, after the questioning of Senator Gatchalian, I'll have a staff member retrieve the envelope, thick brown envelope, in my office right now so that we can open this. Because this is part of the pending administrative matter. Remember, during the last hearing, we asked Yusek Sibilia to provide us a list of the recipients. So, Senator Gatchalian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on the questions of Senator Pimentel. Attorney Bragazo, sino po nag-utos? Hindi ho kayo ang nag-utos nung notary public?
Nag-utos na magpa, Your Honor?
Sino ang nag-utos para inauthorize yung MOA?
It was Yusek Ann Sibilia, Your Honor.
Ang nag-utos? Meron ho kayong personal knowledge na siya ang nag-utos?
Meron po, Your Honor, na communication that transpired, Your Honor.
Transpired with communication within whom?
With Yusek Ann Sibilia, Your Honor.
And
me, Your Honor.
And you? Kayong dalawa nag-uusap?
Yes, Your Honor, as part of the PSDBM task force po.
Okay, na in-instruct ka ni Yusek Ann na ipanotorize?
That the MOA should be notarized po.
Okay. who instructed that it should be February 16?
Your Honor, the date, Your Honor, is can be at best answered by Yusek Ansibilla, Your Honor, because it's the finance prerogative of determining why February 2021.
When she instructed you to notarize it, anong ginawa mo? Inutusan mo yung staff mo to notarize?
No, Your Honor. Actually, I was asking Yusek An on the reason why 1st February should be the MOA. Because I am coordinating the MOA and it's already May, Your Honor.
So you ask her?
I'm asking her, Your Honor, because she was asking me, how is the MOA? So I'm telling her that the MOA is being finalized, Your Honor, and ganyan. And then she told me, as I will be submitting our communication, that there should be a date in February.
Siya ang nagsabi sa'yo na dapat February.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, but sino naman nag-utos sa staff? Kasi who brought the physical MOA to the notary public?
That would not, I would not know that, Your Honor. That's the name of the staff or who the staff of Yusek Sevilla or my staff. I cannot answer that, Your Honor, because I have to check.
Yeah, but she instructed you, you instructed your staff. Tama?
No, I have not instructed my staff, Your Honor. I am telling kanina that there was a coordination po from the office of Yusek An to me that they will be the one coordinating the notarization. So, Your Honor, I don't know if that coordination is with my staff directly because the communication said that they will coordinate the notarization.
Bakit pa kayo nag-exchange kung sila namang magpapanotarize? What's the exchange for?
Well,
Why
Your
is she
Honor,
exchanging with you?
the Executive Assistant, Your Honor, of Yusek An Sevilla then, I asked kasi, Your Honor, that the notarization is a different issue. So who will coordinate the notarization? So that's why they will be the one who will be coordinating. And that will be submitted, Your Honor, that the office of Yusek An will be the one coordinating the notarization.
Okay, if they will coordinate with parang sinasabi niya, kami nang bahala mag-notarize.
Parang ganun, Your Honor, but I will not assume because he said that the notarization, they will ask around.
Okay, but I would assume the conversation revolved around who will physically bring the document to be notarized, correct?
As far as I can recall, Your Honor, that is the gist.
Yeah, but you said you have Viber exchanges with that effect.
Yes, Your Honor.
But why did Yusek An divulge to you the date if they will be notarizing it anyways?
Your Honor, I asked actually why February, and my hope, Your Honor, is that the notary public who will notarize it will notarize it on the same day if there is a notary public willing, Your Honor. But she just explained, Your Honor, that is a finance perspective that the MOA should be dated February. But with regard to
Hindi, bakit, why did she divulge to you? Gagawin naman nila. Sabi, ako na nga bahala magpa-notarize. Bakit pa sasabihin sa'yo na February yung gagawin namin? Kung,
yes,
that is the exchange.
Yes, Your Honor, because to my recollection, I have to submit a complete stop work to the secretary.
Yeah. That's beside the point. I'm zeroing in on the notary aspect. What you're saying, what you're saying is, Yusek An said they will be in charge of notarizing the document, correct? So if they will be in charge, dapat out ka na. Bakit pa sinabi sa'yo na February or whatever date?
Your Honor, I would not know, but I presume, Your Honor, because I am one of the secretariat of the task force.
This is a direct conversation between you and Yusek An?
We have conversation with Yusek An, Your Honor, and a conversation with her executive assistant.
The February 16, where did it come from?
It came from the office of Yusek An, Your Honor.
No, but you said that came from a conversation, di ba? That February date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Between you and whom?
Yusek Ann Sibilia, Your Honor.
So sinabi ni Yusek Ann directly sa'yo na February 16?
February, Your Honor, 2021. Through a conversation po sa
But
Viber.
it doesn't make sense to me that if they will be the one notarizing it, why tell you the date?
I would not know, Your Honor, because when the executive assistant of Yusek Ann told me that they will be the one coordinating, I did not insist, Your Honor, because I know that's a very difficult task.
But despite saying that they will be the one notarizing it, they divulged to you the date voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have proof to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor, I will be submitting the ephemeral electronic evidence po.
Nag-online chairman si Yusek Sibilia. Pero before we recognize her, para lang marinig na rin niya yung sagot sa mga follow-up questions ko, exchange in Viber, more or less, anong date po niyan?
May, Your Honor, between May 7 to 27.
Okay, basta May 7 to 27, 2021. Basta is after February 2021. Yan
Yes,
ang
Your
importante. You have a name for that executive assistant na you keep on mentioning?
Alec Ladanga, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we should subpoena that or invite that person, the executive assistant.
What's the name again? Anong pangalan? Can you repeat that? Okay. Alex.
Ana.
A she or a he?
Teka, sandali. Meron pa siyang nagre-record. Yung name, Panyero, Attorney Brigado, the name of that executive assistant that you keep
Alec Ladanga, Your Honor.
Sige, nakuha na. Nakuha na ng secretariat. Okay? So, Mr. Chairman, I so move.
So let an invitation be issued to the individual mentioned by the witness. The General Counsel Secretary is directed.
So, Mr. Chairman, I yield now the floor. Maybe si Yusek wants to respond.
Yusek Sibilia, before you respond, I have here in my possession a document coming from the DepEd. This is concerning my earlier request that we be provided copies of the recipients of the laptops. So ngayon lang po ito natanggap, and I'd like to thank you because apparently you were seated here, Office of the Undersecretary of Finance, and the directive was issued to you. So GC, General Counsel, let this be marked as an exhibit A, thus sequentially coming from the DepEd. The list of recipients, we will be contacting some of the recipients here to verify the authenticity of this. But I note that Valenzuela is not included in the recipients. For the National Capital Region, it's just Las Piñas, Mandaluyong, and Manila. Perhaps there is another bunch of documents here. I'd like to, andito na yung Pasig. I'd like to have Senator Gatchalian verify this first. Wala kayong natanggap na laptop. Yusek Sibilia, basahin pa ni Yusek Sibilia,
Yes.
any response concerning serious allegations and mentions continuously of your name? You were part of the task force. The MOA was made with your knowledge, and there were insinuations that you were part of this process. Yusek Sibilia, you can respond.
Yes, that's part. Thank you, Your Honor. That is all part of my sworn affidavit that I submitted. I am informed and I processed the modification of funds, the transfer of the funds to PSBBM, and that's the reason why we are looking for the memorandum of agreement. And in fact, the finance department is actually helping the program team to have a very swift or fast and efficient way of doing this. That's the reason why we are following up for the MOA. Kasi yan po ay basis for the actual transfer of the funds to PSDBM. Kaya po, lagi niyang binabanggit na ang finance ay nagpa-follow up sa kanila. And may I also clarify that the PSDBM task force, kaya nga po PS siya, Procurement Service, kami rin po sa finance ang nagkaroon na ng initiative na tulungan sila na mag-follow up ng mga proyektong pinapasa nila sa DBM-PS. At yun nga po yung role ng Director ng Procurement Service na si Director Mark Bragado ang naka-assign at that time. And so I will repeat that all of the role, task, and function of finance here, even for the MOA and the PSDBM task force, are mainly on the financial provisions. Uulit-ulitin po namin yan kasi sila po ang mga lawyers, kami po mga accountants and budget officers. At yung pagde-date ng MOA, wag naman po sana na sa amin po ipasa sa finance kasi sila po nakapirma dyan. At hindi po yan nakastamp na date. Date po yan na nakatype sa MOA. At yung initial ni Director Mark Bragado ay nandiyan dyan sa ilalim ng actual signature or wet signature ng kanyang Assistant Secretary for Procurement. So all of these things are actions na sana tayuan ng legal at ng procurement team. Kami po sa finance ay kompleto sa documentation na meron po kayo na MOA dated February 16. And if needed, we will even submit the official receipt of the notarial services made by the Office of Director Mark Bragado. Kasi nire-reimburse niyo po yan sa accounting. So baka nakakalimutan niyo para maalala ninyo na kayo po ang nagpanotarize, papasabit po namin yung official receipt ng inyong notarial services. At pati po yung mga report niyo sa amin. Ako nga po ang chairman ng PSDBM, pero ang mga report na ginagawa natin ay hindi lamang para sa 2.4 billion na Bayanihan Fund, but for all of the projects that we have transferred to PSDBM. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for giving
Thank
me...
you, Yusek Sibilia. So what you're saying now is that it was Attorney Bragado himself who had this document notarized? His office?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your
And
Honor.
the date of the receipt was when?
February 16, Your Honor.
Attorney Bragado, what's your response? Ikaw daw ang nagpanotaryo.
Your Honor, I would like to deny that I was the one who made or the one who authorized, who brought it to the notary public, Your Honor. As I've said a while ago, Your Honor, if there is a official receipt with that notarization, I would not know who brought that, but I remember that it was charged to my office because, Your Honor, on that time, I think there is a payment for the notarization, and we have to reimburse, Your Honor, that payment. So, Your Honor, if that notarization is being blamed on me, I would say, Your Honor, that I was not the one. So I still maintain that there are staff in my office who maybe, or the staff of Yusek and Sibilia, who brought that to the notary public, Your Honor.
Teka muna. Kasi pag may internal expenditures, charge sa isang opisina. So, kanino na-charge itong pagnotaryo? Sa opisina ni Yusek Sibilia, sa opisina mo, o ibang opisina? Kasi may resibo daw na ipapakita.
Yes, Your Honor, it was charged under my office, and as you can see, Your Honor, that receipt was also reimbursed or replenished or submitted June, Your Honor. I think June of 2021. Meaning to say, Your Honor, that notarization which happened after the MOA was signed was really between May to June. And if the receipt, Your Honor, is in my office, it is only for the purpose, because my office was the one in charge of the MOA. So we have to reimburse that payment, Your Honor, to the staff who paid that, because we just get the the payment, Your Honor, after the reimbursement. So we request payment, we request cash to our disbursing officer in charge of the office.
So, in effect, what you're trying to imply is that you are not made aware, you're not aware of the date of the notarization. Ganun
Yes,
ba?
Your Honor.
So, reimbursement lang kayo, hindi mo alam kung ano yung contents, pero bahagi ka nitong pagdadraft ng MOA, continuous yung ano mo, yung efforts mo na mabago, involved ka, hindi mo na tiningnan kung ano yung date ng notarization?
No, no, Your Honor, because as I've said, Your Honor, the receipt was already was submitted for reimbursement on that month, June, I suppose June, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, it will only establish that the notarization was made after May 28.
Thank you. Yusek Sibilla, one last question. Undersecretary Sibilla, yes. So, nag-reimbursement daw, inamin niya na may reimbursement, but ang tanong dito, kailan nagkaroon ng reimbursement? What was it? February? Was it March? Or was it June?
It was reimbursed, processed. So yung payment na ito, August 9. August 9 po.
August 9.
Opo.
Or if the transaction occurred February, is it a usual practice to have this process and terminated 6 months after, or what were the intervening events that led to the delay of the processing?
It depends. I'm sorry.
Yes. Bakit
Your
masyado
Honor,
matagal?
yes, the claim and the processing of reimbursement depends on when the end user will submit the papers to us. So, hindi po namin nalalaman na meron sila mga expenses or meron sila mga inabonohan hanggat hindi po nila yan sasubmit sa amin. And it is usual. Sometimes nga po, more than 6 months bago nare-reimburse yan. Lalo na yung mga empleyado na palagi pong umaalis or may mga travel. Nasasubmit po ang reimbursement not necessarily on the day, month, or even within months na yun po ay na-incur. So, this is a reimbursement of actual expense. And I think doon sa kanyang reimbursement, may kasama rin po mga previous months na mga reimbursement siya.
So, may we expect a copy of the receipt as well as the attachments which you mentioned a while ago? And I think Senator Pimentel.
Yes, at saka yung claim for reimbursement niya, may mga kasama may kasamang iba. So, may we get some details yung kasama na ibang claims for reimbursement, especially mga petsa nun. Anong dates nun? Kung nagkukumpulan sa June, July yun, medyo pabor kay Attorney Bragado yun. O, di ba? Kung nagkukumpulan yung claim for reimbursement ng mga January, February, March, ibang usapan yun. Mauhuli po natin at mauhuli ito, Mr. Chairman. Especially if we are given, the correct documents that we are requesting. So, meron kasi po ito ito yung nakita ko may mga petty cash, legal services, yun na yung 8,000 pesos, yung fuel, oil, lubricants, expenses, water, repairs, maintenance, transportation, extraordinary. Ito ba sa inyo, Attorney Bragado? From your office po ito? Ito ganito po ba yung mga claim for reimbursement natin?
Usually, Your Honor, that's the claims po.
Siguro ganito na lang. Since the claim for reimbursement originates from your office, can you give us your claim for reimbursement for the notarial services? And if you claim this in batches, sino po yung mga kasama nitong mga transaksyon na when you claim the notarial services? Nakikita natin dun kasi yung when you filed it, pwede kasing sabihin, kasalanan mo, February, July, August mo na kiniklaim. Yun. Pero makikita natin kung sinabay mo yun sa mga June expenses, you're consistent with your testimony. So makikita po natin The paper trail will actually give us all of the evidence we need, Mr. Chairman.
So we won't be issuing a subpoena duces tecum to those documents. You promised Yusek Sevilla that you will be, nawala ka, you'll be providing this committee copies of the documents. We expect that today is Thursday. Can we have that by tomorrow?
We will
Thank
submit,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Yusek Sevilla. My dear colleagues, are there still questions to be propounded to the witness? We have been here since 9 o'clock. It's almost 8 hours now. Tama ba ako? Matagal-tagal na tayo rito. But we have been trying to, not just to test your patience, we have somehow linked the dots. I think we have progressed and taken much strides. Corporation, joint venture, taxation. Thank you to the BIR. COA, thank you for your presence. We have an expert witnesses today present. We have the presence of Yusek Lau. Thank you for gracing this investigation. Likewise, Director Wayan, Director Santiago has been always present. Some other witnesses were not called, but your sworn statements will be part of the records. Of course, Attorney nakalimutan ko na, gutom na rin ako. Bragado, you were granted use immunity, and if there are still some other matters that would affect your physical self, threats or otherwise, you can, before you leave, you get in touch with the Sergeant at Arms, Lieutenant General Roberto Ancan, get his cell phone number, exchange your number too, so that if there is any threat that would transpire, please contact him directly. We would like to ensure your physical safety as well. And we have a commitment coming from Yusek Sevilla that you will not be floated, demoted, or transferred to another office because of the testimony you just gave today. So
Your
are there
Honor.
other matters perhaps that we still have to discuss? Who is trying to, Undersecretary Sevilla?
Your Honor, I just coordinated with the Office of the Secretary, and I had the information that Director Mark Bragado is actually floating right now. He is not the Director for Procurement po as of now. And so the commitment or the promise that you have been saying na hindi po siya maapektuhan, I think it happened even before this testimony. And he should also make that part of his statement to you right now.
Is that correct, Director Bragado?
Your Honor, I was reassigned to the Undersecretary for Administration.
Since when?
August, Your Honor.
So today is September, so that was last month. So it's not because of your presence here.
It's not because of my presence, Your Honor.
Committee notes that personnel movement even prior to your testimony. Are there other items to be raised? I think we had a full plate full of testimonies and documents before us.
Mr. Chairman, our questions to Attorney Bragado were based on his testimony. Pero he will be executing sworn statements. So we might still have additional questions from the arising out of the sworn statement. Sige po. Yun lang po para lang po klaro yun. In the next hearing po dapat ready.
Thank you, sir. Attorney Bragado, General Ancan is behind you, so magpalitan na lang kayo ng number mamaya. So, my dear colleagues, it's been a long day. And
siguro, Mr. Chairman, mga one more hearing, ready na tayo rito. And hopefully our report will be a unanimous one.
Heavily taxing mentally and physically. Again, I thank the resource persons present, and thank you for the time that you shared with this committee and all the staff, the media, at lahat po ng sumabaybay. So without objection, the committee hearing of the Blue Ribbon committee concerning the laptop bill is hereby suspended.